Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 10th point season finals. Exciting. My name is the Red Mage. I'm gonna be your host and technical and the person running tech for today. Joining me today are gonna be a host of different commentators ready to talk about some powerful magic that's gonna appear on screen in a second. For those watching, we are gonna be running these these twin double elimination brackets essentially, running up until winners finals, and then we're gonna have the losers final starting in round one. We're gonna have the first two people in the we're gonna have the people that qualified the third and fourth in the Saturday and Sunday tournament, respectively. And then the winner is gonna play the second seeds, and the winner of that is gonna play the first seeds, and so on. And then obviously the two of them will face each other, and then we're gonna do a double elimination on that. For those that do not know who we are and what we are doing today, the 10th point is a weekly tournament series that's hosted on Magic Online. We every week, every Sunday at 1 p.m. will coalesce in some sort of in some form in the Canadian Highlander Discord. And if you don't know where that is, that's exclamation point Discord will get you there. And then there's some pairings posted, and then we get to play some powerful magic, and points are kept. We keep track of points throughout the season, and the top players each season get to qualify for the season finals, which is what we're doing today. If you don't know what Canadian Highlander is, this is essentially a 100 card singleton format without that use the vintage ban list. So essentially, all the cards that actually work in Magic are allowed in the format, but there's this points list that kind of essentially makes it so that people are unable to run every single busted card in Magic. You can still get to run some. Like, I have two decks in paper, right? And one of them runs Ancestral Recall, and one of them runs Time Vault. I do not own an Ancestral Recall, but, don't worry about it. Like, that's the kind of Magic that you get to run. But they can't both run both cards, because that would go over points. Gozmit posted a couple links in chat. Exclamation point Highlander gets you to an explanation of how the format works, with which, if you're still confused, will definitely be helpful. Without too much further ado, we are about to watch the first round. Joining me in the booth for that round, we're gonna have two of the finalist players. It's going to be Wolfgang and Gozmit. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Oracle to 7 points.
So, for the record, this tournament, this specific leg of the tournament, in which people are actually going to be competing for prizes. We have some store credit on the line for the players that are participating. I just wanted to let people know all deck lists are open. We made all deck lists public at the beginning of the tournament. People can just are free to consult, and that's because I kind of like showcasing the different players for this thing. I think that this event is very much about the players. These are the 8 people that made it all the way to the finals, and I want to give them all the glory as much as possible. But that means that, like, if they're in the booth, they get to watch other people's deck. That could get an advantage. We don't want any of that. So all the deck lists are just public at the beginning. People get to look at them to their heart's content. and all the information is on the table with the beginning. How are the two of you? How are the two of you doing? How are things?
I'm having a good morning, especially with some magic coming.
I've sadly got a bit of a worse situation going on here currently. This first day, the internet just went poof. So until fucking Monday, we won't have it fixed. So I've been running since sometime yesterday. Friday. I've been running off hotspot, which is just lovely.
Is Magic Online going to work?
Oh yes, I have played games on it, so that should be fine. If I DC, I should be able to fix it, but it might take a bit. But it should be fine mostly.
Alright, so we decided that for the first round we're gonna be watching. So the first 2 rounds, the round one matches are Blahguy versus Blahguy versus Brahms and Bailite versus Evios. So we decided to start by watching Blahguy versus Brahms, mostly because we expected that to finish earlier. Before we actually start and move to the matches, which we're going to be doing momentarily, just a reminder: if we have a Prime sub, and that should go to somebody, and we would take it if it's us. That would definitely be appreciated. It helps us doing things like offering a prize pool at the end of the season. And I don't think we have a subs comment, Gozmit, but I appreciate the I appreciate the effort. But yeah, and if not, it should definitely go to somebody. And if you just want to use your regular subs, your regular sub bonus, that would be super appreciated, because that's $5 coming out of your own pocket. If $5 up coming out of Just Pastor's pocket, we also appreciate that, and he definitely doesn't need it. But I am going to shut up now. Just a reminder, you can sub to us now, and if you do, we would super love it. And thanks to Cannons Are an Instrument for the Prime sub. That's Brahms, I think. Thanks, Brahms. All right, I'm gonna stop babbling now, and we can start setting things up. While Blahguy and Brahms move to their match, and I get things set up for them, why don't the two of you tell me what you expect of this matchup?
So we've seen Brahms before. I don't know if the mono Death and Taxes, mono white Death and Taxes is a deck that I've seen them on before, but we know that Blahguy is on his Rakdos brew that he's been playing most of the season.
Yes, indeed, that is very much a people are usually fairly experienced with some sort of mono red aggro red deck wins. Call it what you want. This is essentially an extension of that, removing some of the burn and the worse red quality cards, and adding more powerful black cards, discard spells, powerful hard removal, giving some more game against some scenarios where red can struggle.
Yeah, the disruption will be important in this matchup, the removal as well. But the real question is, does it provide enough advantage over what is usually a very difficult matchup?
Yeah, so usually mono red has quite a hard time with. I think we can both agree on this as people who have played quite a lot of mono red each respectively. Mono red can have a really hard time with a deck like Death and Taxes, which has so many tools that just slightly one up, just gain a bit of life here, call Firewalker there, that can just really just one up a mono red deck quite hard.
Yeah.
Having these black removal spells, especially if they're not red, that can get around things like Core Firewalker, Sword of Fire and Ice, especially also like some of the protection from red effects. You're also able to grind a bit harder. You're still definitely not as grindy as, say, the D&T deck, but having creatures that can come back from the graveyard means that you can be a bit more aggressive trading. Your scrap piece counters and such can indeed trade in, and then come back time upon time again, as long as there's not a too big blocker in the way.
And the other thing about Death and Taxes is, unlike White Weenie, it's usually a slightly slower deck. So you actually have the chance to take advantage of Black's abundant good 1-drops.
Disruption.
Well,
Yeah, that too.
Also being able to get a
you
a
also get to
stronger
actually
start.
use that as disruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, you do pay a price for playing black red, which, while I think I prefer actually being on this black red list in this specific matchup, because God, is it a abysmal matchup for a red deck wins player. Playing black red also just suddenly hurts you in a lot of other matchups where suddenly you're not playing that red deck wins deck that's just playing creatures, burn spells, and lands more or less. You're suddenly spreading out your attention a bit more. If you're playing Terminates, for example, I believe is a card they may well be on. They have been before, at least.
Yeah, we do
That's
have
something
Dread
just suddenly-
4, Angrass Rampage, and also
Exactly.
Terminate.
So those can't really go phase in the same way. So you're slowing down your clock there in favor of more powerful individual cards that do some more specific things in that respect, instead of just playing the bad shots usually, as red deck wins will tend to do, just to have the last couple of points going face.
That didn't work. I think we
you did mention that, yeah. So you didn't actually mention if
almost ready
Brahms
with the
has
hand
been on
cams,
the
and then.
or... Oh, yes, to speak.
No, I was just saying, and they're very close to getting gone. I'm just almost ready. I'm working on the hand cams. Yeah.
Yep.
We're almost on there too.
Yeah, but you were mentioning Brahms being on the. Yeah, you were mentioning Brahms being on D&T. That's actually not by any means the first week. While Brahms has been jumping ship a bit here and there, like he has a couple of decks he switches between fairly regularly. He has played a lot of medium red. I haven't seen him that much in medium red recently. He's been playing a lot of D&T and Pot, respectively. Pod, if you're not quite familiar with it, is a creature-based combo deck based around the aforementioned Buffing Pod, which you may be familiar from Modern past. Currently a very much banned Modern card.
Yeah. I have actually been playing against Brahms' list quite a bit recently, so I kind of have a edge in both of the sides of this matchup, being an aggressive player myself.
All right,
so
we did it.
We're
in.
Awesome. Let's get some magic started. Ooh, we got some opening hands here.
Yeah, so I'm looking. I think there was a mulligan quick from Brahms. I didn't really get to see that from. Blahguy's hand, like we see something interesting here. We have a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. We have a move spell, and we have an unearth. Black hands can be at times a bit awkward, but it definitely looks like a solid hand for Blahguy. I'm not sure if that was on a mulligan. Yeah, it seems like Brahms at least is on a mulligan.
Yeah,
it makes sense. Put the 4-drop when you have 2 lands on the bottom. It seems no, maybe not. Keeping the Gideon.
Let me.
It is a box draw, but it's a bit awkward keeping a Gideon when you have to do that. But at least Cotter does help that.
I put the I'm streaming my OBS source because then you don't have stream delay if.
Okay, so we do have a strong start here on both sides. Copter going to be able to get in a lot of damage, and we also have an aggressive one on Blah's side.
Yeah. So we're going to see the Copter getting in here. I imagine we're probably also more like being another card getting discarded here. You really do not, in a situation where you're already trying to get the 4 mana, the red deck is not going to be hitting with the Ravages of War. It's not going to do that much because it's going to be established. Maybe if you get to a point where the red deck wins, or the Rakdos deck wins in this case, it's a bit of a bad board state and can't really be attacking. Then yes, just ravaging and just clearing the board and just sitting there with your one box against their no lands is definitely an upside. But if at any point you're still under pressure, you'd rather be playing a Gideon or having a Mother of Runes to play instead.
Yeah, it's actually very. It's going to be punished slightly with that Hymn to Turok on the other side. That Mulligan's going to be really biting them, but that
Just a quick
wasn't going
aside.
to do anything.
Yeah, just a quick aside to good old Red Mage here. On the OBS, we can't actually see the game right now, just for reference.
Oh, well, I don't know how to fix that.
Curious. Yeah, so we're going to see. Oh, this is interesting. We do see a Hymn to Turok, and we see mana be kept up for a move spell here. Probably going to kill the Copter here, I imagine. With the out of their braid or the Lightning Strike. Likely the braid, because that one's a bit less flexible.
Yeah.
And while there are definitely some equipments worth killing, and you can even kill the Mox here. There's even an argument to kill the Mox if you don't see a land here. So I guess you could Lightning Strike with that in mind.
Yeah,
I just
like keeping the options
the
open
thing is
really heads up play.
Yeah. I do like the choice not to play the Hymn here. Like, if you play the Hymn, you're just gonna get beat down on board, depending on like what your opponent probably has.
Yeah.
You have one problem with this hand is that you have a 2/1 in your hand to play. You're already behind on board a bit, so Blahguy's going to be an interesting spot where he's going to end up probably playing the control game here. Now I'm curious what we're going to see hit here actually, because I expect Copter, but like that Mother of Runes is a card that really just wreaks havoc against a deck like Black Eyes. So that might be a card that we see killed up next turn. Oh,
we see Brahms playing a bit more defensively, not getting in with the Samurai.
Yeah, I would honestly love to see that Samurai get in there, just get in for a couple of points of damage. Like,
yeah,
I guess you can block with it. It does block quite well. I believe it does. Guess what's one is not incorrect.
Yeah, the Bushido is both attacking and blocking. So
yes, no, blocking or blocked specifically. It does not get plus on attacking. Very important detail actually, as it does not attack as a free on its own. It requires an opponent to get strong, which is kind of a weird statement. Yeah. You'd figure the opposing player would count as an opponent.
So with your opponent on one card in hand, do you value the Hymn here, or do you want to start getting more aggressive with Froson, or take care of Mum?
So the big question here for Blahguy is really you have an awkward situation. You have 3 mana. You would preferably wanting to use every single one. Thing is, you can't. Because if you do that, that means you're playing the rampaging Frostodon, which that's fine. That's fine. You'll play that, but then you're facing down suddenly an activated Mother Runes who can start doing protection. They can start getting with the Celtic Spirit. They can hold you back with the Samurai. You're not exactly in a great position. However, if you say Lightning Strike the Mother, well, they can still get in for 2, both with the Flyer and Samurai if they want to. Though we have seen Browns playing fairly defensively. So I think that's a valid argument to just killing the Mother here. That said, if you do kill the Mother, you will see probably the Celtic Spirit do a very selfless act and save the Mother. Because that Mother can just provide so much disruption in this style of matchup. Yeah, we're just seeing the mana efficient play here. Makes sense.
Yeah. Brahms taking a slower roll last turn really has to amp up to try to keep up.
Yeah, just gotta get in the air here. Not gonna get in with the Samurai. I do like keeping Samurai back this time, because there is a Frostodon. But however, the thing is, you're not gonna block the Frostodon that well. And if you attack, they block. You can just get protection from red. And yeah, they're gonna race you, but
oh, are we gonna get birded?
You currently have them with a significantly low dive toll. We'll have to see. I imagine so. I'm a bit behind. I have a bit of a lag problem sometimes. But I presume we just saw fetch here. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're seeing a fetch and a failure from the bird. So.
Yeah, the bird. The idiot bird.
Blahguy's still on 3, so he has an awkward turn again. I actually kind of like getting in with the Frosson here. forcing off some awkward trades and then bring it back with Unearth. If he just gets in for 3, then I think that's fine in this situation, but giving your opponent the awkward situation of what they want to block with is, I think, relevant.
No, absolutely. But like, if I'm Blahguy right now, I really want to try and just make my opponent go, yes, I should probably be blocking here and trading. Like that is the optimal situation you can have here. Like, have them block, then use their mother for protection or Selfless Spirit, depending on what you want to be training with, and then try and possibly kill them all if that's the one they're activating.
Yeah, because
the only thing that can be said in the defense of like.
Yeah, because we do see the Frosthound getting in here. It looks like there is no blocks happening.
Yeah. Like currently, you're facing 4 damage in there, including possibly however much damage you may take from Blahguy might take from just playing a creature of his own post combat, which is like this is once again Blahguy getting punished here for having that on Earth and just not having a target for it.
Yeah.
There's even an argument. I'm not sure I'm loving it, but there's an argument even to be said for just cycling that. Now you have played a land within a minute, I think.
Yeah, I think next turn.
Where's that land? Is it in exile?
Yes, because of the Samurai of the Pale Curtain.
Did we ever see land?
The
land.
The land got exiled from.
Oh, of course, yes, correct.
Yeah, that is partially another downside of the Unearth here is that no creatures that get dead here. Ooh.
Yeah. Correct.
Oh, it only if they have one more mana.
Only does it for the battlefield. Yeah. So imagine we just want to see. I just love to. It's like just get in there. Come on. Put them at a low dive toll. Punish them from having the Paralysis done. They're not going to kill you next turn. Like you're even playing basically the only Snowfall playing stack, so you're not even going to get like price of progress for fucking 8.
No.
Like why not get him a Samurai? Just get them dead to your flyers. You can protect your flyers quite easily, mustn't. Collective Brutality. Actually, this makes the Collective Brutality makes it actually quite interesting play here. You can ditch the Kenra to the Brutality just to get it in the graveyard and then I'll have it back.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't think the Brutality is going to resolve.
Downside is you can't still really get rid of the Mother. You can get rid of something else then.
Yeah, only if they had another mana they could actually take care of the Mum with Brutality and the Strike, but...
Yep. Yeah, indeed.
I mean, even then it would just take the Selfless Spirit, right?
I imagine yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe the Samurai is scary enough to, considering that, especially you've seen that Brahms' way to scare to attack with this Samurai. Like, just leave it alone if he's not going to attack with it. Like, just let him not attack with it. Like, absolutely. Like, the players are the cards doing damage, and like, yeah, you're not going to kill them. Like, even unnerving here is actually depending on what happens, possibly leaving you dead on board. So that's only a play I'd make in the scenario where they make a mistake. I do not expect that to happen. Because if I'm not incorrect, doing protection here should make a spell pistol. We do not see. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. He didn't go for the drain? Oh, he should definitely have gone for the drain there. I don't think you want to risk trying to find a card there. I think you just need to get the life in there. I think that's way more important.
Yeah, I think that
your opponent might have a great remove spell, but like you're not feeding. You're having a hard enough time but wasn't bored.
Yeah, I think the lack of the drain there actually is going to cost the game because I don't think they factored in the 1 damage they're taking.
Yeah, because like look at that. You're taking damage from the creature entering battlefield.
Yeah.
And suddenly, like even taking the 2 damage, also notably, puts your opponent at 10, which means your lacerator doesn't hurt you the next turn either.
Oh,
Like, you're just making everything better at this point.
I think that the players gain life effect on rampaging ferocity is symmetrical, so he couldn't have gained the life.
So I'm not really been a big fan of that. That's correct.
Yeah.
That was definitely if we did see yes, Blowman makes a good point here. Not attacking with the samurai definitely did give a bit more of a chance here. I do think just like got in for the damage early would have been made it definitely a lot less close of a game. Just putting on the pressure.
So we see Brahms here on
Interesting
quite
hand
a
here.
mulligan, and we also see Brahms
That's a
Blahguy
mulligan
on
to
a very red mulligan for a deck that is 2
Are
colors.
you sure you saw more red? I think we just made a spelling mistake, perhaps. It does look like Blowman, except for the Flame Slash for some curious reason. That's my very usual card. We prefer going close with those. But no, yeah,
take care of
keeping
a lot
a
of things
fine
in the
hand,
format,
honestly.
so I can
Wasteland
understand
is
that.
usually not the most important card in this matchup. There are sometimes some notable matching hit from D&T, but D&T just establishes its sport so quickly. Usually that at the point where you feel like fine wastelanding there, then they usually have enough threats in play that you can't really abuse the tempo that hard.
Yeah, I usually find that Wasteland in this matchup is taking care of more disabiliting lands like Rashad Port, or even some of the creature lands that Death and Taxes ends up playing.
Yeah, Angra's Rampage gonna prove here to be quite awkward.
Yeah, especially with another mountain off the top there.
Like this is the price of playing a multicolored deck. Like you commit to that you will have days like these, where you can just look at your hand and just go, I have uncastable cards. Like unless you have a very like high amount of fetches and duels and such, in which case you will be slowing yourself down. That's why most people consider the monocolored aggro decks in general to be preferable over a multicolored, unless you get some sort of significant power boost from multicolored, which I can't think of many cases where that boost just makes that much up for the meta base consistency. Also, in general, even if you're playing the same curve in 2-colored as you were in, say, monocolored, you usually want a couple lands more specifically to make up for that possibility of not drawing the right lands, which suddenly means you're playing more cards that just don't impact the board, which is definitely a bit of a pain.
Well, we are going to see a good target for this Flame Slash.
Yeah, absolutely. Bramaz is one of those cards that, for mono red players, just going to be a beating. Just a free fall that they're going to have a hard time dealing with. But like, a Flame Slash is a very clean way of dealing with it, and then can see an clearing the same
there's an argument. There's an argument that you Flame Slash the Aegis of the Gods and then Angrat's Rampage the demons away.
You're right about that.
Because Angrat's Rampage,
Angrat's
Rampage does not have text. For as long as Aegis of the Gods stays on the battlefield.
Oh no, they are.
You can't actually yeah, exactly. Yes, you can in fact not cast Angrat's Rampage while the creature's in play.
The only problem I have with that line is if they have anything in the vial, you're not dealing with Bramaz, and that card's going to be a problem going forward.
Oh yeah, they have a vial. No, you're right.
Yeah. I think that the Aegis is a card that's fragile enough that it will eventually die either in combat or otherwise, and then you might even be able to use the Rampage to take care of a larger threat. Although they are going to get blown out with the Samurai. Bushido doing its work there. I don't think this game is going to go on for very much longer, but like Blahguy does have a lot of heavy hitters that he can get off the top that will make this match even again.
But yeah, that's actually a very valid point. Like, just flame slashing. It seems counterintuitive, but flame slashing the creature, you do get blown out in the specific scenario where your opponent does have a creature flash in with the
I think in the face of the fact that they had an active vial, I think I agree that it was incorrect.
Exactly.
I had not considered that.
But the problem with that is if you do make that line of play, now you're just sitting with a card that's dead until you draw a removal spell.
Yeah, but your deck has a bunch of removal spells in it.
Oh, and actually, I don't think it's actually that heavy in removal to become. Oh, I'm immediately proven incorrect. Admittedly, that is a bit more on the painful side of the removal spectrum.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a counter. Is that a counter? Or no, that's just a card. I just the counter. It's like that's a bit of a weird round counter, but I didn't realize how the Introduce Climb does one of the counters. I will say that is one of the few things that they changed in the studio I've just really been happy with. The counters, the new counters they've been using recently. Very clear, actually a really good addition. In my opinion.
Yes. Especially
Also-
when you're working with multiple counters.
Yeah.
I mean, Loman, I understand what you're saying, but he can also just cast the card for black mana, right? Like, he's not priced into, because he has black mana in his deck, he's not priced into paying 1 and then for life. He can actually pay black mana if it's later in the game, which is usually the situation where the life matters more. I also want, we have 20 viewers right now, which is like a significant number. So, welcome everybody that's new to the channel. And thanks,
This
thanks for
one was
watching.
definitely not a bad choice. Like I actually played the Dismember over the Flames actually in a very mid-range format. But like if you know there's going to be a lot of aggressive decks, like for example D&T, other mono red decks, I'd probably be leaning off the Dismember. So I know that Blahguy didn't like very much build to counter the meta in any way, shape, or form. But thinking that the card like Dismember is just not that great in this time of meta. The only real decks where I really like it is against something like Bailite, where I do quite like it actually. But outside of that, I feel like that's a downside. Like Black is really good addition. If the Black rule is great if you're playing against a lot of big green creatures, for example, and maybe also helps against D&T.
You can
But
see a little bit
you do pay the
of
price.
fright in Blahguy here with attacking with the on-crop Crasher, because he did get blown out last turn with it. Like the exerting actually is probably what you have to do here, but looks like they did not.
I'm honestly not against holding it back here, to be completely honest.
Yeah, like if you're going to attack, you're going
Like
to exert.
because if you do, then you trade with either of the creatures. The Mirror Potato is going to prove to be a bit of a problem against this double black removal spell hand. And especially with this Crusader, like you just see that.
Yeah, you
and just
kind of
pains
are
me to
forced.
see that. Like you're playing with that. Like yeah, that's a risk you take.
I probably would have used the Dismember there on the protection from black. So that's
Exactly. That is why that's such a big problem. Yeah. Ultimately, if absolutely, this is one specific case of a creature that can flash in that you just can't kill with as Dismember, and I can destroy it. Like it is one of maybe I don't know 2 cards. I'll admit I don't know the specific numbers in this case.
There's also Oriok Champion, but that's not for 3. That is probably the only 3-drop in the deck that blows you out completely there. I guess Finks as well can also blow out, but yeah, that's real rough on Blahguy's side. I'm looking through their deck list right now. I'm trying to find something that gets them out of here. It's not looking like there's a lot of options, unfortunately.
Yeah. We just want to see the Dismember here. Just try and allow yourself to play the Rampage. I'm going to take 6 here, I believe.
Oh, was there some nonsense in
chat? That's actually not horrible. Yeah, that was a bit of nonsense. Yeah, you just need to kill the Crusader here. Go take 2, go to 3. You don't have a removal spell. You're in a bit of an awkward situation here. If you do see a flat creature, how you could just possibly die depending. But considering your opponent didn't play anything on the turn, it has to be specifically a free drop, which of course is just about the worst you can see.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised. I actually wouldn't have minded seeing. I'm not sure if Brahms has any 4-mana creatures, but I could have seen the argument just to take it up to 4, just because you can cast anything else more or less. That costs less.
I've seen the curve on their deck list there, and there is an abundance of 3s. So keeping it on 3 seems very appropriate for their deck list.
That's valid, but yeah, like I kind of like Recruiter here is a really good argument for 3, for example.
Yeah,
and
like,
the fact that you have a path as well.
Yeah, the fact that you can Recruiter, get something like Finks, and just lock up the game.
Yeah, but I really like this, like just Hakasing Recruiter here, gain some sort of free drop. Yeah, you can also just do that. That does make it more flexible what card you get specifically. I just kind of like the idea of just playing just keeping the creature you have in the hand just open to your T, which does allow you to play around. I'm not sure how much exactly Solar Speed removal Blahguy is on. Oh, alright, Salvage. Yeah, that's actually a really good card to get here, especially if you can cast it off the cavern, which you can, and then keep up the path.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have this is gonna be a hard time, and that's probably gonna be a game over. He's not dead on board necessarily, but
No,
it's going to be a difficult one. Oh no, you tapped out incorrectly, my friend. You could have killed both there if you really needed to, but like that was going to be a hard game.
Kinda has to save the edict to deal with the human.
Yeah.
Brahms,
exactly.
And
well,
that,
yeah, that's true. But like, if you do that, you're dead on board. You have to play both removes plus to survive.
Yeah.
Either way.
And with that, we have a concession from Brahms. From Blahguy. Blahguy will fall to the losers bracket. We'll see more of him on round 3.
Yeah.
Well, we'll probably not actually see him, maybe. But he's gonna get to play more in round 3. He gets to take a round off though. And in the meantime, Bailite and Evius are, I'm assuming, still going. I would guess. I don't see them though. Huh. Is the match over? Holy smokes, it is. Bailite got there 2-0. Congratulations to Bailite. I know that in the slower deck matchup, usually the blue deck's favored, but Bailite with the upset there.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Bailite got there 2-0. He advances also to the next round, and coming up next round, we're gonna get we are going to, oh my god, where is my bracket? Help! Okay. So we're gonna see Brahms playing versus Arakasi, and Gozmit actually is gonna be in the booth playing against Bailite. So yeah, good luck with that. We are gonna have Einstein. You down to be in the booth? You said that you wanted to be. Wolfgang, you down to stay around? How you feeling?
Yeah, I can stay around.
All right, so we're gonna have our commentary booth for the next round. We are going to be watching. Let's watch probably Arakasi's versus. Actually, you know what? Let's watch Gozmit versus Bailite. I think it's gonna be actually pretty interesting match. I didn't get to see Bailite at all in the previous round, so we're gonna be watching that.
I also have a vested interest in that because the winner of this is playing me.
Yeah, both of you are playing the winner of one of this discussion.
Indeed. Alright, so this matchup, Gozmit usually plays mono red, although for this tournament he's now on taxes, which makes 3 total players on taxes, myself, Rams, and him. And then Bailite is on his normal Abzan mid-range, which he's been playing as long as I've been here. Seems to like that deck a lot.
As someone that knows D&T probably better than me, as you are playing it today, how do you feel about the Abzan versus D&T matchup?
I think it's generally favored for the Abzan deck, just because it can get more value. It's basically on the D&T player to kill the Abzan player as fast as possible before they get too much advantage over. Yeah. Although, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I could see it going either way. It's not too much of an advantage, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think part of the matchup comes down to the fact that we know. I'm looking at the deck list here from Bailite, and it is a very creature-heavy Abzan version. So I think that's going to come up quite a bit. There is a lot of removal and a couple of smaller wraths that are going to come up quite a bit. But
yeah, having creatures is definitely going to be good to contest the board. But we'll just have to see how it pans out, I suppose.
Yeah, we are waiting for the players to start their match, so hence set things up a little bit more accurately. Let me just I'm just gonna let them know that so just FYI, if you can at least set the matchup and then I can finish setting up the overlay. If there's time problems, we can make sure that there aren't time problems. So yeah, just get things started. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are here for both the play of tournament and for the viewers here, so we will make concessions to both to make everything all smooth. I am very interested to see how this match goes, not just because of my vested interest in the winner, but I have been playing against Bailite recently, and that deck is been impressing me. So
yeah, it's almost always fun to watch, and if you go back and see the VODs that are posted on the 10th Point YouTube channel, Bailite is often featured. He does win a lot with this deck.
Yeah, he's also been a regular, right? He's been attending pretty regularly for 3 seasons now, so
great.
I see Daridex in chat being like, Bailite's list is really surprisingly effective. I don't think it's that surprising. It's just a pile of incredibly good cards. It's like, it's not very hard for your list to be surprising if it's like, oh yeah, this is a bunch of siege rhinos. Oh yeah, okay, that'll do it.
yeah, we do see a little bit of interesting cards in the deck from Bailite that I like. We do have some ramp in the deck as well, which I am usually not used to seeing in a lot of mid-range decks. But in here, with the amount of powerful 4s and even 5s here, I'm not actually that surprised. We do see some new cards like Llanowar Visionary coming in as both value and ramp. So
yeah.
And with that, we should be good to go. So let's watch some hands, and also I'm gonna resize these hands momentarily so that we can see them better.
okay, Bailite's hand
It's got 4 lands, but it also has 3 castable spells
Yeah,
that are good at gaining life in an aggressive matchup.
yeah.
I'd probably
Trophy.
keep that hand.
Yeah, like that's what I call a good enough keep. Where I would keep that hand as a 6. So if I would
Yeah,
keep that hand as a
that's
6, I'd
fair.
definitely keep that as a 7.
And Gozmit's hand is also fairly solid. He's got a copter and 1, 2, 3, plus some interaction with the unexpectedly absent.
Which you can't currently cast, but any
That's
white source
true,
off the top is definitely going to get there.
He generally going to want to be playing out all his creatures first, so he's a good amount of time to find another land.
I'm actually interested in this matchup. Do you want Copter on 2, or do you want the disruption of the Tide Taker?
I don't think Tithe Taker is going to do anything significant here. The Copter giving a little extra power and the card selection, I would say, is more important. So Bailite did, in fact, choose the mulligan, and this hand is better in some ways and worse in others. There are fewer creatures, but the creature is a tireless tracker, which will give him a lot of value. And wow, a second Mox allows him to play this tireless tracker on turn 1.
Yeah, like this is a hand that really hinges on your opponent's removal. And I think it's going to work out for him very well right now. Ooh, decides not
to play the tracker in order to get 2 clues guaranteed.
Yeah. Which in that situation I can definitely respect, because
the tracker's not blocking because the Giver of Runes isn't attacking. The only thing that stops him from doing is attacking with this potentially 5/4 Tyler tracker next turn. But if he views his role in this matchup as the control deck, then that makes sense.
And I think with
Giver of Runes here instead of Copter.
The Copter can't attack this turn just because of...
Oh, right, yeah, he has Summoning Sickness, right.
Yeah. That's Fiend's Reclamation.
I forgot it was turn 2 and not turn 3.
Yeah. In most other matchups, the Savine Reclamation would do lots of work at getting Tireless Tracker back, but most of Gozmit's removal is going to be Exile, so that card's kind of just sitting there for now.
It's probably a Dismember, but other than that, there's probably some ways to get the tracker in the yard. There's a second white source for this unexpectedly absent, and I'll cast Bygone Bishop as well to start to possibly grind. Gozmit picked up an Armageddon last turn, which not going to be super effective against the double Mox start from Bailite.
No, usually in this matchup it is quite good because Bailite's deck does get to a lot of mana to take advantage of all the cards they usually draw.
Yeah, Armageddon's usually great in most circumstances. Obviously, you have to be somewhat ahead on board in terms of creatures, but that's the game plan of the mono white deck.
Goyf is actually pretty decent here with your opponent having a Copter, and like 2/3 body right now is not that big, but it's one of those ones that's definitely going to get there.
Yeah, so the Goyf and the Tracker are going to take over ground, become very large. Gozmit does have 2 flying creatures in the form of Copter and Bygone Bishop, which both happen to also be his value engines.
So Bailite hasn't played a land. As you were saying?
It seems unlikely that he'll be able to outvalue this tracker and Savine's, but certainly possible.
Yeah. I do like this attack here, because I think Bailite wants to crack 1 clue before he plays the Goyf, since he hasn't played his land yet for the turn.
It's interesting.
Maybe not.
Savine's for a land. Wow.
I guess they're just on the draw as many cards as you can with.
I guess, yeah. If you have more lands, you can crack some clues. And yeah, there's no reason not to attack with the tracker, as mentioned earlier. Gozmit's only creatures, basically, are flying creatures.
I think because of the situation we've talked about before, with flying versus non-flying for the board states here, I think that Tithe Taker, when it does get played, is probably eventually going under the bus.
Yeah, it's not going to do much into a Tarmogoyf, but then the 1/1 spirit might be able to add enough to the clock. We get Gozmit gets a clue of his own thanks to Blahguy Bishop.
So this is an awkward situation here where you have this mana crypt that's probably going to deal a lot of damage to you in the game, but does get you more stuff right now. And it's a card you don't really want in your bin because it makes Goyf a better clock.
Yeah, sort of. Light and Shadow. The only thing Mana Crypt does here is it allows you to crack a clue while leaving up unexpectedly absent X equals 0. And I don't think that's quite necessary. You can just play a land and crack the clue. And
Yeah.
unless you have to like emergency absent something. So he's definitely able to part with his Mana Crypt here. I think it would be too much of a liability if he actually played it out.
Yeah. The Unexpectedly Absent is actually a card that is quite awkward right now with all of the clues that Bailite has. Like, I guess it can reset the tracker later in the game, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if like Absent is actually the card that goes.
Line suggested by Loman here is to cast Unexpectedly Absent on the Tireless tracker to put it on top. And that does sound like a very good line. Bailey here, even though he has 5 clues, still has to spend the mana to crack them. He doesn't actually have any action left in his hand besides what's on the board. And these flyers are going to get in. It's 5 damage a turn. That's already a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, the only thing I can think
protection
about,
from the Giver of Runes.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of with the Mana Crypt, a reason to keep it around is you can actually play Sword this turn and set up for next turn.
Yeah, with the sword draw.
Yeah.
And that is what he has chosen to do.
Yeah, because that
if
sword.
The idea is to clock the opponent, then a Mana Crypt dealing damage to you won't matter as much.
The sword also will keep getting back Tithe Taker if it does decide to become the under the bus machine. Ooh, Deathrite here might disrupt that plan.
Yeah, Deathrite here is nice. So far, there aren't any creatures in the graveyard, though. So it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
No, but
Other
at the same
land
time,
isn't going to do it.
It does prevent the line that I was talking about with using Tithe Taker as repeatable blocks.
Yeah, I think what Bailite wants here is something like Toxic Deluge, although that wouldn't even do it because of the Afterlife on Tithe Taker.
Yeah, I definitely think the thing you're looking for here is Abrupt Decay, which can take care of the Copter or the Sword, depending on which one you deem is more of a threat.
Of course,
like
here is
Vindicate, right?
fine. Can allow him to gain some life, but
yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Might not be enough because he's gonna have 7 power in the air. He needs to gain what's that? 6 life in order to turns. It's going to be difficult.
Not getting in with the tracker here. Interesting.
Tracker. I guess it holds back the Tide Taker. But then so does whatever creature he plays.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea here is not to play the Courser, instead opting to draw with a clue, which makes sense because
Yeah.
Courser itself is not going to be enough.
So do we see a win on the flip?
How good is he?
Yeah.
Seems
Flip is
win.
1.
Oh, and Walking Ballista.
We have
Should
lethal
be
this
enough
turn.
reach.
We are, I believe we're exactly lethal.
4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. Does look like lethal to me.
If I was in Bailite spot, I probably would have played the Twilight Mire instead of the Caracas, just for the small fact that it gets your opponent playing around some of the 2-mana instant removal that is around. With this, Caracas like lives up a legendary, but without any legendaries on the field, I don't believe it's going to be that relevant.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a small thing.
It's hard to tell exactly which one gives you more equity. Here, didn't crew the Copter, instead opting to hold back the Giver of Runes in case Bailite does have a removal spell. So it turns out he didn't even need to play the Twilight Mire for that bluff.
Yeah. This
Still,
is going to give
Bailite's in
Bailite.
a tough spot.
Yeah. It's going to give Bailite out.
What mana does he have? 6, 7, 9, 10. Not quite enough for Emrakul. Although that probably wouldn't do it anyway. I can't crack the clue because of Tithe Taker. 2 turns ago, he did crack the clue on his own turn. Seems like he forgot in this case. Although if that were the case, then he would be tapped out and Gozmit would have been green lighted to crew the Copter. Lethal.
So I guess Gozmit was playing around Path or Swords there.
Yeah, you certainly can afford to. Because as we're saying, there isn't much that gets bailing out of this anyway. That 2 low life for Toxic Deluge, and Gozmit just has too many creatures with evasion.
Yeah, what Bailite really need here is some sort of big reach or flyer as well, and something to get in some removal.
Yeah, the fact that even through a Wrath, there's a up to 5 damage coming from the Copter plus the sword makes this situation quite difficult.
Yeah, looking at Bailite's list, what he really needed there was like Lingering Souls or Yeheni's Expertise or something of that sort.
Yeah, Lingering Souls would have been nice. Makes 4 bodies, keeps them alive, or at least. But yeah, again, sort of Light and Shadows doing a lot of work here. Only the green creatures. Crocus of his own. This is the box topper art. Borderless. Looks interesting on Magic Online, although not as bad as some of the Magic Online stuff.
I think those actually translate fairly well compared to some of the other
toppers do
promos.
look nice. Just looking at some other promo that looked very weird.
A lot of the so my Searing Blaze promos that I play in Modern look pretty awkward.
Those are the full art, like the
with the
player
window.
boards.
Yeah.
Those are interesting. All right, so game 1 goes to Gozmit on Death and Taxes. Managed to get in under the tireless tracker value train. There it is.
Yep.
And we have new opening hands.
So I like Bailite's hand. Be darn good. Interesting
Yep.
question. Is Thalia doing enough in this matchup that you want to play it on turn 1, or are you really thinking like is Charming Prince or Thalia going in under the diamond?
That's an interesting question.
Oh, diamond pitches land. I am incorrect in that. Got to confuse
Yeah,
the
so
box.
if he keeps his hand, then yeah, so it's a question of which one he's gonna play on turn 1 more. And the Charming Prince is definitely going to be scrying 2. So if he chooses to play the Prince and scry 2, he could find another land and play the sword on turn 2. And I guess since he's on the play, Thalia isn't going to stop this Mox Jet from coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets to see what he draws here before making that decision. Looks like a land. Yep, it was a plains, no covered plains.
Mm-hmm.
Now he already has third land. It's probably better to play the Thalia. Just a better board presence and has that strong taxing static ability.
Yeah.
Which means that can't be abrupt decayed this turn.
If you're in Bailite's seat in response, are you going to call?
I can't cast Call here because Mox Jet can
yeah,
make
yeah.
both green and white.
Yeah.
If it were a Mox Pearl, you'd probably do it. Oh, and Gozmit, you're choosing to play Charming Prince anyway, which is fine. I don't think there's much of a difference between the two.
They both attack for 2 damage.
We can't see the scry here, but I'm going to assume. Okay.
Alright. Failing here drawing Mire Triton, which you could cast.
Oh, hey, our
More
viewer
often
did
would be to
actually
leave up
come
one
back.
of his 2 gold instants. But I think adding to the board is going to be better.
Yeah.
And in addition to adding to the board, it also fuels this Gaia's Cradle, which would allow him to cast Zannty next turn.
Yeah, it's very likely that Mire Triton usually is a very very eager to block, but in this situation, especially with the Silverblade Paladin,
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to be able to kill anything now that both Gozmit's creatures have double strike.
I mean, that's what Abrupt Decay is for, right?
Yeah. But Zannty having 3 toughness will help that.
Yeah, we also have the Knight is coming down as not a big and not a small body as well.
Yeah.
I think you probably are wanting to play Zannty this turn just in case the Mire doesn't stick around. Definitely some thought going into it.
Yeah. It would be nice if Knight were a 5/5, then it would be able to completely block.
I mean, there's an argument
strike
to Abrupt
creatures
Decay
without
the Silverblade
anything.
Paladin, right? And then you don't have to deal with any of this double strike garbage.
Yeah, that's a better line. Since you have 2 2-mana spells, you can
Yeah.
get the same amount of mana efficiency while taming the board a bit better. Good point.
Definitely. I'm currently looking at Bailite's list and wondering what they're going to get in this situation here.
Oh, it's Emrakul the Promised Land every time.
Well, he gets to see what his opponent plays first.
It's gonna get a little punished here because of the abrupt decay. Going at the paladin means that now the Triton is free to trade with the prince.
Yeah.
I would have actually probably used the
I don't know if he
cradle.
even want, but he probably doesn't want that. Just so he maintains the 4 mana for Zannty, and maybe whatever he finds with Call could get
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess he can't get Palace Jailer because he doesn't have double white.
But he could get
But-
Siege Rhino.
Yeah,
Siege
he gets
Rhino, Siege Rhino's live. You know what they say about Siege
sort of-
Rhino?
You know what actually
Fire
might be
Nice.
the card here? Questing Beast. There's not a lot of cards. Oh, gets Knight of Autumn.
That's
Yes, to take
actually,
ca-
yeah, kills the sword, trades with the idiot, yeah.
Yeah, this sort of Fire Nice would be.
Yeah, I was paying too much attention to the deck list,
Right.
not enough to stream for the sword.
Yeah. And now seeing Inquisition picked up,
Yeah, kill that kid, got
which
that, they got
fits
stuck
nicely with the
Thalia.
1+3 turn.
This
don't know if
has
you-
been a couple of double spelled turn for Gozmit, for Bailite that I think are gonna really put him back into this game.
Yeah.
Gozmit's early pressure was a little bit less
Being able to.
decisive than last turn, and Bailite is kind of coming back with this flurry of cheap spells that is really helping him taking care of Bailite's board and hand.
Yep. And now with that sort of Fire Nice gun, it's gonna be hard for Gozmit to pull anything back. Needs to draw something strong, maybe a 4 mana Planeswalker. Be good. Or a land.
The land from Gozmit's side is not great.
Yeah, he still has some time here. But soon the night will start taking over.
Oh, interesting. Gozmit decided to take the Council's judgment over the...
I think Thalia is just
I think that makes
outclassed,
sense.
like by bodies that are in Baelite's hand.
And
So I can-
Bailite's all out of non-creature spell,
Hmm.
so it's not like the effect is going to do anything.
So Vengevine does attack through this Thalia pretty well, and starts catching up on the race.
Yeah, I think it's still better to play Knight or Gonti. Gonti is good as well.
Yeah, you wanna.
Yeah, Gaunt in this match is not the most exciting because you're probably not gonna peel anything amazing from your opponent's deck, but...
There is a lot of things
Yeah.
like that you can cast for 1 mana, which even just getting an extra card to the point.
Alright, so he
Oh,
finds
that's
Elspeth, Knight Errant.
Decided not to go for
Pretty
it.
strong.
I would take.
Looks like he chose Giver of Runes.
Yeah,
Which he can play this turn. And it's not like the Texas deck plays any rats. It's going to. Yeah. Either Vial. Not going to help too much.
You're a little late, Ether Vial. You're a little late. We kind of only want you on turn 1.
Yeah, it's not going to do much here.
No. We're watching my Epic
it
Games
kind of feels
account.
bad. I kind of feel bad for Gozmit because we saw all that gas on the top just go to the bottom, and then he has a 2 mana Aether Vial on turn whatever it is.
To be fair, he didn't actually see all that gas on the top. I think that those cards are not revealed to him. They're only revealed to
No,
him.
No. They aren't. But
it's just
as a
suffering
as a-
for him.
yeah. Okay. We are.
The players are asking if what to do if time runs low and yeah, let's just start a new game. If that happens, I think that just makes more sense. We just want to showcase as much magic as possible for the finals. Don't want to.
Yep.
You know, this is nice. And now when I want to talk to the player, I just unmute myself in the other calls they have for the coverage accounts, and then they just hear me. It's awesome.
Wow.
I did not figure out how to do
Technology.
this up until now.
This
And this
night-
turn, the remainder of Bailite's hand coming. Vengevine and the Knight of the Reliquary. Further adding to his board, almost solidifying his victory. Not sure what Gozmit could draw here.
So looking at Bailite's land base
Yeah,
here, we do
yeah.
not see any combos or anything, just sort of value, good stuff lands. Like Treetop Village is an attacker, Nintinko Monastery as well, Peat Land for card draw.
Monastery.
Mhm. Ooh, we got some more hands here.
Yeah, so that's game 2 going to Bailite. The strong draw on the play. Now on the draw with a solid hand has an Elvish Mystic for
Yeah, it's kind of awkward that I think him is very good early in this matchup. And the Elvish Mystic, unless Bailite draws something, is not actually ramping into anything. So I wouldn't be
That's
surprised if
fair.
they didn't lead with the Mystic.
I mean, but what's the other option, right? You still play the Mystic on turn 1.
Well,
and
you
then...
can go Marsh Flats and Bayou and then play the Mystic.
Yeah, you go Marsh Flats, Bayou,
And then still
Mystic,
have him on turn 2.
and then you go Flooded Strand, Scrabble, and him to turn.
Yeah. That seems like the... Yeah, on the other side, Gozmit has 4 lands and some 2-drops. This Walking Ballista isn't necessarily a 2-drop. It's not the best on 2, although it does kill the Elvish Mystic. It's an option
Yeah,
he had here. And there's
Yep.
an Urborg.
he'll do a
Black.
good impression.
Fun
Chooses
fact-
to play Imposing Sovereign instead to
Imposing Sovereign has been
delay.
errated to be a noble, now that noble is a creature type.
Human Noble.
Some are born to rule, the rest are born before them. Born to bow before them.
Yeah. First, all of the people that are not born to rule are born, and then the people that are born to rule are born. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Exactly. Here we see an attack from the Elvish Mystic, which goes along with what you mentioned last turn, that he isn't really ramping into anything. He doesn't quite care about the extra mana from this Elvish Mystic.
That's a give it up
Rather
once
opting to
in the
give in
land.
free 1 point of damage.
Yeah.
And trading with Opposing Sovereign is completely fine because it's on Gozmit to produce enough creatures to kill Bailite.
Smoking Ballista against the mono 1/1 hand that Gozmit has seems pretty decent.
Yeah. Seems fine. See an Eldamri's Call here.
Yeah, can put in his hand
You
something.
can go
like
get
this
something
for his
that isn't a 1/1.
Yeah. We have Siege Rhino mana already in Bailite's hand, so... In fact, already on the
Indeed.
battlefield. We can Siege Rhino right now.
Yep.
I do slightly dislike this play of playing your land before you play the Satyr. Like, that just seems incorrect, but where it's a little, it's not...
Yeah, so it's a small
It's
thing
not
here.
that
If he
big of a
finds
deal.
a comparable fetch land to Flooded Strand, then he could play that instead and then concede 1 card in his hand. Looks like he finds Caracas instead. Here the Flutterstrand is probably going to get a... Okay, it's basic land. Doesn't need to get a duel
Dumps,
because it already taps for black thanks to...
Dumps says Sophie in the
So-
graveyard. Wow. Bailite plays Sophie.
Oh, that is a
Interesting.
nice mill.
Yeah. It is
And
the only
Wayfinder-
sword in the deck. Well, other than
Wayfinder
Swords and
putting
Plowshares.
3 cards into the graveyard gets
Yeah.
him a lot closer to this Nantuka Monastery,
Yeah.
which as a 4/4 first strike is good at holding the ground against attacks.
Yeah, Fauna Shaman is one that's also good to know because Bailite has a bunch of ways to get like this Vin's Reclamation in his hand. To pick back cards back from the graveyard. Although that also picks up the Sophie, actually. So, you know. I'm mostly surprised that Sophie is in Bailite's deck. That's not a card that I traditionally associate with mid-range strategies, especially one that are trying to go as low as Bailite's is.
It might also be a concession to some of the red decks in the format. Just having a card that not only attacks through them quite well, but also and blocks, but also kills.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of slow against stuff like mono red.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
against
you
red decks
know
that
that
are slower,
you know
like
going in that
Loman
there's probably
mentioned,
gonna be at least
blue-red.
one Blue Moon deck, so that's
Yeah.
good against that.
I do
That
know that
makes sense, and also its value. Who
Mm.
can pass up good clean value?
the way Baylite's deck is built, it does drag out red matches. So a card like Sword is actually very good at helping with that, because the rest of his deck is built to slow, and then the actual Sword puts the finishing blow in.
Every time that an Eladamri's call is put on the stack, we have to do the obligatory. Wait, how far away is he from casting Emrakul check?
Is
he-
Emrakul castable?
Currently, he has 9 mana towards, or next turn he's
Like-
gonna have 9 mana towards Emrakul, so he's still a decent amount.
Yeah,
far
with the
away.
land drop.
But this list is actually not playing Emrakul.
Oh,
I-
Emrakul is gone.
I do not believe you.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good
Guess
pickup.
the expectation of larger number of aggro decks.
Mhm.
Alright, so I choose the Siege Rhino, which is going to stabilize his life total and become the largest creature on the board.
As it usually does when Sigurano shows up.
Yep, that's what Siege Rhino do. It is going on to tapped, thanks to the Imposing Sovereign, which will give these 2/1s last shot. Gozmit does have the ability to play the Ballista, shoot down State or Wayfinder, which would allow him to transform Kithian if not for this Karakas.
Yeah, the Karakas is probably going to prevent the Kithian from being. But it's also important to note that he still can cast the Fatal Push.
Yeah,
That is
because
in
of
his hand.
Urberg.
Oh yeah, that's right. Berg. Awesome to push anything. Push is definitely going to target Selfless Spirit, because if it targeted anything else, Spirit would be gone.
I think you
Instead.
actually wait to see how the attacks go, because that Karakas bounce is probably going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to target the Spirit, but it's not necessarily going to cast it this turn.
Yeah. I mean, if you think that there are targets that are more high value than the Spirit, there might be value in letting your opponent make a, like, basically saying, I'm gonna target something else and I realize that it's gonna heal the Spirit if you want it to heal the Spirit. But if we both agree that there is another target that, like, if I think that there is a target that is more high value than the Spirit and you think that the target is less high value than the Spirit, then the Bugash can kill that target, and one of us is going to be wrong. But I can check if you're wrong on that.
That's a good point.
I do like the Baylite's play of not actually killing anything on his turn with the push. Like, he could have just finished off Gideon, but this way it actually forces the turn of Gozmit trying to get in the damage before the Rhino untaps, which is a little bit more of a swingy play than Gozmit actually wants in this
Yeah.
situation.
We see Gozmit feverishly
If there wasn't a
checking.
Selfless Spirit, you could just allow the Kithian to, and it could plus up to 5, but then the Siege Rhino puts the Eldritch Mist to kill it.
Well, one of Kithian's pluses, I believe, untaps.
Oh yeah, the idea was that after you untap it, but not
Yeah.
you could untap something that wasn't this. So yeah, so you see the push on the Spirit. Kithian's still going to flip and probably untap the Samurai. Larger of the two.
I don't know if I agree with this, but
well, you're gonna have to push it eventually, and it takes 2 less damage here. I guess bouncing the Kithian with Caracas was the other option. But then he gets to replay it in main 2. It's hard to say.
I mean, he can kill it. He can kill it this turn if he wants to.
Oh, let's see.
I think you're forced into ticking up on the Samurai, just the +1.
Yeah, I mean, he can still kill the Gideon this turn by Sevin's Reclamation in the Sophie and then equipping. And that also gets to kill the Samurai.
+2s on the Siege Rhino. I guess that attack Gideon, unless he brings back his sword. Liliana is great here. It will be able to kill opposing Sovereign. And obviously recur Siege Rhino if it dies.
I think I really like the Sevin Reclamation play for this turn, though. It gets you... because you get to heal the Gideon and also the Samurai, or the Imposing Sovereign, whichever one you think is more threatening. And that's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
It's also kind of sad on Gozmit's side that the Samurai of the Pale Curtain has been actually making his Hallowed Spirit Keeper worse with all of his threats getting exiled.
You can also go cast Liliana, play Nantuko Monastery, and just have another 4/4.
Yeah, have another 4/4.
Yeah, you can choose between.
Oh yeah, I guess that the
if he needs the 4/4. Okay, so technically, obviously makes more sense because it kills the Planeswalker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have killed the Planeswalker still with the Sophie play.
So we don't quite have Monastery yet. Solid man land, but Liliana's take over the game. And even exiled thanks to Samurai. Doesn't get more valuable. Look at that, the Gideon Blackblade picked up from Gozmit here.
Okay, I'm going to be right back. So the card viewer is not going to update for a bit. I'm going to let the two of you engage in commentary while I'm gone.
All right. Yeah, and unfortunately, that is a legendary creature on Gozmit's turn. It's not going to do much into the Caucus.
I think you play it and then just give it Vigilance attack, Lily.
Plus on the Samurai. I guess that's what he's choosing. It seems just developing board with Spear Keeper better.
Yeah, I don't know if they see the Caracas.
But either way,
indestructible.
Vigilance. Interesting.
That's interesting.
All right. Bailite's almost at 8 mana, which is amount he needs to cast Savines and then flash it back and get super value, or he can just cast it this turn and flash it back next turn.
Probably going to get
And here we see the sword coming out, and that's going to finish off the samurai and draw him a bunch of cards, leading to victory for Bailite 2-1. Gozmit. Amazon pulling it out. Superior value and fatter creatures.
Well, I'm going to actually take a look in the freeform here and see if the other game is going. It seems like the other game has also wrapped up.
Yeah, it looks like in match reporting channel, Arakasi got it in 2 games over Brahms. So that's his signature blue-black tempo deck.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the semifinals.
So I am going to be playing here shortly, and so are you. How do you feel about your match coming up?
I haven't played this matchup ever, so I don't really know what to expect. I chose Death and Taxes. Feel like has the best shot at winning, so obviously with that in account.
Yeah, that worked for you. That worked for you last season, right? As a
worked
reminder,
last time,
Einstein
yeah.
here is our current reigning champion. He won season 5, so you know.
Well, I'm gonna go take a short break before my round.
Yeah, I'm
good luck.
gonna let the 2 of you go, and in the meantime, I am going to introduce the next commentary team and see and see where the next round is going. Thanks for doing this, guys. I really appreciate it. And with that, going into the next round, we're gonna do a quick swap for our commentary team. We're gonna have our usual great Uber commentator Loman joining us back into the booth. Hi, Loman. How goes?
Hey, what's going on, man? And what's going on, folks who are watching? Good to see we had some viewership numbers today. And yeah, just watching some good Magic. A lot of white decks, looks like, in the top 8 here. So
yeah,
that's cool.
A lot of people decided to show up with Death and Taxes, which...
I think it's a good choice. It's probably the best small metagame deck, I would say, in general. If you're looking to only play, 8 different players, you can definitely tune it for that. And but that said, there's definitely some movement in the first couple rounds that I think is really relevant to how the tournament is going to end up going. Bailite getting through Blue Red Moon is really big, because I think that's likely the most difficult matchup amongst the decks that they're likely to see today, which I think puts them in a very good spot right now, despite being in one of the lower seeds and having to play more games of Magic, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's still definitely we still have more people coming up that are we still have more matches coming up, and we still have people like we see Wolfgang and Einstein, right, that are going into with Apple buys, which are going to help. But definitely the one match that I am very much afraid of if I'm in Bailite seed is the Blue Red Moon deck, and he seems to have managed to triumph that. He might have to face that again in the finals. They
got through it. I think in general, Blue Red Moon's going to have more difficulty against the white based aggressive decks.
Oh yeah. It's not as bad of a matchup as the red based aggressive.
It's red deck wins.
Yeah.
It's still that's horrible.
Not amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not horrible though. Gozmit, I was tracking. My statement was more so that you, given the known information on board, I think you play out the Spirit Keeper over Gideon, and then just look to trade the 2/2 on board.
My line of thought was I was so far behind that.
Oh, you were dead. You were really dead. You were really dead. It's like crossing T's and dotting I's, right? I mean, it's you were dead.
Wing, I'd jump and just exactly keep getting.
No, the Caracas fatal push into Liliana, they had a pretty strong
Oh,
opener.
yeah, that's correct, man. Like, oh, that was not nice.
Yeah, the Lily, I was like, well, that's good
like,
games.
Oh,
Yep.
I like the design as well. Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if I like the first game and second game how I played that. I'm not sure I love the mulligan on the first game. Probably should have mulligan.
Yeah, the third game was definitely a fence mulligan. Blahguy was actually asking about it in chat, and I was like, well, it's one of those matchups where it's already the hardest matchup that Gozmit is likely to face in the event, and it's very resource intensive. So this is a hand that I think you do keep, but I think it's on your 50th percentile. It's right in it's in the greasy middle of that bell curve.
It's it had
because
things to do, but it was just awkward curve and everything.
It's a keepable 6-card hand, though, right? Is it a keepable 6-card hand? Is I think the question you ask yourself in that matchup, and I think it is. So it's all right, I probably got to keep it. And it's not like you have specific hate against their deck. It's your specific hate's sort of Light and Shadow and Savine's Reclamation, or whatever. So just tough matchup. You got to rely on the flyers and the early pressure and get ahead, stay ahead, right? And it's definitely a deck that will bait you from getting ahead, staying ahead. You have to worry about overextension, all that. So it's a tough matchup. But I'm curious to see what we got next. Who are we going to be watching next, Red Mage?
We have all of our players are going to be playing for this upcoming round. We are going to have another commentator, Zannty, joining us momentarily.
Okay.
We are gonna have Wolfgangcloud versus Bailite and Einstein versus Arakasi in the winner semis, and Evios versus Brahms and Blahguy versus Gozmit in the first round of the losers bracket. We're gonna be watching Einstein versus Arakasi, which is Death and Taxes versus Blue Black. I think that's gonna be an interesting matchup. And as I mentioned, our commentators for this round are going to be Loman, who has joined us throughout the season, and Zannty is going to join us for this round. Hi, Zannty. How goes?
Hello. I'm here.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, Zannty? Good to see you again, homie.
Nice to be here.
I guess not see you, technically. I mean, unless you want to send me a picture,
It hasn't been seen yet. Okay, so I am going to let the player. We're setting things up right now. I'm gonna let the players know that they should create their match at some point, just so that. If the players can create the match, then I will be able to actually join in with the Hoverage account and start setting things up correctly, and that would be awesome. Thank you very much.
So I think to talk this upcoming matchup, while we wait for our players to get set up, I think the matchup is interesting, and I think a lot of the key decisions are really going to come down to Arakasi side, from the standpoint that their deck in general is not going to be exceedingly well suited via density to beat Death and Taxes, because it is essentially a mid-range tempo style list. But they do have several very relevant cards they're going to want to have access to in order to allow some of the pressure-based systems they have in there to work. And I think important cards in the matchup are going to be cards like Toxic Deluge, Liliana the Last Hope, are going to be pretty relevant in order to win this one. Because Death and Taxes, well, it is like a techie kind of meta deck that's very effective at taking out specific decks, is at the end of the day also just a decent aggressive shell that can present a lot of pressure, which typically speaking, tempo-style shells that are looking to do a Protect the Queen strategy can struggle with. So I think that'll be kind of the crux of these games, is how do you get many for one answers at cheap rate against a horizontally grown board state.
Yeah.
So we shall see. I definitely think it's winnable, but I think it is a challenging matchup for Blue Black. Not as bad as Red Deck wins, though. I'll say that.
No, as someone who's played tempo, Red Deck wins is terrible.
It's the worst. It's the worst. It's utterly the worst matchup you can possibly pull, I think. That's just the one where you're like, well, okay, on to round two. Let's handshake this one. Yeah, it's a hard one. It's winnable, but I mean, like, you got to have, like, turn 1 Delver with a pitch counter, into another counter spell, into a turn 3 Mana Gorge, or into an Ancestral Recall. You have some pretty ridiculous.
It's winnable insofar as like every match is technically winnable, but like boy.
Yeah, it's a high
your
bar.
opponent draws their 18th land, that's helpful as well. But
Yeah. I had a good one yesterday. I definitely on Moto I drew 11 lands in the top 13. That was impressive, and it wasn't like it was a hugely landed deck. I was pretty impressed. I was like, you lose these, but that's pretty impressive.
I've been doing a lot of drafts on Arena lately, and there was one draft I did, and Marco was there, and we drew all 17 of our lands in the top 25 cards of our library.
That's impressive too. That's very impressive. It's my deck's really thin right now. It's rich. It's ready to go.
We won that game.
Well, that's the thing too. Like sometimes that can happen when a game. Actually, I played a really sweet game against Evios where something like that happened. They basically had the really good half of their deck in the top half or the top quarter, but not they weren't mana rich. And I did something similar, drew 20 goddamn lands or something, double the mana base, and then ended up winning it because I got to the back half of my deck and drew the good part of it. I was like, all right, good. It was a blue moon mirror, so it's one of those games that I think I was down to 30 some odd cards just by natural draws.
And with that said,
it was a really
I think
cool
we
game.
are good to go. We should have hands on the screen. Well, we don't have hands yet, but we're ready to have hands on the screen, and we are ready to watch some powerful Magic. So let's get this match started.
So as far as what Einstein's looking for, I mean, Thalio would be nice. It's kind of icing, though. They just kind of want to keep a decent aggressive curve against this deck. Not look to go all in on one big threat, but keep nice, steady pressure on them. Arakasi's hand is somewhat appealing. They're on the play, which makes it far more so.
Lily of the Veil on the play is quite good.
Yeah, exactly. And a mana drain with that is kind of nice. You could possibly even look to try to set up a turn 3 Liliana plus Collective Brutality to kill an early threat, get their second threat, and then attack their hand. Not a bad hand at all.
Mox makes Einstein's hand so much better.
Oh, do they just draw the Mox off the top? That is quite significant.
Oh, wow.
I don't think it really fundamentally alters how they play the first couple turns of the game.
It lets them play this Eldrazi's Exploration next turn instead of doing nothing next turn.
Einstein broke the bank for this box, actually. That art for the Magic Online Moxen is quite hard to acquire with the old frame. It's non-trivial to actually get your hands on one of them.
A note in the game, not leaving Drain up here, I think, is going to be costly. I don't know that it was per se right to leave up Drain, but it's going to be costly here. My guess would be
liked Collected Brutality here before your.
What I actually kind of like doing here is leaving up the Drain and then looking to set up a turn 3 Liliana of the Veil plus Collective Brutality to kill off their first threat and or their second threat, eat their other threat, and then attack their hand to get the Council's Judgment, the 1 to 2 pieces of removal they possibly have in their hand because they played probably 6 to 7 pieces of removal. That are kind of relevant, or maybe there's Savine's Wreck or whatever, if they're running that. Bob is a card engine, so I mean, it is a card that can slowly, kind of take over the game, but I think relatively soon we're going to see a Bob block. But maybe not. Maybe not. There are cards that can change that very fast. The Gideon is a pretty massive threat, though.
Yeah, I don't see Arakasi holding up Mana Drain with his current hand, although maybe with Brainstorm he does.
Oh, now you can't. No, now you got to play into it.
True Name.
Yeah, now you got to play into it. True Name, that's a good one to hit. Although the problem with True Name is that it can't hold things back forever. A card like Gideon is going to be problematic.
There is also this Council Judgment, which I just see Einstein casting next turn from his hand.
Yeah, they're going to, but I think you still play into it. I mean, it's the one card in their deck that deals the True Name pretty cleanly outside of Sword of Fire and Ice. Or Flyers, but right now we don't see any Flyers. We don't see a Sword of Fire and Ice. And Sword of Fire and Ice is not likely to come down next turn, but D&T is a deck that plays Soul Mana. It plays Mana Crypts, plays Ancient Tombs, plays City of Traders, all that. So that's a thing that could just rando happen next turn. It's also one of those decks where you don't always just jam your Mana Crypt turn one.
Looks like we're going to see Brutality into a Brainstorm here. And not just slamming this True Name, which is really good for Arakasi here.
Yeah, it's going to work out well for them. The issue is, like, they probably want to... I think I like brainstorming before tapping my mana, because there is a chance you see that Gideon...
The reason he tapped that way, I think, was to not take the 1 damage from the Underground River.
Yeah, I just don't think of D&T as being so aggressive that you need to worry that much about 1 life. Personally, but sure, they play this deck a ton, so they know what they need to worry about. But that Gideon is, it's not one you really want to see. I mean, yes, the True Name can deal with it, but the True Name is kind of also holding back the beats. The good news is, you're drawing 2 lands, so the Bob's not going to do any damage to you, and you're going to get the cards back. You just put on top with Brainstorm, sans a shuffle. Yeah, just going to slam this thing. Which makes great sense.
I don't think we'll see a True Name this turn, although I would hold up Mana Drain here. But looks like
I don't think you don't have the ability to hold up Drain anymore. Like, you're just getting beat on board so bad. I think you do need to develop the Delver and the True Name, and I think you need to hope that you get lucky on the Delver and flip it so you can kill the Gideon off in 1 fell swoop.
I liked playing Delver and Cling to Dust here, and then holding up Mana Drain.
Cling to Dust to do what specifically?
Just gain 3 life or draw a card, whatever you...
Yeah, but you assume you're taking 5 damage at that point, though, right? Because the Gideon just fires up, and then, like, what are you doing? Blocking? All right, so, like, you're taking 5 to gain 3 doesn't seem like really that great to me. I guess you can draw a card off of it, but I think you just need to basically say, hey, your Gideon's dead. That was a really solid draw on their part, though, although... What they don't know is that if they want it to resolve, they're going to have to do it now because it can just get drained on the other turn. So if, like, the Delver, they could wait on it, and if the Delver flips, then they could look to Unexpectedly Absent. They're just going to develop threats. That seems sensible. Yeah,
I just still holding up Unexpectedly Absent in case the Delver flips.
Yeah,
It's not going to work out.
I think there's a very credible argument to just do it right now. Like, that way you get another activation to Gideon, which is kind of nice. You know that this True Name is going to... It's going to be desirable to turn this True Name sideways.
This Brazen Borrow is actually really good because you can now bounce the Gideon and then Mana Drain it.
You can do that for sure.
Or you can kill the Gideon with your attack and then Brazen Borrow with a token.
Yeah. You could. I think honestly I would say Brazen Borrower and just crank this thing out. You're going to take a pretty sizable beating here, but I think you're fine with that. The awkward part is going to be the drain mana is going to be on your second main, which I don't really know that they're probably just playing drain because it makes sense points wise. To have an extra 2 mana counterspell. Drain's kind of one of those pointed cards that is awkward in that way, in that there's very few decks that really have either the flexibility of points to run it and the synergies where, like, you want big mana, like playing Karns or Ugins or something. More often than not, it just tends to be played in, like, a deck that has an extra point, like Blue Moon or something like that.
Yeah, just another 2 mana counterspell is usually fine.
Yeah. Although another play they could make here is bounce the Gideon and then hymn them. That's an option. And it looks like it's what they're going to go for.
That is the play that makes you feel the smartest. I'm not sure if it's the best way of dealing with this Gideon. But
I honestly don't mind it. Okay, so they're bouncing this card, which actually I think is much more sensible because you can get rid of basically 2 cards this way. You can get rid of the Gideon. You're going to block with your Bob this upcoming turn, probably gain life off of the Cling to Dust. Possibly. Well, you're going to mana drain. You're going to mana drain this this Unexpectedly Absent more than likely, but they're going to go for it. They're going to get punished by Unexpectedly Absent here. What are you going to do?
There is the argument that it is just correct to wait until after combat, after you know the Gideon's dead.
I do agree with that. I agree with that. That is probably a better sequence.
But F6 value.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, like, they knew their hand within one card. So that was the only card they didn't know. And again, like Death and Tax is not a deck that like they do have some flash critters, but like as far as removal goes, it's a pretty low removal count deck. Generally.
I think you do still have to attack here. Attack with just Bob.
Yeah. Just Bob, yeah. Okay. They're looking to see if it gets through, because they can do the same thing next turn, and this actually blanks out more damage, leaving the True Name back, because they have the 3/1 in the exile, so they can cast right down the Brazen Borrower. So they trade off with the Bobby. Mox Diamond. Yep.
Not a real magic, huh?
Yeah, not at this very moment. No. Mox Diamond.
Well, once you have already 4 lands and the Mox on the field, probably will remain not a real magic card going forward, I expect.
Yeah.
This is a bad block. Because they can just prevent 2 of the damage.
I don't mind this block, actually, because the Gideon can be blocked again next turn. I mean, oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're talking about the stupid the Ajano Castle. Yeah, no, because of the castle, you block the other. I would block the other 2/2. I think blocking one of the 2/2s and taking the damage off Gideon is not per se bad.
No, yeah, I agree. You should block the 2/2, kill the 2/2, but this doesn't kill the 2/2, which is just 3 extra damage that you're taking then.
But you got this Cling. You know, you'd probably rather use it for cards than you would life, but you can gain life with Cling, which is kind of a nice little bonus on it. And now you're sitting kind of pretty because the Cling is unknown information to the Taxis player, to Einstein. And you have access to an additional 3/1 that can focus down this Gideon on the following turn. You have 3 life on tap, and you have a drain if it all goes to hell and they draw something that's like really good. Well, they didn't draw something that was really good. No. I guess they drew a card that allows their Mox Diamond to see play.
I still just wouldn't play this Mox Diamond, though. I'd just play the land over it. Although maybe you play Armageddon, so you want...
there's credibility to playing it because of Geddon. And blue can bounce it, but you're not really going to blow it up all that often. So yeah, as I say, it's a force block on that card. You block, the other 2/2 now.
You get to play the Brazen Borrower, Cling something, kill the Gideon, and then you just have this 2/2 to deal with.
Yeah. Yep. And of note, you go to 4 off Clinging something, so you don't need to leave a blocker back per se.
And you get to hold up Mana Drain for whatever they do next turn.
So the best draw in their deck, I don't know if they're running Savine's Reclamation. I know I put it into the list Gozmit's playing because I specifically for like the Abzan and the Blue Moon matchups. That's a card that, could grind through this stuff, possibly, but it would at least eat up a bunch of counter spells. Although against Cling to Dust, it's a little bit worse, obviously. Alrighty, well, get the untap. Mental Misstep, honestly, not the worst in this matchup. Like, it definitely has utility. Can do some things and some stuff.
Not a great draw now, but...
Well, the D&T player's top decking, so, I mean, like, if they draw any 1-drop, they're probably going to play it.
Yeah, like...
Right?
This is not a spell pierce, right? Where, like, if your opponent has 5 mana, you're like, oh, this is gonna have a hard time countering something later on. This is, like, no matter when your opponent draws a 1-drop, this counters it.
But you already have a counterspell, and this mental...
There are 100% way better draws in the deck. I 100% agree with that. There are way better draws in the deck, for sure. But it's not, like... It's probably not the worst draw in the deck.
It's probably better than a land drop.
Yeah. Yeah, if it was a land, it'd just stay in hand for, I guess Brainstorm's already used with Jace the Mind Sculptor, probably. Unless it was a fetch. You probably play a fetch here just in case you had another island so you can get access to Mystic Sanctuary. It's not a bad draw.
Like the Mana Drain here? You get to keep your Cling to Dust around?
Yeah. Yep, no, you want your Cling. That's going to provide you cards and or life, which is pretty good. We know they didn't do anything the last 2 turns. They didn't flash in a creature end step, so they either have like a removal spell they want to save, or they're sitting on nothing, which is what they're on. All right. Well, Chromox may be the worst draw.
Possibly
That is
worse
worse than
than
a
Box
land.
Diamond.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could play it out and put your mental list on that. That's going to happen. But you definitely cling right now just to see if you can find something better. Pardon me, guys.
Cling is 4 mana. Yes, it's.
Yeah, it's 4 mana spell. Exile 4 or 5 cards out of the bin. So to get 1. And my guess is here you actually go for cards, not life.
I would go for cards because you're not under any pressure here, and you can block this 3/1 indefinitely.
And you also know that the Council's Judgment's out of deck as well, right?
And drawing the field is actually not a bad draw because you get to kill this castle and actually kill this 2/2 now.
Yeah. Additionally, it also gets you 1 island closer to top decking a fetch land that can turn on Mystic Sanctuary, which is relevant in as much as that it finds, either finds mana drain. Realistically, is what it does.
Or could also find brainstorm if the situation's correct.
Yeah, but after like double shuffle, your chances of drawing a shuffle effect are a little lower. All right, they're gonna make the mana here, so their block is good. And they're gonna cast their Celestial Crusader out. All right, they blow up that land. Cool, makes sense. Everyone's blowing up everyone's lands. Huh. There was a case to wait on it just in case they have a double blue spell here.
Arakasi got a swamp, so he's still island away.
Yeah, I think I go for an island there personally, but I mean, they know their deck. They may need quadruple black. I don't know. Probably not, but
Phyrexian Obliterator.
Yeah, when you need the Obliterator. Actually, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Actually, I have quintuple black right now if they want it.
This Fairy Vandal's actually really good. I would play this Fairy Vandal now and then clean to dust immediately.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably just leave mana drain in your graveyard.
Yeah. They may EOT it. Although that's not one you want to see. That's not one you want to see. That one can actually win the game if it gets the Sword of Fire and Ice. They could emergency cling.
That's not enough though, because they have enough to equip. Then they're attacking as a 4/4 and shocking.
No. You're looking at the next turn. Next turn. So you get the Sword of Fire and Ice. You don't play around discard, but if they have it, they have it.
You play around counters and you don't cast it.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't per se know they don't have a counter. I mean, it could be like a mana leak or a miscalc, right? Mm-hmm. Which, if you're gonna play it, I mean, if you're gonna play the Sword of Fire and Ice, which I assume is what you're getting, I don't think you're getting Skull Clamp here. Yeah, you definitely play your land out here if you're gonna jam it. Yep. Okay. So they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go for lethal. Dead. Yep. So you definitely cling right now and try to find something. See if you can do something about it. I mean, a black removal. Oh, why this? Why now? I guess you can gain life.
The Fairy Vandal now.
But gaining life doesn't do anything.
You don't. You're still dead. You're dead.
Yeah. You're taking 6.
So
yeah. You can't gain enough.
So your outs are now Force of Will and Force of Negation.
Days keeps you out of it in it too because you can't equip after you pay for it.
That does not do it.
Did you mean
what did they draw?
Ancestral Vision?
No, that card does utterly nothing. It goes underneath the Chrome box. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Game felt pretty, unlosable from Arakasi's side, but there are a couple cards that just if you don't have it, or if you draw your Chrome box, in the mid game, you can just run out. That's one of the arguments that I've always had with Arakasi is that Ancestral Recall is the way to go in these blue-black decks because it's always more of a matter of resources as opposed to mana in the early game, in my opinion.
They're on a Mox and spread, right?
They are, yeah. They're on a double Mox. I mean, we saw the Drain and double Mox, and I think they probably have some Delve cards.
They have
True Name too. True Name, yeah. So it's 6, 8. My guess would be
Mystical
TC.
Tutor?
Oh, Mystical's their last one? Okay, so it's Mystical.
I
Okay.
don't know. I'm just guessing.
My guess would be Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time, Mana Drain, True Name Nemesis, Mox Mox. Is there
Makes
split?
sense.
Let's find out.
But I don't know. I maybe could check it real fast. Yeah.
I would see Treasure Cruise being replaced by Merchant Scroll, but I think I like Treasure Cruise more. Merchant Scroll is more of a it's more of a like a dirtlier control layer.
Merchant
I'm
Scroll
not
is a
fan of
recall
Einstein
card.
fan. He doesn't do anything until turn 3.
Yeah, it's Treasure Cruise Dig are the other 2 points. So, which makes sense. It seems sensible. Yeah, their hands not phenomenal, but this one's significantly better. But
Much
still
better
not great. But
you really
Mox
only
Diamond
have
again
2
being
lands
awkward.
in hand.
Yeah, exactly. But you're on the draw. So I mean, like your common denominator draw is a land. So I mean, I could see keeping this. I think it's a better 6 than a 5 will be. Yeah.
They put out Elspeth, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good one to throw out.
They're on Treasure Cruise Dig Through Time. That's their last 2 points.
A turbo Ashiok's an interesting one. Not one I'm a massive fan of, but it is a powerful card. Well, putting a 4-mana Planeswalker on the bottom and then drawing another one is not really the thing you want. I don't know what y'all think, but I'm not really a big fan of playing the Mutavault down here.
I would have rather played the Plains. I know why Einstein did it, but I kind of like just having your mana set up and letting any land be a live draw. Now you have 8 or so colorless lands that don't let you cast these Plains.
Well, that and it also if you get wastelanded, it's pretty detrimental right here.
Fun fact that Containment Priest actually stops Ashiok from putting creatures onto the battlefield.
It does, but I think Containment Priest is going the way of the bin right now.
Yeah, that was another. It was not casting this instant speed I didn't like, because even if they counter it on their turn, you still have the chance of just having a 3-mana play up.
Like a walker on the next turn.
This game is not looking great from Einstein.
Hey, look, like last game, they weren't looking like they were in a great spot either. Like, Death and Taxes is a very powerful deck, right? So, I mean, it's like, I think here you just end up slamming the Ashiok. Like, the chances of them doing nothing and not having a removal or a relevant card to play is pretty low. I don't put them, me personally playing from Arakasi side, I don't put them on, 2 Planeswalkers and 2 3-drops. As we know, that's what they're on. I figure they're on cards like this, like removal. So they're going to fire this thing up and get in there, I assume, at the Ashiok.
Yep.
And then we're probably just going to see either Demon or the Thief get played this next turn, unless they draw a land, in which case they will likely leave up the Cryptic Command. They could even be like really rude and bounce the Mox right now, which is pretty aggressive, but, could do it.
The opponent's missing their land drops.
Yeah, they have no.
Well, what I like doing better is countering their next spell and then bouncing their Mox Diamond personally, and they just continue to take with this Ashiok. Ashiok in general, is not a card that has impressed me in this format, but in this board position, it is pretty great, right? Like it's just kind of sitting here uncontested, and it's like great. What are you going to do about it?
I mean, if you know that your opponent has a bunch of cheap creatures in their deck, the card can actually do work. It's not great against opponents that are not if you're playing against Blue Moon, I'm like, this Ashiok doesn't count anything.
So real quick, this is where I think playing the Thief is actually a little greedy here because you already have essentially a threat on board. Like if you leave up the Cryptic Command, you counter this Gideon that I assume is going to get played, and then bounce the Chrome Mox and basically put them back to square one again. Is a line that I tend to like a little bit better. I think it's a higher tempo play because you already have your threat and you're ahead. So I don't know. I mean, you're still probably fine, but
the problem with that though is the threat on board is getting answered each turn with the Mutavault, but I guess you can eventually take down Ashiok.
Well, I mean, the threats are whatever they have in their deck, right? So I mean, the Ashiok's getting hit, but I mean, you just put a 2/1 first striker into play and the Mutavault's blanked. And it's a forced line that ties up their mana, so it's essentially a double Rashadan pour, right? So it's that's a huge tempo boost, in my opinion.
Oh, speaking of 2/1 first strikes.
Yep.
Is the Tombstalker castable for 2 mana yet?
No. At this moment, it is castable for 3. It could have been
Oh.
cast last turn though, which is actually the card I think I would have in general looked to play over the Thief of Sanity. Thief of Sanity is definitely a higher value card. It's not really one that like I've tended to find is like among cards that I find the most playable in the format. It's a card that definitely is a get ahead, stay ahead, kind of protect the queen card, but it doesn't clock fast and it does not template well against removal in the format. Is the biggest issue I tend to have with it.
Oh, I guess he can sacrifice the Ranger Captain of Eos
On upkeep?
to its ability.
Yeah. The best draw for Einstein at this very moment is just land, play Gideon, ally of Zendikar, and they're in a pretty good spot at that point.
Well, I guess the Ranger Captain is going to find him a one drop. I was thinking he would have sacrificed the Ranger Captain to his ability just to put it in. Oh, but then it doesn't go to his beam. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Please go on.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're an idiot, no, but yeah, I don't think there's not a huge argument to, I think, sack the Ranger Captain here. I mean, like, what are you playing around Armageddon?
No.
Yeah.
No. I just wanted to put a card in the beam to play this Tombstalker, but then it doesn't go into your beam. It goes into the opponent.
Oh, gotcha.
So.
I gotcha, yeah. You can find Hapless Researcher. Not in deck. Sage Owl.
a Pharaoh Alchemist.
Yeah, there you go. There's a couple cards that would do it there. I guess you could do Mire Triton. That may be in the deck, actually. That may be a real card that's in the deck.
Yeah, actually.
This card here is dangerous because they do have the mana to actually like flicker these creatures and put them back on their side.
Yeah. What's in the retail? I
don't think it's long for this world, but I mean, we'll see. No, when it flips, what did they find? Okay. All right.
That's hitting soft in their hand. Although I don't know if I'd be casting this Inquisition here because your opponent had 2 mana and didn't cast anything. But
no, I would send all the 3-drop or the 3-power things. Correction, the 4-power Delver and the 2 3-power things at the Gideon. And I would send the Thief at face personally. And see what they do. I mean, I guess your other option is just to bounce draw. You definitely bounce the Eldrazi Displacer because you don't want to have to deal with that thing.
Yeah, sadly you can't also IOK. Otherwise,
yeah, if you draw land, you could. Well, that's not the land you want to draw to IOK right now, but it is the land you drew nonetheless. This is still 6 to face and permanent base threat off the board.
Do they have a removal spell?
Does he just attack their face here? I think he just attacked their face here.
No.
These are dead to your flyer concern, right?
No, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, you don't know. I mean, like, I guess at this point, yeah, technically you could. You could. Because you don't. If I didn't know their deck, I wouldn't, because, like, Cataclysm is a card that could just rando happen. Like, and would not be, like, it'd actually be, I guess it wouldn't be good for them because it kills the Planeswalkers. But, I don't know. I think I like getting permanent off the board.
Yeah.
That's a good one to hit. Yeah, it's just awkward. Yeah, okay. They pack it in. I was saying it's just awkward at this point. Like, you can only one spell each turn, so it's like, what are you gonna do? I guess technically you could Smuggler's Copter plus blow up a creature, but you know, their mana developed. They had a lot of pressure on board, and their top deck was pretty live for any sort of interaction with the stack. So tough beats, but on to game 3. All right, we got a Get in hand. I actually quite like both players' hands.
I like Arakasi's hands. I don't see Einstein's yet, other than a Mutavault.
It's a Geddon, Rishadenport, land, 1-drop. Not a lot of mid cards, like 2-drops, and I believe a Restoration Angel.
Oh, looks like they're restarting the match.
Oh.
Time reasons.
Oh, for time. Yeah, I got it.
Arakasi was a little low. That's fair. That's
Oh, Recruiter of the Guard was the other card. So they had a 3-drop. They didn't have a 2-drop, though. It was a little awkward on mana. Only one white source, which could have been a problem. With the cards they had, it was not, but... I think it was inside keepable range for the matchup. Let's see this one. Well, that's a Cavern of Souls, which is quite powerful and is going to stop a spell snare. If that's what they opt to do. I guess there's an eliminate on the other side. They'll eliminate a cool new card. That is actually a choked estuary. That is not a land you see often played, but evidently Arakasi's in on it because, well...
If you're a 2-color deck, you might be playing enough basics that you can support the card, right?
You might, yeah. I rarely tend to run them, but it is not unreasonable by any means.
I mean, I think they're worse than the check lands and the shock and the fast lands. But maybe they're the next best, and the pain lands. But maybe after that, they're the next best one.
I tend to find that if I'm running a lot of basics, the issue I have with them is they're really they're okay in openers, but where they tend to run into issues is when you're top decking them and you need untapped lands. Whereas like the cards, like I think it's not Dismal Backwater, but whatever the one is that comes in if you have 2 basics already, I tend to find are a little bit better. So I don't really mind on turn 1 per se.
Is there even one of those in these colors though? Because wasn't that?
Yeah, there is. There's a cycling land in this color pie, and there is not a check land, but if you have 2 basics, comes into play untapped. There's one of those. It's actually an island swamp too, so it's fetchable, which in my opinion does make it stronger as well. All right, so here's the Cavern of Souls. Likely, I believe she's a spirit, and the next one's human.
Soldier.
Okay, yeah, this is soldier. So obviously it has to resolve, but they can eliminate it, which they'll probably do to play around the Caracas, which is in play because this is a legend. The knight, however, is a soldier, so my guess would be, there's a Swords to Plowshares. It's not a bad one. I mean, we could...
getting this knight and this Armageddon, all of those. This Armageddon looks pretty bad in Einstein's hand right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, my guess would be what we're going to see this turn is likely either a Like, if you're going to play this turn out, like, you either bob and leave up Snare, Pierce, or you collect a Brutality first and then leave up Spell, Snare, Pierce, especially after you see what's going on over there. And you may actually just end up... I think I like taking the Swords to Plowshares in this matchup with where they're at right now.
Yeah, this Armageddon's just not doing anything in their hand.
Yeah. Don't pitch the Bob. Ponder, yeah. I could see either Ponder or Snare here, but...
I didn't hate pitching the Snare because most of their 2-drops are creatures. And
it's not likely that, like, there's... I mean, it's possible that they have, like, maybe, like, 15 to 20 soldiers, but probably not, like, infinitely more than any other sort of card. That's a land drop there. Honestly, I could see just Armageddoning right now. Like, just see if they have it, try to get them. I mean, if they don't take it, they probably don't care about it or they have the answer to it already. But, you know, you just drew 2 lands. You don't have you have 1 threat, and it's a Mishra's Factory, which is really slow. I can see it.
If that was your plan, I liked playing a Plains over the Mishra's Factory here. So you had the Factory after you get in.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, you know, maybe you just go for it, but you're probably pretty assured they have a Pierce or something like that. Yeah, cannons or instruments, like, humans are fairly common in D&T. It really depends on the build, but, like, I played builds that are high enough on soldiers because there are actually a lot of really good soldiers in you know, the white coloration, especially if you're more aggressive, that you can certainly play. I've even played friggin' Daru's Encampment in that silly deck. This is pretty strong right here. Get to counter this thing. Yeah, no, I've literally played Daru's Encampment in that deck, and it's not great, but it is a random upside with more damage and a cast Eldrazi. Muyan Ling.
I have been known to play Riptide Laboratory, which is kind of the same cycle of land, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot better. It has a lot more high upside to it.
Yes.
Like, Daru Encampment's kind of like
you get to get back
medium.
your Snapcaster Mage.
Your Snapcaster, your Spellseeker, your Aven Mind Sensor,
your
Clique.
Your
Clique, yeah, there's a lot of really good wizards.
Wizards are good, you guys.
They are quite strong. This speaking of strong, this Muyan Ling, if nothing. All right, that was a very good draw. See, the thing is, they're not incentivized to play their land here. They're going to do it though,
and they're going to get rewarded for it.
They are, but I don't think they were incentivized to do it.
Actually, you could say that they are, because you get in with 3 at this moon now. Because you get to animate your Mistress Factory, jump your Mistress Factory.
Well, they should spell pierce this in order to. I mean, I guess yeah. You should spell pierce this regardless to tap them out. Yeah, so that way the Mistress Factory is not a viable attacker. And then they can jump their Thraben Inspector to do 2 damage to the Muyan Ling.
It does 1 right now, right?
Because it's -1 +3 goes up to 2. Yeah, it's +3 and flying. So it does fly over. But it'll be interesting to see what the Dark Confidant draws in this next turn.
Remand's not great.
It's not the worst, though, because now Geddon is problematic. They can get rid of the Geddon, and they have an additional flyer. Yeah. I mean, you definitely get in against this Elspeth here. Yep. I don't mind this. I mean, they can remand the... although if their OP draws a land, if they draw a soul land, they can double cast Geddon. Or Mana Crypt. Or something along those lines.
They do planes, so not quite.
Yeah, basic planes, not really quite the same. They can kill off the Muyan Ling here. The Elsbeth getting killed next turn, well, not killed, but it's not looking great for her. It's pretty rough. Okay, they fire up. They're going to look to try to kill this Muyan Ling.
Would you rather have the Mu or a Thief of Sanity? Because you could jump.
I'd rather have the Thief, I think, going along. This Mu just feels like it's... I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to make a 4/4 next turn? Because you don't have a lethal attack on the Elspeth.
Yeah, and then it still chumps because they're
yeah.
5/5.
I don't know. I could see either, but I mean, to me, the Thief is card advantage. The Muyan Ling is kind of... It does present...
If you were planning on chump blocking, I liked playing the click here a lot better.
Oh, yeah. And then possibly even getting rid of the Thief, with my clicking myself, because I can already deal with the Ravages at least one time. And if you can get a slightly better board position, especially if you know you can knock out this Elspeth, you put yourself in a good position post-Geddon, regardless. Here, I don't think it's good to Geddon. I think they're still slightly ahead on board, especially with the Dark Confidant. But they can see otherwise. Yeah, they agree. They agree.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, that's not stellar, but it's fine. I think honestly here you just go to face. Okay, they're gonna play this. I think you go to face with the Thief Sanity, see what you can find, and then play Cleek on their EOT, leaving up the remand. But that's just me. Sack Critter. Yep. I suppose if they didn't draw anything relevant, this also just kills the Elspeth right now, which just puts you in a good place. So it's also fine. Yeah, blue-black looks like it's going to take this one down. It's looking like it's doing it. Yeah, that's oof. That's one of the issues with Death and Taxes too. Is in my opinion, it's really not a great top deck, and that's kind of why you tend to play them with a few more lands, because it's a very mulligan. You mulligan aggressively with the deck in general.
This click is going to take the Ravages, and then they're going to block the Mistress Factory, and it's going to be over.
Yeah. Of note, though, the Caracas can bounce the Cleek, and they could bounce Cleek and then Ravages post-combat if they want to put themselves in not a winning position at all. So they can deal with the Liliana. I mean, honestly, I could see them killing the Liliana and ravaging, just praying, but well, that's not going to win them the game at all.
Sparta course is quite good here.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm being a little goofy at this point, because this one's pretty much over. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Just the spite Ravages, just bam. You know what? Screw your lands, buddy. Not doing it today. All right, the Theft of Sanity gets in there. What does the Theft get? It gets a... Oh, we know it can't get Gideon.
That's not a great... As far as Planeswalkers go, that's one of the worst.
They'll be dead before it goes back to the bin. I mean, it doesn't matter all that much, I don't think. I think you just chart here, though. Try to find more lands. Honestly, you probably shouldn't play lands at this point.
I don't hate playing the Tar Pit. It's another attacker.
Yeah, I think like once you're in control in this matchup, you just stay in control. Like, I don't think you need to assume any risk or put any more pressure down.
I mean, that's
Like,
what
you know,
that's also what the deck
Because
is.
like the Sword and Fire Ice do it here.
What's
like-
it does get around Sword of Fire and Ice. You're not wrong.
I was saying that's also what their deck is designed to do. Like tempo deck are designed to stay ahead once they are ahead. They fall prey to aggro decks because aggro decks don't let them get ahead in the first place, and tempo decks tend to be tend not to be great at.
That's why I'm saying
back to
I
being
don't
ahead,
like tapping out here. I don't like tapping out. I like just leaving up the Remand and the Clique and just hanging out. You know, like just be like, all right, yep, I got you. I got 4 a turn. You know, I guess you could be moderately worried about your Dark Confidant killing you with like a Treasure Cruise into a Dig Through Time draw step or something along those lines, but that's probably not a reality that we're going to see come to pass, but it could happen.
Stalker, oh no.
Yeah, no, like a Tombstalker, Dig Through Time, Treasure Cruise. There's some like big delve cards in the deck that like Bob can kill you on. Like Bob, like this is a deck that like can kill itself with Bob, but it's going to be very rare, but it could happen. Like Night's Whisper, oof.
I like this. Just getting in for damage. Put them on a 2-turn clock.
Well, the Mistress Factory blocks as a 3/3, so I mean, like it's gonna trade. You could actually attack with your Bob and trade your Bob off. You don't need Bob anymore. You really don't at this point. You just hang out, clash your Clique, EOT, leave up some counter magic, leave up. You know, yeah. I like attacking with the Bob here. Because again, like they could draw an 8-drop, you know, and be like, "Oof."
Unfortunate. This is truly an unfortunate development.
Yeah, that's a way you could lose. I mean, that is honestly, in my opinion, that's like the probably the best way you lose here. Like it's probably the most likely way you lose here from this position.
Well, you can reanimate your Bob now and still lose that way.
Yep. 1 second, guys. I got a phone call coming in. I got to take. I'm gonna drop real quick.
Take your time.
Yep.
I would expect to see click end a turn. Oh, did you want another Armageddon?
Oh, yeah.
We hear the first wasn't good enough, so we gave you a second.
I hear you like Armageddon, so we put some Garons in your Garon, so you can get on your Garon while you can.
Yeah, this Nimble Obstructionist does get to block this Mistress Factory. It's not legendary.
The hard Armageddon clock is quickly becoming one of my least favorite cards in existence. Because it exists, and then every time that I look for Armageddon, I find both of them.
Looks like we're going to see one of these cast.
All right, I'm back, guys.
So the draw was
Is the spike
Armageddon
in?
for turn.
They just counter it for the damage. Like, I gotcha. Okay.
Well, they
Well,
drew
they
another
Armageddon
one,
board
so
for
now
turn.
they get to double Garon if they want to.
Yeah, no, I think they definitely got him here with the critter lands, right? I think it's a lethal.
Yep.
The old
So
lethal.
if they activate Creeping Tar Pit, it's 9 damage.
They can activate both, right?
Oh, they have a Fairy Conclave as well. They
Yeah.
played that.
Yeah, it's the altered art one. Alrighty. Well, pretty cool to see Arakasi pull this one out because it is a harder matchup for sure.
Yeah, we've had we've had some upsets.
Yeah, we didn't catch the Blue Moon versus Abzan on camera.
I will be honest, the plan was Blahguy and Brahms are probably going to finish pretty quickly, and then we're going to get to watch Blue Moon and Abzan, and then they were down by the time the aggro matchup.
Yeah, my guess is, and I don't know if anyone said how the games went, my guess would be there was probably some unfortunate mulligans if it was a quick 2-0, right?
Yeah, either that or like a... It's like, Bailite is playing a mid-range, like, he can't get a hand that goes, like, Goy
Trip Moxon or something.
Like, yeah, like, turn 1, like, land Mox Goy, turn 2, land Mox Tireless Traher, and then you're under a reasonable amount of pressure, right?
Yeah. Do we have any other games going at the very moment?
That is a good question. Let's find out. Gozmit is complaining because he's playing against Blahguy for fun since his match is over, and he's been drawing Ravages of War in every single match that he has played.
So that was
it
actually
looks like
the.
Wolfgang and Bailite are still going, but they're set to
Let's check it out.
They're set to no watchers for reasons.
Just tell them to share their screen over over Discord.
I suppose I can do that. I mean,
we don't need hands for it either. I mean, it's not a feature match. I mean, it's not like that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's gonna force me to kind of mess with my.
Oh, well, you know the stream stuff. I don't know any of that.
Yeah,
I'm just,
it's gonna ask me to mess with my screen stuff, but let's see what I can do.
This is clearly where you have to disqualify them both from the event, Marco, for not.
Yeah, like you did not follow the rules.
Yeah. Damn
You're
you!
DQ'd.
Oh, actually, I see that Wolfgang is in this call, so maybe the match is actually just over. Did your match finish?
Just finish. It was a very, very close 3.
We were about, because the other match just finished right now too, and we were about to join you, but your match was set to no watchers, so we were trying to. But if it's just over now, just please try to pay attention for the claim round. But
Bailite did get there in 3.
All right, Bailite OP, Watsy, please nerf. Let's see what we got going on then. Okay, so. That means that with the Bailite advances to the winners final. Yes.
Okay, so
no,
I'm
wait, I'm confused. Okay, no,
my assumption is that.
Bailite and Arakasi advance to the winners finals.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I assume we're going to see Arakasi v Bailite in the next matchup.
And that's going to be the feature. Then
sweet.
We have... let me check what the other results are. Brahms defeat Evios, which eliminates Evios from the tournament. Brahms advances to the losers semis. Congratulations to Evios for having made it this far, and I'm sorry about your elimination. Thanks for participating. We hope that we will see you next season. I also same for Wolfgang, who is. I am sorry. I'm trying to decipher my bracket and it's not working. No, Wolfgang will just drop the losers bracket. The other matchup in the losers bracket was what was the other matchup in the losers bracket?
Was there another matchup in the losers bracket?
Yeah, everybody was playing, right? We had 4 matches going on.
Where's the chart?
Okay, the other one was Blahguy versus Gozmit. That's the one, and it finished with Blahguy beating Gozmit 2-0. So that means that Gozmit is also eliminated. And with that, again, I want to congratulate Gozmit for having made it so far. Thank him for his presence in throughout the season. And his help with commentary, honestly. And we are going to hopefully see him again next season. And sorry that your tournament ends here, but we're looking forward to see more of you in the upcoming weeks. And that leaves us with the following matches. We have Arakasi v Bailite. Oh god. Then the other. Then the loser of 3 is, which was Wolfgangcloud, is going to play against the winner of the person who beat Evios, which was Brahms. And finally, the last matchup that we're gonna see, that's gonna happen in the background, is who's Arakasi playing against?
Arakasi is going to be playing against Bailite. Are you saying who they're playing against before? That's Einstein.
Okay, so yeah. So
it'd be Einstein v someone else in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Einstein is gonna play against the other player who is alive, which is going to be
Blahguy, right?
Blahguy, I believe. Yes.
Makes sense.
Next season finals, I'm gonna just create a better graph for you, Marco, so you don't have to try to decipher your.
I
wasn't gonna bring it up now, but one of the things you could probably do to streamline this is use like Channelog or like Gatherling just to run the brackets for you and do the basically auto pair.
Yeah, that would be a lot easier. Like I'm sorry, I
next,
did not.
Yeah, we'll talk it afterwards. We'll talk it afterwards.
Yeah, I can make this a lot easier. I did not. I will admit that I did not do things super great.
No. You're doing fine, homie. I did the same thing. I ran a small event the last couple of weeks, and I just manual bracketed it, and I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? I can just use a tool for this. Just doing all my manual numbers and everything. I was like, all right, setting my Excel tracker.
We're about. This is the more complicated round. After this, it's easy sailing because
it narrows down significantly.
Yeah.
Like it's narrow in the beginning, widens out, and then narrows back down again.
After this one, we only for round 5 we will have one match, which is the losers final. Anyway, let's watch some Magic.
All right,
we're gonna go watch some Arakasi versus Bailite action.
And this is probably, I would say, one of the more of the remaining matches that Bailite will play. Probably one of the more challenging, could be.
And as
I think,
I will need the players to actually create the match so that they can start watching it, and then wait for me to tell them to start. Just as a reminder.
That said, I don't think of it as being a bad matchup for Bailite, but just one that there are probably more risks involved in.
It's definitely a matchup you prefer to see from the tempo point of view than
of course, because there's going to be a lot less low end. That said, Bailite's on some Moxons. They have fast mana. And if they can get to the board before the tempo deck they can definitely get there. And they also have great tools for grinding. So if a significant clock is not drawn or put down right away, the control tools of the blue-black deck are not as resolute as something that's like a recall style deck, like Blue Moon, where they can just keep kind of going forever. And they also have tools to knock your mana base apart, whatever. But if the tempo deck is able to kind of do its thing, win some die rolls, which I don't think we're at a point yet where die rolls are being determined outside of the auto select that Moto uses. If you can get that early pressure down and then have 1 to 2 pieces of disruption, probably 2 pieces of pressure, you can put the more grindy abs on deck on its heels, not allow it to get to the long game where it's really going to shine. Which is kind of one of the issues we saw it run into when we saw it on live gameplay, when it lost the game 1 in round 2 versus Gozmit, is that, it had a very resolute card engine where they had the ability to basically see 6 to 7 more cards than the Death and Taxes deck did, but evasion and just continuous chippy clock damage kind of just caught up to their ability to have the mana to really bring that to fruition. and see the relevant things they needed. So, oh sweet, Zannty, you subbed and you're commentating with me.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, by the way.
Yep.
Always
Good old Twitch
appreciate.
Prime.
Yeah.
They all.
You know, I'm gonna show how old I am. I didn't even know how to like use a Twitch Prime sub. That's how old I am. I don't know.
Do
anything
you
about
have
Twitch.
Amazon Prime?
I do have Amazon Prime. I got like a bunch of crap. I got HBO.
If you
and all
have a
that stuff,
Twitch
yeah.
account and Amazon Prime account in your Twitch settings somewhere, there's like an option to link your Amazon account, and then
I
you
have to
sign
link
into
things.
Amazon.
They're gonna track me then, though. You know, they're gonna track me. They're gonna know me.
Yeah. That's kind of the point, honestly. Like that's why Bezos like to do this. So, what am I trying to do? Right, these. Sorry.
It's a conspiracy. Oh. Alrighty, so we should be about ready to go, right?
Yeah, just about. I'm gonna have to quickly join to see the hands, but outside of that, we should be pretty much ready. Oh, well.
Oh, Gozmit got tilted. That's not good. Hey, Gozmit, you want me to help with your tilt? When you play things other than red deck wins, you lose more. Oh, yeah, Ravages in all the games, yeah. It's kind of funny because we were talking about cutting that, but, like, yeah, I don't think you cut the Ravages just due to the matchup that you played in your first round, but the second round of the event itself.
And with that, we should be good to go. So, we're gonna see some action.
Alrighty. Let's go. All right, so who has the die roll here? Arakasi does, which I do think they want. I think that's important, especially if it goes to game 3, because they are going to want to protect the queen. They're going to want to get down an early threat, and they have this hand's decent. It is kind of lacking in the counter magic department, but it's not a bad hand. What do you think of the hand, Zannty?
I like Arakasi's hand. I like the true name. I like it's like a counter spell would be better, but Spell Pierce might be able to get something in this match.
They have walkers. I mean, as you see, that Vindicate in their hand. I don't mind Bailite's hand either. I think Bailite's hand's acceptable. You get run out of turn 1 Deathrite Shaman, as we see the other OP fetch, and even if your OP doesn't fetch, you got the Scry 2 on turn 2. You know, or you could just hit a Mox and Scry on turn 1. So they're a trip Mox deck.
This death rate probably isn't living past the first turn, though. But
all right. Well, Vengevine can't really be what you want to draw here. It's you know, you want lands. Is kind of what you want, I think, here. But the DRS, you know, at least in this case, is going to act as some ramp. I think here, I think it's pretty clear to just go for the collective brutality, but like the question is, what do you pitch? I think in general, I don't mind pitching the Mire Triton because you already have another threat to play on 3.
I like the Mire Triton. You have a Dismember as a removal spell. I like the Spell Pierce. It's your only counter spell in hand.
Well, the argument to pitching the counter spell is that you're only going to get something out of their hand that is capable of being Spell Pierced as well. So I can see, you know, pitching the Pierce likewise. But I don't think Triton's like that relevant in the matchup as a blocker. But the card's going to be relevant as this Dismember because if they are able to kind of just... like Bailite will likely, like knowing how they play generally, they'll likely sequence out the tutor card before they'll sequence out the Tireless Tracker, despite the fact that I think generally I would sequence out the Tireless Tracker first to put pressure down, which is possibly going to serve them well depending on how many lands they find with this card because they're able to get immediate value off of it on the following turn. So we'll see how they end up sequencing it. But the awkward piece is if you top both cards, then you really don't want to tutor the next turn because you kind of just, you know, wasted your scries.
Yeah. True name just gets played here.
Yep. Yeah, that part of it makes sense. Yeah, Wayfinder's not a bad one.
But should find a land.
Yeah, should. We shall see. It's not really a great clock. That's the issue with it. All right, so Stoneforge Mystic is in the bin. What else we got? Thoughtseize and Abrupt Decay.
Thought Scour here, and then
Look for a land, yeah, I think. I mean, it does take you off of casting Brazen Borrower plus Dismember. Snapcaster, not a bad one. They're just going to play out their threat. That seems sensible.
I'm attacking here. Yep.
Oh, yeah. They should attack here. Like, you got to kill them. Like, if this game goes long, you will die. Like, you don't win the long game. They're the control. Like, you're the beatdown, despite being the blue deck. It's kind of awkward to say, but you are definitely the beatdown. All right, missing on land number 3 here is going to be rough. This is not what you want to see. Especially when you have 2 double black cards in hand in a land that does do chip damage to you. But you can tutor with the...
Sorry. That was does he play something like Dryad Arbor? Because he would Recruiter for it and then get his land drop back.
I don't know. Bailite very well could. They build significantly differently than I do. Not saying they're wrong, but they just build differently than I do. But my guess would be you'll just see them look to find a mana dork of some variety. One card
I could see them getting Nissa here, the flip Nissa.
Yeah, I could also just see a high roll Palace Jailer too, because it's one of the cards that can get you back into this. You're gonna lose. You're gonna be trading it off, but it could get you back into this game.
I don't like getting Palace Jailer here because they have a true.
Your
name,
mana,
so
your mana can't cast either. You need to draw a white source as well. Yeah, no, it will. It'll go back and forth, but I think that benefits Bailite. I don't think Arakasi, if there was a Monarchy token, I think the player who benefits the most from drawing, because all Bailite really needs to do is draw lands, is Bailite if both players are drawing a bunch over time. But and again, like True Name Nemesis is hard to kill, it's hard to block, but it's not really a fast clock, right?
No, it's a long clock, but it's probably gonna get paired with this Brazen Bar next turn or something.
But right now, Brazen Power is kind of like marginal because I mean, like they have a tireless tracker in hand. The rest of the hand's unknown. You're gonna actually know their 5th card, but
they get Eternal Witness here.
Yeah, what does that get back? I guess it's the same as getting a mana dork, but you can't cast it. You can also get Stoneforge Mystic, which will allow you to get the sword, which allows you to attack through the True Name Nemesis. So Stoneforge is not unrealistic or not unreasonable by any means. My guess is they just trade off here. Yep, seems sensible. It's not going to get through the 1/1s, so seems like a good attack and a good block. All right, Arakasi hits exactly what they want to hit here, which is a land of some variety. An untapped land of some variety. Which now I believe they do have a counter spell, but I have to look at their bin. They can even chart a course this turn to draw a bunch, or they can Collective Brutality, which do nothing.
The only counter spells in their hand are Daze and Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Daze is actually really relevant.
Yeah, but your opponent's stuck on 3. Daze does the thing. Draws a fetch though. That actually makes this. Now you can fetch and then get this Eternal Witness to get the fetch back if you want a bunch of mana.
I think at this point you're at a point in the game where like you probably need to just slam the Tireless Tracker and hope.
I like playing Vengevine here. You play Vengevine, just attack them for 6 here. Start racing.
6 is a big number. The Brazen Borrower will have something to say about that, probably. But
I would do Zannty before I would do Brazen Borrower. I'm sorry, no, I would do Zannty. I would do Zannty before I would do Vengevine, I think.
They're gonna play Zannty here.
Yeah, and
if I was gonna do a 4-player or 4 mana card, I would definitely go for this one first. Yeah, I'll just get dazed.
I mean, I would rather have my Vengevine dazed than my Zannty dazed.
Yeah, but like you're behind, right? And like I think like at this point in the game, like if I'm in Bailite shoes, I know I'm behind, and I want the card that will get me ahead the most. I'm gonna play around the least because in order to win, like set up a position where I win, like I need to play that way at this point, you know. Because if you're trying to play like careful at this point, you're just gonna die to the board.
I do like attacking with a single 1/1 here.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
If they trade with their Snapcaster, you're fine with that, and if they don't, you get in for damage, and you can still block.
The downside to it is if they have like a kill spell in hand, they get through for 2 damage, right? That's the downside to it. If they have fetch land in play, and if they go fetch land, fatal push, you're like, oof.
Sorry, we lost a
Yes,
hand there for
but
a
then they're
second.
using the kill spell on one of these 1/1s and not.
It's true, but they're also
Mid-year.
playing 6, which is a 2-turn clock off the True Name Nemesis, which is pretty uncontested right now, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for sure. My guess would be, is Arakasi playing Mystic Sanctuary in their deck? I'm gonna check.
I would assume so.
Well, the reason I ask is they've fetched a couple times where they got swamps, basic swamps. They are actually not running it. They're not running Mystic Sanctuary. Okay, so the way they fetch makes some more sense. I've been considering how they fetch. I just checked it out. They're definitely not running Mystic Sanctuary, and that could make sense. They have a bunch of Delve cards. They have Gurmag Angler. The 2 Delve draw spells, Treasure Cruise and Dig, and as they bounce the life gain, makes sense. Play out the 3/3, attack their opponent down to 1, and say, "Hey, good luck. Toxic Deluge doesn't get you out now." And they have a card draw off the castle, Lochthwain. Someone's dog's going nuts in the background. Is that you, Zannty or Zannty?
Yeah. I tried to go downstairs to hide.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have 2 hounds, and one's old.
Yeah.
One of them's old, and hounds are very vocal, and so.
Oh yes, yeah.
She's old, and she just barks.
They're high energy too. They're high energy. Do you hopefully this isn't an offensive question. Some people be offensive. Do you hunt with them or no? Are you there, buddy?
He might have muted himself to stop the.
Oh, he was probably embarrassed. I like animals. Yeah, I can hear you fine. I was asking if you hunt with them or not.
Yeah,
some people.
We don't hunt with them. We rescue both of them. But
okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. They're still great dogs. They're high energy. I know as young dogs, I've had some labs and stuff like that, and I'm not a hunter. My family enjoys it, but you almost need to do something with those dogs to get their energy levels down. They just need to be active so much.
We have a really big backyard, and our dogs once caught a squirrel, and they started playing tug of war with the squirrel, and it was
Zannty.
You're like, oof.
The sad part is the squirrel was alive at the end of it.
Oh. I think Red Mage saying stop.
We're
gonna make the viewers squeamish talking about dogs eating squirrels.
Zannty, I will say this much: Zannty and I often play watch each other playing Magic on Discord. Partly because we are actually we're on the same team in a Gladiator team league. So we often watch each other's game to test it together.
Real quick, homie, but not to interrupt you, but in the gameplay we got going on right now, we had a very big draw step this turn in the form of Skull Clamp, which is going to be a very challenging card to beat for the blue-black deck. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I just wanted to make the point that by now I am used to all sorts of sounds coming from Zannty's mics at all times. Mm-hmm. It's just sometimes you hear it. Sometimes you hear people playing in the background. There's his dogs. There's also.
I was literally just curious what kind of dog they own, because I'm like, that sounds like a larger dog. It definitely wants to get out, wants to go do something. Brainstorm's pretty big here because Arakasi's hand's bad.
Yes.
That's
when Brainstorm is best. When your hand's garbage, you're like, oh.
When it's with a fetch land and a bunch of bad lands. Yeah. I mean, I didn't see what the other card they drew. They drew Fatal Push, which is actually a really big draw here because it basically puts their opponent in a spot where they have to just basically Abrupt Decay or Shriek Maw. I like that. I like Fatal Pushing just immediately, but I guess you could see if you get lucky and see if they play out the Skull Clamp and try to lock it up on this Elvish Mystic. DRS
is a better thing to Fatal Push.
Yeah, the issue that I have is that they play a lot of 4-mana cards, and I'm behind on mana at this point because I'm dazed. Like I'm a
I
turn
really
away-
liked Fatal pushing the Mystic last turn, but
Exactly. Yeah, I like doing it on that turn specifically. They're going to get a little bit of value off the 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 stupid Gaia's Cradle here. They can tap it right now and get the extra mana before the Shriek Maw goes away. I mean, I guess it's pretty irrelevant because they're going to be playing the Death Right more than likely anyways. But it does give them the extra mana they may need to equip the Skull Clamp to something and draw more.
doing it now though is a more heads-up play because now if they try to respawn to anything, you still get the mana. Like if you cast Death Right and then they respawn to you casting it, then you don't get the 2 mana.
Yep. Yep. DRS seems sensible. And they probably just equip that Elf. What do you think about just blowing up the DRS here and allowing them to draw the 2 cards and putting them down to 2 mana sources? I kind of like that on this board position. I don't like killing the actual card they're clamping because of Gaia's Cradle specifically. And they're thinking through it right now.
I like
DRS
Death Right. It's a more powerful card. Drawing 2 is not great, but I think you got to take this.
But they're on 2 mana at that point. It's like they're on 2 mana. It's like I need time. I don't really need cards specifically right now. We know for a fact. I mean, they could blow up the Gaia's Cradle here. This is going to get decayed. But if their OP draw is something that relevant,
Fatal Wayfinder's another
that's a
good draw.
really good draw specifically because of the clamp.
Yeah. This card is drawing a land and then probably 2 more cards.
The interesting thing is, though, is that like if they don't hit a black source here, I guess they're boxed into using their DRS to cast the Abrupt Decay to kill the Spectre, which is fine. They missed. So they hit
the whiffed on land.
They hit 2 Moxes.
Yep.
Those are basically
One of the-
lands, right? It still counts, right?
Yeah. I love when I attack with Goblin Guide and I see a Mox on top of your opponent's deck and you're like, nice. It's a land that you don't draw.
So they're gonna decay, I assume, on the thing, the Spectre. And then Jace's gonna come down, and honestly, I don't mind Jace bounce here. Just eat their mana up. Yeah, I actually like Jace bounce a lot, especially with the fetch on the following turn.
Leaves them on 2 mana.
Yep, exactly. You know,
And now Bailite
Now they
even
get
needs
to kill
to
this.
peel in order to Mythos of Nathrite the Jace.
Yeah.
But they brainstorm, so you just get the Mythos.
Well, they actually don't need to peel, right? Because they have a DRS in play.
Yeah.
They can
No, but
If you
I mean,
bounce, they
well,
need
if
to
the
peel.
DRS was bounced, they would need to peel.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I like bouncing. It's like just time up on mana. The clamp's on board. Like if they have things to feed to the clamp, they can do that, and it's good
You
value.
are casting a
Not-
Gurmag Angler here.
I believe they already made their land drop this turn, so they're not casting it this turn.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Yeah, what I like doing is actually putting Gurmag and Opt on top. So if they draw into hand attack, they just get your Night's Whisper. Which I mean, I guess you could put Night's Whisper and Gurmag on top, and leave Opt in
put-
hand.
Fetch land and Gurmag on
Yeah,
top.
the fetch is not likely to get discarded. I mean, him to turret could be a card they draw. That was a very good one to draw right there. The Ooze.
This is awkward because you have to tap the Death right now. Or you have to tap the Guy's Cradle now if you want a Mythos.
Yes. No, you don't. You just don't get to cast the Ooze this turn, right? You don't have to tap it now. You could just basically, if you do this, if you take this line of play to kill the Jace, which seems sensible to me, then you could only basically equip the Skull Clamp after doing so.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is like not horrible, but like it does make you kind of like slap your forehead and be like, "Damn, I wish I'd bounced this stupid Death Right." But it's more removal out of their deck, you know, and they're going to see a lot of cards next turn, right? Like they have this fetch, they have this Gurmag on top. They could just blow up the Gaia's Cradle, which I don't think would be an exceedingly high value line of play right now, as it stands. But I could see it. They may not want the fetch land on top of their deck. That could be
Not anymore.
irrational.
Not with this Jace.
No. I mean, like, and like, honestly, their hand wasn't horrible. Like, Night's Whisper is not like horrible in this board position. Not the best thing I can think of to be doing with my mana, but it's also not like the worst either.
I don't hate Field Ruin here, the Gaia's Cradle, because it puts another card that you can just get away with this Gurmag Angler in your
I
graveyard.
actually don't like doing it this very turn, because they have to play another threat to make it even work. If you're going to make this line of play, I think you Night's Whisper beforehand to see what else you can draw. It's probably not going to be something you cast before the Gurmag, but if it was like, for instance, like, you know, a 3-mana Planeswalker, like maybe you want to then. Now I believe they are out of lands in bin to make mana with the DRS, so I think they're boxed into only single threating this. Or they can play the Ooze plus the Sylvan Library is basically like what it comes down to.
Is a good turn.
It's not bad. The Kira is actually going to be kind of problematic this matchup as well as far as the removal suite goes, but we've seen quite a bit of it already kind of come out and play as far as Shriek Maws and Abrupt Decays and whatever that Mythos of Nethroi, I believe it is.
Yep.
That's the name of the card.
I kind of got distracted there for a second, but I'm assuming that attacked the Jace.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jace got Nethroid. It went and visited Nethroi in the Nether Realms. So now I do think you are incentivized to look to blow up the Cradle because it is providing mana. Even though they're going to find land drops, I don't think you also want to give them shuffle effects after they've gotten a look with some of their cards. It is going to, however, set up the Deathrite Shaman a bit. But you look to opt first, I think, before anything else. Well, maybe not.
I am not sure I like this play.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy.
Because, like, you're not
You're
really
putting lands
shoved
in the
in...
graveyard for a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
taking you off of
exactly,
white
yeah.
mana, except you have make white mana with the Deathrite.
Well, and you can
Then
just
you
find a Plains or a
Find
Swamp.
the other.
So I think you definitely take a look. Oh, you're going to cast Kira. Okay, well, all right. You're not really incentivized to attack here unless you want to give them more cards. So I guess you still have to.
I guess you're okay if they trade with their Deathrite, right?
Because
Like,
they ended on
I
that.
suppose,
Even if they
but if you're
draw
going to
two
make that
cards.
line, you make that attack first, and then you kind of do the other piece of it if they want to trade. They probably just take, though, because they're at a pretty healthy life total, and they have a Scavenging Ooze.
I don't think I'm blocking here. Like, you're
No,
gonna make this.
I don't think
huge,
I do
that's
either.
huge.
But you also have Sylvan. Like, your highest likelihood draw is land, right? Now, is it per se a white land? Maybe not. Maybe this card will get stranded in your hand, but they end up taking.
Oh, and you let your opponent Deathrite you end a turn.
Yep, you sure do. Well, there's a white land, so I mean, their mana is fine again, without even using the DRS. Mire Triton, not really that impressive. I can honestly see taking 4 here, but you also have a shuffle effect, so you don't have to.
Yeah. Fetchman's
But I can see
pretty
taking-
good with Sylvan Library.
I can see taking 4 just to keep double fetch, so you can fetch next turn as well after Sylvan Library.
I don't hate taking 4 either because you have this native bottom that can gain 4 life if you need it, plus the Goose.
Yep. The issue you have to worry about, though, is there's Creeping Tarpon on the other side. You don't have in-hand land destruction. You do have an Ooze, which can gain you some decent life. But you're playing against a black deck, and like the Ooze could be dead at any point in time. Right now, if we know it's probably not going to be anytime soon, because they didn't do it last turn, and you typically would in that situation. But you also putting Mire Triton down just to get another card draw out of it. That seems fine too, because it does work well with the clamp.
Yeah, Mire Triton gains you 2 life, then
Yep.
enters, and then draws
Then
you
turns
2 more
into 2
cards.
cards. Yeah. And mills you of note, which is not irrelevant with a Scavenging Ooze and a Deathrite Shaman in play.
Can also clear the
And
top
you know
of
it's
the
milling over
library
a land.
for can also clear the top of the library for the cards that you put back with the Sylvan Library.
But they're taking it a minimum 5 damage next turn, right? So it's not an insignificant clock on the opposing side, because as of now, they do not have a way to. They need double removal spells to kill Kira, and the land is unblockable.
The Triton also does
This
block the
Deathrite
Gurmag.
can also start gaining you life as well, though.
Yeah.
What's that now?
The
Yeah,
Deathrite
you
can
have a
gain you
lot of
as
life
well.
gain. You have the DRS, you've got the Ooze. I think that more than likely they're likely to grow the Ooze here during an attack, but they may not this turn in favor of playing out the Knight. We'll have to see.
No, I think I grow at 3 here, and then probably activate Death Rate if I have to.
Sure, yeah.
Growing it to be a 5/5 also just puts your opponent on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, no, I think growing the ooze is not a bad decision, but Bailite tends to be like they tend to play very carefully in positions like this because I mean like, they're still not in like an optimized position, right? I mean like they're going to be able to clamp either one of these two things. They're going to gain some more life would be my guess here. I don't think they're blowing up the mocks. They're going to go ahead and look here. Although I don't know what you would find here that you'd really want to do anything with, but they're going to take a look. See what they find. Now, if they find like a big flying, Serum Visions is okay. You'd really rather just have like something that kills them very fast because you're not going to beat these cards over time. Yeah, like that's a lot of value.
Dude, this Eternal Witness is really good. It gets back the negative on them to gain them 4 more life.
Yeah, this card is going to be problematical. This is the kind of card you want right now. I do still think you Serum Visions first. Yeah, because you're not going to be... Oh, maybe you don't. No, you do, because you're not going to be able to activate your Creeping Tar Pit regardless. That was not a bad one.
You just attack with Cure here, I think, before you do anything else.
Yeah.
Drana.
Yeah, I mean, you can do this first, I suppose. You're probably going to do it anyways because your route to victory is in the air. But I don't disagree with you. I think I would just attack with Kira and then look at see what cards I can get first. Your conditional counters are probably going to be pretty marginal at this point, like your mana-based counters, because of Cradle and the volume of creatures that are on the opposing side.
Find a Spawn of Mayhem.
Yeah, that card can kill people pretty quickly, but again, like we were saying, they are under a decent
Wasteland for this Creeping Tar Pit is nice.
I don't think it actually makes a relevant difference in clock. And the reason I say that is because of the Spawn of Mayhem. They are likely to try to go to 10 this next turn, and they're going to essentially attack for 5 next turn, and then have a 5/5 flying trampler that is basically untargetable. It needs to be targeted by 2 removal spells on the turn after that. So realistically, I think it's about them just trying to stay alive here. Oh, stream cycled on my end. I think I'm behind on you guys. Give me 1 second to re-up it.
I just saw a Childish Trackle got cast here.
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. They're going to leave up Wasteland to deal with the Creeping Tar Pit. They should do it on their turn because, of note, if they do activate, if they ever manage to get the Creeping Tar Pit activated, I believe it actually has it doesn't get it'll counter the Wasteland activation if it's ever a creature when it's targeted. Not that would happen. You just do it in response to the trigger. But
I again am not a huge fan of not pumping the skews here.
Yeah, I think you want to look to race as well.
If you pumped it last turn, now you've just attacked for 10 instead of 4.
Yeah, there's an abrupt decay. They can decay. What are they trying to decay?
The decay works. Decay does.
So they're gonna have to kill the Drana?
Yeah, you kill the Drana on this board.
They get. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. So Bailite kind of in a rough spot here. I'm sorry, not Bailite. I'm sorry, Arakasi.
This game's been very swingy. That's a good card again.
Yeah, that was a solid draw for sure, especially with 6 cards in the bin. You probably just get rid of all of them. I can't see a reason to leave any of them around.
I think if you're convinced that one of your best draws is like a reanimate or some variant, then you could keep the.
What are you reanimating here, though? Shriek Maw and put yourself to lethal, basically the board.
The Drana, maybe.
Oh no, I'm talking about like Bailite's creatures. Like Shriek Maw is not bad on this board. It gets rid of like the Tireless Tracker or the Ooze, because the Ooze is the one that's going to get best. But that's a lot of damage. Is the issue.
But doesn't Bailite eat whatever you reanimate in response with this Ooze?
Right now, no. Look at the mana base he's got open.
He has Wasteland open only.
Yeah. Typically, yes. I mean, like the guy is Cradle, yes. Typically, that's going to be problematic. Realistically, you're looking for like a kill spell. This is tough.
Kill this Scoos.
Do they find the reanimate?
Like, kill spell plus a counter spell would be okay here. All right, reanimate plus true name Nemesis.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
You could also reanimate the Knight of Autumn and do something.
Native Autumn blows up Skull Clamp.
They
Don't
get
know
him
if it's good enough.
damages.
I think it's too late to head about the Skull Clamp. Like, you need to not die before you can worry about your opponent throwing cards. You'd get their Titania. Doesn't do
Oof.
anything, but it's a
No,
powerful
that would
card.
Bad. I think that would be rough. The reanimate's never going to get better than it is right now. That's the issue with it if they leave open any green mana, but they may not. They may not. And they have a pretty solid blocker here in the form of True Name Nemesis, right?
So
They can block
both-
the...
Not
Say again.
Wastelanding last turn was actually pretty bad because they used all their mana this turn.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a reasonable expectation they were going to, right? I mean, they have pretty established mana, so I can see not doing it.
Yeah.
Is that Yahenni's
Feel
expertise?
the egg.
That
Yeah, it
Yahenni's
does look like a Yahenni's expertise.
That is a Yahenni's expertise.
savage.
That's all creatures get -3/-3, right?
And you
Yeah,
get the
it's
Master
pretty.
Free spell.
I guess actually is it good enough here? It does get rid of the True Name. Can they can grow the ooze way out of range of it?
It doesn't kill the spawn.
No, but I think they gain enough life that it's irrelevant. Although the counterattack with the Gurmag Angler, if there's no block, may be good enough.
So what,
are
are
they
you just swinging with everything?
They're actually short on black mana for it too, unless they want to use the Deathrite Shaman, and I believe
Which-
they have one fetch land in bin. Well, they have Wasteland, so they can make mana with
Yeah.
Deathrite if they need to.
So if your
Um,
plan is to have Yahenni's expertise, I think you just attack with everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your opponent lines up 4 blocks, and then you get to kill the whole board.
Yeah, hopefully you want that Zgormag Angler to jump in front of
The
something.
downside is like if they block the like if they just take here, where does that leave them? So they block. Oh.
Yeah.
If they block with the Gurmag Angler on the ooze, does that kill the ooze when Yahenni's expertise happens?
Yeah,
Because it might.
It probably will, because you have to. And then True Name on the ooze here. True Name on the. So this is actually really good blocks for Bailite.
Ooh.
Yeah, it means everything will die, basically.
And he keeps his Scoos around.
Oh, this Skull survives? See, there's enough food for this curve.
I
Probably.
don't know how many creatures there are in the bin. Like I have to really look.
I mean, you're about to put 3 more in the bin right now, or
Yeah,
2
but
more in the
it has
bin
to
right
be
now.
a 7/7, right? It has to be a 7/7.
It has to be a 7/7.
Yeah. And you need to have enough mana to be able to cast it, right?
Yeah,
So
the
it's
Gaia's
like
Cradle means that the mana is probably
The Gaia's
not-
Cradle taps for 5 mana though, and if there's 5 creatures in the
Yeah,
bin,
the
then
question
you're
is
fine.
just if there's 5 creatures that
That
can
I
be
don't
Well, you're
know,
about
I
to
don't
put
know.
2 more creatures in the bin, so I think.
Yeah, but you can't use the Cradle mana on those. But he still has 1 mana to give after the Cradles. Tapped anyway. So yeah.
if he
gets
doesn't
a-
have to waste land, right? If he has to waste land, he doesn't.
Yeah, but...
oh yeah, this works. This works. There were definitely enough
Yeah.
creatures in there.
Yeah, there were enough creatures.
So this is
there a
probably the nail in the coffin here.
I would describe
Well,
this
they have
as...
reanimate. They have reanimate, and if what so what's interesting here is they still have to be a little bit concerned about the stupid creeping tar pit, and if like for whatever reason their OP screws up here, it does this to get value, and then sweeps the board, then they're going to actually be able to reanimate the True Name Nemesis and just block, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
like kind of funny. And I mean, my guess would be you play out the tap land here. I don't
do
know.
not like playing the Triumph there.
You like playing the activated or the land to activate the use? Okay.
No.
Fair
I play the
I just
Temple
like
Garden
playing-
tapped, and then the Triumph can cycle next turn if you draw garbage.
I know they want their double black. That's they're off double black.
I don't think you. I think you play the Trident because you have enough ways to draw between the Clue and the Sylvan Library.
Like,
I guess you
yeah,
have a
fair
clue,
enough.
so.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but I think double black is kind of necessary too.
Okay.
But now you get to reanimate your True Name and just block
And you
this
get
thing,
to play a
and play out
Tombstalker.
a Tombstalker and just start hitting for 5 a turn. Now that said, I mean, like, is that a great board position. No, I mean there's a Sylvan Library and a Clue on the other side, so it's not great, but you know, it's not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, considering how bad that Yanni's expertise was for you, it could definitely be a good board.
Yeah, and I think with how that attack went, like you kind of expect there's like a languish-like effect or like a toxic deluge-like effect that's possibly coming up.
I actually, after thinking about it more, I don't hate the Skull Clamp last turn.
Yeah.
Oh, this is more value, but I don't hate the Skull Clamp last turn because you knew your top 2 cards were lands, and you kind of just wanted to get those off the top of your library.
Sure.
You got a free eternal witness out of the deal.
One less life for your OP as well.
Yeah.
You know, which is something. It's a thing. Just go ahead and tap out Slam here.
The old untap with 0 power on the board, pass a turn with 10 power on the board. Seems these.
Yep.
Yep.
That's those Delve threats for you.
Ooh,
Speaking of Delve threats.
Tasker.
I don't think Camball is like really that hot right now. It's okay.
No.
Yeah, I like keeping the Tasker. I don't think you want to start taking damage because you don't have great attacks at the very moment. They're going to look to grind.
Tasker is really good with the Scavenging Ooze as well.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah. You can basically force your opponent to give you stuff.
Yep. You get to eat these pearls at some point.
You don't get the Moxen back.
Get to eat these Moxen, this.
Yeah.
These marsh flats that looks a little bit past its expiration date.
Well, they can't give you a land pack with.
They cannot give you lands. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Speaking of cards that look a little bit past this expiration date, Stated Wayfinder though probably.
Yeah, but Screws can eat that for value, right? Like.
Yeah, you can squeeze it.
Fatal Wayfinder isn't even the worst card either because you can still sack the Skull Clamp.
Yeah. So it looks like they're going to play this out as well because they drew into it right now and they knew it is there. I mean, I assume if you draw into it right now, you want to play it out. All right, no, they're just going to draw it so they can play into a hand attack. I don't know. I don't think drawing there was correct.
Oh, yeah. Wolfgangcloud also makes another interesting.
That Stifle's pretty big.
Really good.
That's real fucking big because they can fire up the man land now. Yeah, hell yeah. It's huge.
This clock has gotten a lot faster.
Yeah, they get in for 6 now, and then lethal on the next turn? They attack with all. Okay.
Oh,
they get for 8 now. 2-turn clock. Yeah. So the Wasteland's gonna pop, and
I'm gonna stifle this now.
Bloop.
Yeah, Wolfgang also made an interesting point, which is that essentially the Tasker activation can also serve as a shuffle effect with the Sylvan Library, which is you can basically clear the top of your library.
For sure. So there's still a spawn, so they gain 1 up to 6. They have Tireless Tracker and Satyr Wayfinder in.
And Deathray Shaman.
Okay. So they're at quite a bit of life still.
They have to get to 12, though.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. It takes a while to figure out when it's correct to do stuff on your opponent's turn, or on your turn versus your opponent's turn that you can do at instant speed. But when they're tapped out, and you're probably going to do it regardless.
Fatal Push is not a bad one because it does deal pretty cleanly with Creeping Tar Pit.
It does. I don't hate the Goyf.
Yep. But I don't think you can take 4 right now.
No.
I don't think you can afford to.
Talks with all.
Attack with all makes sense.
You get to play the
Camball
and
block.
Yeah.
And this definitely turns off the I like blocking both here. They could double block. Like I can't double. I'm sorry. I'm like that's a 9/9. They gotta block that fucker. It'd be kind of nice to be able to double block the Tasker, but you can't do that.
Yeah. Something's gotta jump in front of the schools.
The value, though. The fucking value. All right, camp ball comes down.
Now
That's
you're
a
holding
block
up.
you want. That's a block you want to make, but you can't do it. Obviously you don't want to cast a lot of spells into camp ball. It's one of those cards where
I do like I like equipping the Skull Clamp.
Thankfully,
Here.
Arakasi doesn't have
Sure.
a lot of spells. So...
yeah. Oh, let's see if they draw.
How about the Misty Rainforest? How's that for a draw?
That is not a spell.
It could be a Mystic Sanctuary. You get that Stifle back. So you're actually Dobbs right now, right? Yeah. If you attack, you're actually you're not Dobbs if you don't, but
So if you attack with how's oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, because they only take 8. Right. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I
they're
can-
just gonna go for it. Which I think going for it seems sensible.
Yeah.
Going for it seems sensible.
They have to have a removal spell at instant speed that
Oh,
can
yeah,
kill.
and Bailite did hit pretty well. I mean, they hit pretty much what they needed to. All right, so they're not going to go for it. They're going to let them show them the fatal push, which is solid heads up play.
You fatal push here, and this is the one attack that doesn't leave them dead.
Yep. I like their play.
Yeah, I would have 100% attack with everything there because they only have.
I would have as well. I think
in general, I would too, because I'm like, it's not going to get better with the Sylvan Library going. They had to hit pretty well to get there.
But they're gonna get rewarded for it.
They're going to get another turn out of it. I don't know if they're going to get rewarded for it.
Well, another turn is you kind of have to leave things turn by turn at this point.
I just think if 5 life in force block scenario with a cam ball on board, like your top decks are pretty friggin' low. You got to get very lucky.
Zannty here. Keep this Zannty maybe.
Yep. No, and this is the series of 3 cards that you'd have been very happy to see right before, but that fatal push just basically, just tipped it. Tipped it very easily. We'll probably get this thing going.
This match has been going
I
for
like the
a
Zannty main
while.
here.
Yeah, you definitely Zannty main here. I mean, you want to see if you can find a removal spell, and if you can, you just win the game.
Dispel.
The bird.
The bird's not bad. The
Bird's
bird
fine,
either blocks this 5/5 or can get in for lethal, possibly.
Yeah. I think there's a pretty strong... your top 2. That is a disrupt. Oof, that's aggressive. Not a big disrupt fan in this right in this meta specifically. It's not a bad magic card, but in this meta game, no thanks. It would have been good, I guess, against that push though. Yeah, I think Bailite's got this one clenched up. I think this is looking pretty good for them.
So we're gonna get to see game 3.
This is game 3, right?
This is game 2, I think, right?
This is game 2.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Arakasi won game 1, and Bailite is gonna tie it up.
We're gonna
Attacks were awkward there.
And then, Arakasi's at 520, so...
Yeah, they're gonna probably start a new match. They're both low on clock.
Mana Leak is not a card you want to see for many of these.
No, not so much.
Your opponent has access to 9 mana. Then you're gonna take 2 to cast it. They're gonna gain 2.
I mean, you can in theory Mana Leak this Nimble Obstructionist, right? But I don't think it's worth the 2 damage.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Wait, isn't Arakasi the one casting the Nimble Obstructionist anyway?
No, this is a Zannty card.
It's got
Oh, this is the Zannty card.
Yeah. They're gonna just concede here. Okay.
Yep. All right. Go on to game number 3.
Pretty dead, so.
Yeah.
But again, kind of like one of the first comments we made when we were jumping in is the die roll going to Arakasi in game 1 is I think going to be pretty important here. Getting to have the play in round.
I imagine we're gonna see restarting of games here.
Yeah, that would make sense. They're on a pretty low clocks.
Yeah,
Pairs on 4
the
minutes.
match has been conceded, and they are.
Yep.
Gonna go back to the booth while I wait for them to show up.
Is there any other games going on so far, or is this the last one? I assume this is the last one.
I will give you the answer in a second. As soon as I know it.
So Arakasi gets to be on the play again.
Yep. I think that's pretty important for them.
As far as the mentality was, that's the last one, yes.
The land or the
Honestly, like, I'd probably keep it.
I keep
Arakasi's
Arakasi's hand.
Bailite's hand's a little awkward.
I don't know if I'm not sold on Bailite's hand, right? You have to play this treetop turn 1, and you don't get to cast this bird.
How do you sequence Arakasi's hand? I think I throw that Baleful Strix under and just try to hide.
I'm throwing the Baleful Strix under, get double manas.
Get him.
Did they mulligan too? Or is this...
They may have, I don't know. Yeah, they did. It appears. Bailite's keeping that one.
Yep. I do think it's strong. You get to him turn 1, right?
Yeah. OP didn't mull, though. But you could definitely... All right, they're going to go for this. I guess they want to get the card draw off the Strix.
I don't like this as much. I like just having perfect mana.
I mean, like, we look at their hand, and like we know if they him here, like they could have a very high chance of just getting them, but they're going to get to him next turn. And their OP is going to get a Mox down, but they're not going to get to play a 1-drop Accelerant. They may leave Mox in hand, but probably not. Yeah.
Next turn, though, you get the Winding Way here, just naming lands and hope to hit.
Sure. Yep. Unless your OP has Dazed or something like that, or like literal, like that's not a bad one to hit. I think you just, you're going to cast this now? Oh, no. Just him him. Him him out.
Like, him's value just is so much more important, and the earlier you get to cast it, that.
Yeah, I don't like this. It's unfortunate. I don't think I would have gone for it turn 1 with that hand either. I mean, there was an argument to it, but like it's like really it's a very high variance play. You're going all in on that him. Hit and land is exactly what they want to see here.
So for the record, I just wanted to make an interesting point associated with the tournament as a whole. So the back tables in the losers quarterfinals. Brahms beat Wolfgang and Einstein beat Blahguy, which means the 4 players who are still alive, Brahms, Einstein, Arakasi, and Bailite, will all receive prizes for this event. Everybody who's still alive right now is a player who is going to receive some amount of the prize money that we have set aside for the event, and just wanted to let.
I did not like playing the Prismatic Vista first there. I guess you can still cast that right off of the swamp. Never mind.
Yeah, it's just kind of. I think they're probably their rationale.
I forget that this card's broken and you can mono black Accelerant. But...
Yep, it's pretty good. I play it in Esper mid range. Seems reasonable, right? That's an awkward draw. Make them second. It's awkward because it's a little bit awkward.
Triple black, but
yeah.
That did hit the 2 lands out of.
That's kind of hilarious. It's like, gotcha, bud.
Ooh, the Assassin Trophy's pretty good here, I think.
Yeah. They could, but they're not casting a Birds at that point, which means they're locking themselves into generally playing Camball on the following turn, which, as we know, is going to get, Thoughtseized. They can kill off the Lily here and then ramp their OP. That will work.
I think there was also an argument that you play the Camball. It probably forces Lily to minus killing the Lily.
Yeah.
And then you have Birds and Assassin Trophy back.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they may be the person holding Lily at the end of this, depending on how well Arakasi draws here and what they opt to do. My guess would be they're going to Thoughtseize first. And what do you take here?
They can't cast this Lily.
I think I would take Camball. Or Birds. I mean, Birds is the greedy play. Camball is, I think, the more, hey, this is a reasonable lineup.
I don't think this Lily's doing enough because you're empty-handed, and if it minuses, you still have 2 flyers back that you can hit with this Lily.
Yeah. Well, the Terramander is also a significant clock. It's just, the Camball drops the equity of your future draws. That was a hell of a draw step. That's going to be a rough one.
So do you play birds this turn and try and peel land for the swords next turn, or just play this Kambal? I kind of like just playing this Kambal still.
I like playing Camball. Yeah. I like playing the Camball out. If they draw like a cantrip, which they're still at a point where they have 3 instant end or sorceries in the bin, so they are 1 mana off from activating the Terramander. But if they hit another land, they could just fire up Terramander immediately. They had a cantrip, they can probably also find a way to fire up the Terramander immediately. I think Camball. Oh, they're just going to jam the sword. Okay. They probably figure he doesn't have that many ways of dealing with sword outside of like a cryptic command, which could be a solid draw. That's a land, which means they're going to have 6 power on board. They know their OP's hand consists of a Camball and a Birds, which Birds is a pretty solid blocker for the Terramander here.
Yep.
Although it does not protect them against black cards specifically. GSZ's not bad. They're shy on mana right now, right? I think the right play is probably just to get the Burbs in play and then lock them up.
I guess you can't even Green Suns for that. I was going to say you could Green Suns for Nissa, but you don't have the mana for it. Because then you find a land and you can play this bird.
This is why you play Sylvan Ranger. Jokingly. Yeah, no, I think it's Burbs, equip sword, and just block. But we shall see. This really could go honestly either way right now. It's very top deck oriented at this moment. I think if Arakasi hits 1 removal spell, 1 black removal spell, the game will probably go in their favor. But yeah, we shall see.
Looks like they're gonna cast Green Suns for 2.
They're gonna cast Zed, okay, and getting Tarmogoyf possibly it's harder to kill. It's fair. I assume it's a Goyf, but we shall see. Could also be Satyr Wayfinder to find a land drop for this turn.
Fauna Shaman. I dislike the Fauna Shaman because it feels like you're still dead to removal.
You're kind of dead to the same thing.
Just...
That's what it is. You wait for the equip though. Like I would actually allow them to use their Fauna Shaman to try to find, the right creature and then just kill it, But they're probably not going to do that. But if they do, they're dying to the air. So I think you just attack them.
They can't block the air this turn. You just attack.
No, you hit them for 6, put them to dead next turn, allow them to, cycle off one of their creatures if they want to. They're probably not going to be able to. They probably have to lock up the sword and try to, do a thing. That's why I really like getting Birds down last turn, because it gives you a relevant way to block, effectively when they're on 0 cards and they are forced into top decking, which, as we know now, they would have top decked the Dismember, which is a hell of a top deck. But it's what he's almost exactly what you wanted here, is like that, or like an Eliminate or
Fatal Push or something.
Fatal Push. Well, Fatal Push against like the Birds would be yes, yeah, that would work. But the Camball maybe not as much. I don't think you do this right now. Oh, this is a misplay. Don't do it now. You wait because they have Birds, and the Birds can get equipped.
They're going to play Birds, and then and
if they lock up the Birds, then you just have a game win. Like you definitely wait on this. Oh, this is one where you're like, don't think that hard about it. Like their hand, like you thought sees them, like they have Birds, they have Camball. You let them play their cards. That's not a card that does anything here because they're their mana situation. So if they play the Birds out, which is the reasonable line of play. Like they don't have a good black-white card. They could get like Tide Hollow Sculler, but that leaves them dead. What are they getting here? They have a life gain card and black-white.
Mire Triton.
That gains them some life.
Shriek Maul. That's a
solid one. That one does work. I still think you make this line of play because now what you get to do is Castle Vantress, EOT, to try to find something relevant like a counter spell or whatever, and they're still at 6. And you have some big threats. And this stinks, but you're still ahead here, I think, especially with doubles or the 2 by Scry. So Shriekmaw does make sense. And if you draw into another relevant threat, which you did,
Moo is good.
You still got to leave up the Dismember. Like you're still in this awkward spot where you have to leave up Dismember.
Moo plus is here.
Yep, and then minus is next turn, and then puts them to lethal on the turn following. This is going to be an interesting game. You definitely get your attacks. And I guess there is risk that, like, if they draw a green land, they can attack Moo, but I guess if they're doing that, you can just Dismember there. All right.
So this is going to eat the dismember. Now you get to play birds.
Yep.
Your birds will then get the sword at some point.
You're again back to top decks at this point. But you do have the Scry. Or like a Liliana could be a very good draw. Brainstorm's pretty solid. I mean, it depends on what it hits, but it's pretty
Nimble
solid.
Obstructionist is pretty good. You get to stay for the...
I think you take the Treasure Cruise here and just draw a bazillion and then look for a removal spell immediately. Personally, but...
I mean, you know 2 of the cards you're drawing with Treasure Cruise, right?
Yeah, you definitely leave Dismember in the bin because you want to be able to Snapcaster it. You do know your top 2, but yeah, Dismember's the last card. Ancestral Vision, card's rough. Not a fan. Mega 4/4.
So the bird could pick up a sword, attack, kill either
The thing is, they can't really attack here because they're dead in the backswing, you know, so they can't attack. If they attack, they can knock out the Mu Youngling and they get an extra card draw.
What card is that?
That is a Gerard's Verdict, which allows them to force 2 discards, which would fit Preordain and the Ancestral Vision, which is honestly just fine.
Bailite's just dead here, though.
He is dead at this point if he casts his card.
Well, he was dead without casting this card, because no matter what he did, you just played his Nimble Obstructionist and you have 5 power in the air.
Yeah, he needed a better draw. Although, that's not entirely true, because if they attack with the birds, you get a free draw. If they draw a kill spell, they can stay alive, right? But now they're just going to play this out. I think you just wait on this personally, but they're going to, gain 0
so you
white.
can attack with the bird, and that kills the Nimble Obstructionist if they want instead of the Mu. And if they draw a card...
they have no attacks. They're going to attack, spite attack. Get in there, buddy. If they draw what?
I don't know. If they somehow draw a land and also disfigure or something.
That was a really good game, though. Like, it did come down to some pretty stellar top decks.
Yeah.
That's Magic, right? This game 3 was really cool. It was a good game. But yeah, Arakasi taking it down. That was, I think, the matchup that Bailite was probably the most concerned about. It's the one that was the closest.
Well, Bailite's still alive.
Anyways.
Okay, so...
I am going to go on a quick break. Is that all right with you, Red Mage and Zannty, if I jump on a quick break? Do we have someone else?
Do you just want to take this game off? I think we have...
That would be awesome, actually, because I'd need to do a quick errand, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can...
I'll be back momentarily. Here, guys.
Hey, I'm eliminated now, so I can jump in for a while if you need.
Yeah, actually, I was about to suggest if some of the players that are not going to be playing want to jump in for commentary. If you want to do that, we can give Loman some time off, and we are going to have only one game in the next round, which is going to be the loser semis. There is I wrote it earlier and then I forgot. It's going to be Brahms versus
Einstein.
Yeah, Brahms versus Einstein.
Brahms versus Einstein. Yes, there you go. I was about to say Einstein, and then you said Blahguy, and it was like, wait, and then I got really confused. Yeah, it's your fault, Zannty. It's your fault. Okay, jokes aside. Yeah, it's gonna be Brahms versus Blahguy. Obviously, that's gonna be the feature, as in it's the only feature going on. The person that is that loses this match will be eliminated, and they will finish the tournament in 4th. Will get them their choice of 10 Magic Online tickets or a $10 gift card for the big Magic Criterion of their choice. The person that is qualifying for the person that wins is gonna get to face Bailite in the losers finals. And the person that wins that is going to obviously face Arakasi, which is the other contestant in our final. We have a pretty star-studded tournament. We have Einstein is our season 5 champions. Arakasi Season 4 champion. So yeah, we have some players. We are going to see what things look like. I see that our players are getting ready to go. I'm gonna set things up real quick. In the meantime, why don't our commentators tell us what they expect of this matchup outside of the fact this is a D&T mirror.
So I think it's actually very interesting that both of the players took a different slant to their D&T decks. I know that Einstein has a little bit of a higher curve, while Brahms is actually on a little bit more aggressive slant comparatively. I really don't know which one is.
I would prefer having the higher curve here, because at some point your creatures are just going to get outclassed, right? You're not going to be quick enough. You're not red deck wins. You're not going to be quick enough that you're going to kill them before they can play these big creatures, these bigger threats, and these bigger threats are going to just outclass the smaller threats. I mean, it's going to mostly come back to who draws better, right? Like the deck building is going to matter a little bit, but it's mostly who gets the better draws.
Yeah, as someone that has mulliganed to 3 today and played 2 matches and lost both of them, I know how bad draws can really shape a game.
I'm sorry that was your tournament experience.
The lowest I've mulliganed has been to 4. I've won that game. I mean, I've mulliganed under 4, but the lowest I mulliganed to win was a multi 4 before. Which feels great. When you do something like that, they're like, yes.
I definitely mulliganed to 2 at least once. I didn't win that game, but I did mull to 2 because it was correct.
Yeah, I mulliganed to 3, and actually I think we got to turn 7 before I was dead, so still like a play. Yeah. But yeah.
4 is the most I have mulligan while actually eventually winning the game, I would say.
And it's more impressive because my mull to 4 was under the Vancouver mulligan and not the London mulligan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
I mulled the 4 lands and was like, I guess I keep this, and then I scryed a Thalia to the top, and I was like, this Thalia better do work. And then my opponent got stuck on 4 lands and had the preceded cards in hand of Jace, Damnation, Cryptic Command, and they were stuck on 4 lands, and this Thalia just shut them out of the game, and it was beautiful.
So, my experience on a mull to 4 to win was during Raminap Red in Standard, playing in the Star City Games Invitational. I was playing against Energy. I kept 3 lands Hazaret.
It's a hell of a...
Scryed had a shock on top. I was on the draw. I have never had someone scoop a match when they before, but we didn't play a game 3 because I drew removal, threat they had to remove, and then land for Hazaret.
You didn't have a game 3 because they were sent to the Shadow Realm, is what you're telling me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So going back to the games, now that
we're good to go. So the players can start
is on a mull to 5.
now.
His mull to 5 is very, very powerful, though.
Yeah.
You get to turn 1 play an idiot, and you get to play an idiot and Skull Clamp.
I think you probably just play 2 idiots.
Probably.
But yeah, we also have an Einstein on a mull to 6 that's very mana depth. And that's actually going to be a weird...
This Strip Mine's going to be really good here. Yeah. The Wasteland is not doing a whole lot. I don't think Wasteland's going to be a huge card in this mirror. No. Strip Mine's definitely doing stuff. But yeah. The other thing is, though, this Strip Mine, you need to cast your spells. You're not strip mining early on.
Yeah, I think with your opponent having 1 card in hand, you have to really value playing that Wings of Abandon on 2, which also makes the Strip Mine worse.
I don't even think you play the Wings of Abandon on 2. I think you just play this. I guess it's a Selfless Spirit. I still think you just play the Selfless Spirit on 2.
Yeah, it does give you more blockers for the Spirit Keeper when you do get to that.
We're going to see an attack for 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going to see the soldier get sent to the Skull Clamp realm.
Yeah. This Mutavault's a good draw. It will get killed eventually. Yeah, I do think that there is since you do not know what you're going to be drawing, there is an idea of maybe sandbagging the land drop until after you've drawn.
With Skull Clamp?
Yeah. Because, like, playing out the Mutavault this turn is probably relevant, but...
I do like the Wings of Abandon here now because you know your opponent has a Skull Clamp. You don't want them drawing the 2 extra cards.
Yeah, and it looks like their mana is abundant enough that you're not going to care. Yeah, things are looking very sad for Brahms with an abundance of mana and nothing to spend it on.
It's not that bad, though. You get to play Mutavault this turn, equip it with a Skull Clamp. Your opponent wastelands you, so you no longer get to do that. But now it's looking really sad for Brams. Although Brams decks are really live. You play so many X1s in this deck. City of Traders is not the card you want to be drawing here. Absolutely not.
Just another slap in the face in the form of another land.
Oh, and this Phyrexian Revoker is just going to name Skull Clamp now. This game is quickly ending.
It's very interesting how the draws off the top is so different. Has changed what we thought was going to be the lines. From like the opening hand, a lot of the cards in Einstein's hand are still cards from the opening.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Selfless Spirit, and he has the Selfless Spirit gets discarded here, which I like. It's not doing anything. It helps your Hollowed Spirit Keeper. I actually like strip mining here. You just get rid of a land. You don't know what your opponent has in hand. You assume it's probably lands, but
yeah,
just another land off the top for Brahms is not what he wants right now.
He has only drawn mana this game?
Yes. You know, I can understand where it happens. I've been playing a lot of draft on Arena, and the amount of times I'm like, oh, I drew 10 cards this game and 9 of them were lands. Great.
Yeah, I had a game, I think it was actually this morning, where as a red deck, I drew 7 extra cards, and every single card I drew that game was land.
The Containment Priest is okay. It's just a 2/2 here.
Yeah.
I imagine you're just discarding the Sword and Fire and Ice probably, or a land. Probably land. The Sword's better than a land right now. You don't care about Ravages right now, or Armageddon Beezer board is a lot better. I imagine post-combat you're just going to play the Spirit Keeper here.
I could see also playing the Sword because it is a bigger clock. Like, it just ends the game faster. Because you can equip it to the Revoker next turn.
You equip it to the... If you go on this line, I imagine what your line is that you're going to equip it to the Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, true.
You still have to use Revoker. I mean, you drew the land now, so now you get to do it all. You get to play Containment Priest, you get to tap the Containment Priest, you get to equip the Sword to the Revoker. But if you don't have the land, you have to equip the sword to Smuggler's Copter, which is still a 2-turn clock. You're dealing 7 in the air.
Yeah.
Sit 5 in the air, then 2 off the shot. This game's over. Unless Brahms comes out here with a Wrath of God.
I don't even
And
know
even
if
then, I
Wrath of
think the
God-
game is over.
It needs like Shatterstorm to get back at this game.
Cleansing Nova, destroy or exile all artifacts would have been good there.
Yeah, destroy. Yeah.
Like I could see that getting him back in the game, but does this resto do anything? You
Gives him
block
another
the
turn.
4/3, and you're still dead. Okay, Einstein backs it up. Or Brahms backs it up.
Yeah.
Like
You can block there and give yourself another turn, but you're not going to win the game.
Unless you have Cleansing Nova in your deck.
Which, looking at the deck list, is not there.
I know it's hard to believe that this white weenie deck isn't playing Rats. Another card that could have kept them in is Settle the Wreckage, but again, cards that you're not playing. So hands this time, we see Einstein took a mulligan. I didn't get a good look at his first hand, but I didn't like it a whole lot. Brahms' hand. I like Brahms' hand a fair amount. It doesn't have a 1-drop, but your core Firewalker into Recruiter or Gideon seems good enough. Like core Firewalker is not great in this matchup, but it is a 2-mana threat. Just a fine curve.
It looks like the Strip Mine's going to do a lot of work. It depends on how many more lands Einstein draws, but even dealing with the factory here is going to be fairly relevant.
I like just playing... Core Firewalker here is fine. There's an argument that you want to play Strip Mine and Soldier, but I don't think you're Strip Mining because you want to cast Gideon. You can Strip Mine the turn after, that's fine. There's also an argument that you're gonna just get this
But also not to self.
Opponent's playing Smuggler's Copter, which makes sense. Thalia was usually I'd cast here first, but this is not the matchup where you want Thalia. Now there's an argument. I still think you want to get this Gideon on board, although Gideon's just getting.
Also not to self.
Gideon's permanent, not creature, right?
And that just makes sense when I think about it. So I'll also
yes, it is permanent.
So you can just plus on the Smuggler's Copter and be like, that's not dealing me damage.
We're actually gonna see. Oh, is that? We gotta. I
am back.
We're gonna see some.
I dislike this line. You don't have the other land drop. I like just you don't know your opponent's missing the land drop, which is the reason why you want to do this.
Yeah. I think that it's gonna actually bite them in the butt here.
Yeah, it was not a good. I liked a lot better just playing this Gideon, plussing on this Smuggler's Copter. You're not taking damage from it.
Yeah. Like, I think that the thought process was that they were going to crew the copter with the Mishra's Factory, which defensible, but in this situation, you're just now the Gideon's even farther away. And
you have 2 3-mana cards, and the thing I didn't like about this was with a 1 3-mana card you can draw a land, but now if you don't draw a land next turn, you're just pretty far behind because your cards are not you're not able to cast these cards. It is interesting. We see a Gideon of the Trials in both players' hands.
Yeah.
So
I think it's actually interesting here that Einstein do draw a land off the copper and is deciding whether.
So we see Braum say he shouldn't have used Strip Mine there.
Okay.
Notepad. He doesn't get max punished for it. He actually probably gets rewarded for it, but
the interesting thing is, like, I think what Brahms was trying to do is with the Anafenza and the Strip going for a much more aggressive line. Like, I think knowing that Einstein is the bigger deck in this situation, that them being on the, I believe they were on the play, trying to get in some aggressive creatures and make your opponent stumble a little.
Yeah, I mean, I know why it's very tempting, but I think just getting this Gideon of the Trials out and plussing on the Smuggler's Copters so much better than wasting. Like, you don't know you're drawing the land. Like, now that Brams drew the land, it's not as bad. But if Brams missed his land drop, he's very far behind because he can only cast this 1-mana 1/2/1, and he has these 2-3-mana spells stuck in his hand, right?
Yeah. I do think you attack with.
Sorry, we are having some small technical difficulties in terms of actually showing people's hand right now. I'm working on it.
Yeah. Not sure what this recruiter got, but we'll find out.
I saw in the thing there, it was Silverblade Paladin.
Silverblade Paladin. Okay.
Oh man, I love the thing there.
I think that the attacking with the Core Firewalker and an Anafenza is pretty defensible there, and I'm surprised that they didn't do it.
The reason they didn't do it is this Thalia can't get it now, right? If your Thalia attacks, you get to triple block Thalia.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Thalia can just crew the Copter, so...
Yeah, but in general, you're going to play a land, and then they're going to be attacking you for 5, right? You crew Copter, and you attack with Thalia, taking 5.
The important thing this turn is seeing if Brahms can draw a land for the Gideon.
What does Brahms have 4-mana Gideon in hand?
No, the Thalia is making the Gideon cost.
Oh, it costs 4. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, this is very interesting. Because they're going to be playing the Paladin.
Yeah, they play Paladin, probably just on this recruiter, and then you're probably just attacking this recruiter and.
Yeah, put the counter on the recruiter. Yeah.
Attack with the 6/6 now. Which is very hard to block. I think you take 6 here from Einstein's point of view. You're probably deck and stone this Silverblade next turn.
I was trying to fix hands, and then I got really confused until I realized that they actually both have Gideon of the Trials in their hand, and I was like...
We mentioned that.
Oh yeah, that's not a bug. Like, it's actually... I'm not.
I think it's
the same
now that
thing
they've
twice.
drawn a land. Is it? I think it's. Ooh. Okay.
No, you don't. You don't want to cast Gideon here because they still have. If you cast Gideon, you take down one of the double strikers, but you don't take out both.
No, but Thalia can, I guess, trade, but that's not really what you want to be. This castle is going to be very good.
The castle is not going to be around much longer. I would have definitely ghost quartered this castle, but
yeah, leaving up the flagstones, I think there is just a simple misplay. I don't think it's going to matter too much.
I mean, it means your only attack here is Recruiter of the Guard.
I think Recruiter Guard was your only attack anyway because of the first strike.
Probably. But like this Recruiter now trades with the Wayfinder. And that's it. I guess no, it trades that they don't have mana to activate Castle up this turn. Never mind. I always forget that card requires another mana to activate.
Yeah.
But we're going to see Gideon come down the other turn. The Gideon's probably going to plus on either the opposing Gideon or this 3/3 Recruiter. You really don't want to be casting this being an Arbiter.
No.
Not when your opponent has a Ghost Quarter on board.
Yeah, this Caracas, though, is probably going to get Ghost Quartered instead of the castle. Just being able to use Thalia as a continual chump.
Yeah, you do that, or you can bounce this Anafenza, right? So it...
I don't
Does
think...
Leonard... Relic Warden, right? That's the name? Relic
Warder, yeah.
Gets to take the Smuggler's Copter. You now get to then plus your Gideon on your opposing Gideon.
If you were going to bounce the Anafenza, it would probably be before this creature entered the battlefield, but now we're going to have a lot of relevant attackers.
They're probably going to just bounce this Thalia. But now I'm definitely Ghost Quartering Caracas now.
Yeah.
You can even try to trade the Wayfarer for one of the 3 toughness creature, right? Put Fair Strike on and then bounce the Thalia and...
I don't like the plussing on Thalia.
It does make for better attacks overall. Like, I can see that.
Isn't that just a damage dealt? Oh, okay. Yeah, right. They both have a Gideon of the Trial. We've been over this. I am sorry.
Like, I actually kind of like this Gideon line because it allows you to get in. They can do the block thing with Thalia. It means they're wasting their mana on it next turn, and it can't get in a Gideon anyway. So
How big does Gideon become when you
4/4.
fire it up?
4/4.
So it's not killing the opposing Gideon here.
No, and
Gideon just gets eaten.
Mhm. Yeah, I see Lowman in the chat here talking about how that attack actually probably should have been on
Yeah, I don't.
Einstein himself.
I wasn't a huge fan of the attack on Gideon. It does get to kill the Gideon, but like the Gideon's only taking out one card. You're dealing them a lot of damage there. They're at 10. They're probably dead next turn.
Also, I'm not a big fan of cracking the clue there.
I think cracking the clue I don't think punishes you anyway. Like your opponent doesn't play any form of this card.
No, but I think just having more relevant bodies in this attack, since you are.
Are you saying playing in offense instead of cracking the clue?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because now, land off the top means you can actually cast both.
You play Anafenza and then you play Oriok Champion after Anafenza.
Yeah.
Your opponent, you are presenting lethal here. You probably what's your? I think
your blocks are. I believe you're going to put. Yeah. Double block there. Interesting.
I would have double blocked the 3/3, and the reason I would have double blocked the 3/3 is
Castle keeps
Thalia alive. Like here, I don't even order like this. I order the other way, and I just kill the Thalia, right? Like you can assign all 4 damage to the Thalia.
True.
I guess the other way you get to kill Thalia regardless of which way you block. I was thinking Thalia was a 2/2 for some reason, but
no.
I definitely think it's correct to kill Thalia there over the other card. Again, Settle the Wreckage is good here, and Cleansing Nova is good here.
Alpha Spirit is not enough, I don't think.
No, they have way too many attackers on board.
Whew. So we're going to see Einstein on the play here.
Moat also a good draw, as Loman points out in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Moat.
And Marco, you have people in chat yelling at you for not updating the match score indicator.
I'm working on it.
The match score is now 1-1. In case you forgot, we played 2 games.
I had forgotten, actually. I had completely missed that this wasn't still game 1.
Ooh, Einstein's hand's gonna have to go back.
Did you know that I'm paying a lot of attention to the gameplay?
For a land heavy hand, this is actually not the worst land heavy hand, but yes, you mulligan this on 7.
Yeah. It's very interesting that like Brahm's hand looks good until you realize they can only cast one of their 2 drops. Or actually, they can cast both of their 2 drops.
They're both humans.
Yeah.
All of their cards are humans, in fact, except the ones that aren't.
Except for the cleric, which once was a human.
Yeah, it has been a human at some point, so it should count.
You don't know. Maybe it could have been a Morfolk spirit. You don't know this.
The only god that I know merfolk worship in MTG was one of the Eldrazi, so I don't think they have their clerics are very well off.
I mean, are you saying all Morfolk have to be this worship this one
not all
god?
gods, not all clerics have worship actual gods in Magic.
So
right?
Einstein actually kept this hand. As I said, as a land-heavy hand, this is not the worst hand to keep. It
Like-
is all of your lands are doing stuff.
Like, there's a bunch of Orzhov clerics from Ravnica, and literally their land is called Godless Shrine.
Yeah, they actually have a god of money.
Their god is
And debt.
capitalism.
Yes, it is. The god of debt.
So we see Einstein kept this hand probably because he was hoping the Wasteland Strip Mine was going to be enough. Brahms, however, is drawing straight lands, so not.
I might be incorrect, but wasn't one of those off the top?
Yes, one of those was off the top.
Yeah,
I believe.
yeah.
I believe the Wasteland was off the top.
Bailite or Brahms getting very lucky with all the lands off the top to replace the other ones. The flooding from previous games is really coming in handy here.
I imagine we'll see. How does Bushido work? Is it when this creature blocks or is blocked? Or is it both?
Both.
Okay.
Blocks or becomes blocked. Like, if this creature is involved in combat
So-
against another creature, that's Bushido.
I do like this attack. So this attack is good because if your opponent blocks with Tormik and then mothers Tormik, or blocks with Mom and then like if they double block here trying to kill this idiot, then you do get to kill their mom.
I think it's just 2 free damage. No, I don't think a block in this situation is actually very good. I do like the Einstein. Oh, okay. They ended up not going for it. But I do like the idea of Einstein maybe regretting the attack and then going for it, because it having a little bit of unsureness definitely can get your opponent to get into some blocks. This is going to be a big beating for a while.
Tormik is what, doing 4 now?
4, and you have Silverblade on the ground to block. Although it doesn't block the Samurai still.
I actually think that the best way, Einstein's, what I would be doing if I was in Einstein's shoes is I would be trying to stabilize the board, not do a whole lot, and then try to get to my 6th land and overload this Wings of Abandon.
I was thinking the same thing. You have a lot of bodies you can put in the way.
You're not under a whole lot of pressure, and your opponent's definitely not going to play around a board wrath effect, board wipe, not board wrath, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, wipe wrath, I think, is the way that those are called usually. Right?
It looked like we saw it was either Einstein or someone else pulled up their deck list to figure out what they could get with Recruiter.
Yeah. I am looking through Einstein's list here, and looking at the 1-drops. Do they just want
to get their own mom, which is good card to get here. Your plan of holding the fort down until you can get this Wings of Abandon on 6 off is looking mighty good right now. Strip Mine hurts that plan a bit because the Strip Mine does have a good target.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to peel 2 lands now, so maybe it's getting too far out, but we'll see what happens.
Another interesting get that they didn't decide on is Walking Ballista. Walking Ballista, they can't play it this turn, but next turn can actually kill the mum. And
so the question is, would you rather have a game with your own mom versus their mom, or would you rather have a game with no moms? And right now, I think they'd rather have a game with both moms because your opponent does have a 2/3 double striker in the air, right?
Yeah.
So you get to blank this card now, unless they want to tap out to, unless they want to tap Mother to force this card to get in which case you just Wings of Bandits the Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Which I actually that's why I like Mom over Walking Ballista here. But Walking Ballista is a good card. I just think you'd rather have both players have a Mom than no players have a Mom.
Ooh, not actually stripping this turn. Probably.
No, I don't think you strip this this turn. It's not huge, and you get to play 2/2 mana threats. It's fine. You're just putting more pressure on the board. Mana Crypt is the. I like this Mana Crypt draw a lot. You get to play this Mana Crypt. You get to cast its Wings of a Bandit, and then you get to attack for 5/5.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty bad.
This is probably gonna be it for Brahms.
I don't even think you crack the cleric here.
You definitely cracked it. Or is this a spirit person in hand or a
Remorseful Cleric. Exile all cards.
Well, what's the card in Brahms' hand though? Is it Sanctum Prelate or is it the Hollowed Spirit Keeper? If it's the Spirit Keeper, you definitely sack, right? You want the card in your graveyard and not in your
Yeah.
But now it's like you have all of the lands in the world. Like lands are no longer an issue for you, but
it's interesting.
You have no creatures.
I'm looking at Brahms' list here, and he is not on Winds of Abandon, or he is also on Winds of Abandon. So we do have a live top deck.
Grimaw's was a hell of a top deck here. Because you can't really let your opponent start blocking with this card, right? So you're really only getting in for like 1 in the air. And cast is Kithian as well. So this is a very good follow-up. This Wings of Bandit was really good, but
so you have a strip mine here. You can turn off card draw or the token creation.
I'm taking the Castle Ardenvale. Like
we also have a Mox Clock or a Mana Crypt Clock that's going to definitely take advantage or steer this game.
So here you have a 6-turn clock. It's not great. So we have Stoneforge. So Stoneforge is Brahms is getting cards here that are.
Yeah, I'm looking at Brahms' list right now. Brahms is on.
Wait, what does a Samurai do?
A Samurai is if a permanent would be put into the graveyard from anywhere, exile it.
Oh, so the cleric didn't matter then.
Yeah.
About attacking. Okay. But Sword of Fire and Ice is. Are they playing Batterskull here?
No, they do not have Batterskull in the 75. Okay. The only hits are Skull Clamp and Sword.
I would be getting a Skull Clamp here. Your thing is not ever connecting, right? You're able to create a 1/1 each turn. You can mom it. Like at this point, I'm probably triple blocking this dude.
Yeah, the problem
block with the 1/1 as well.
Both the 1/1s. The problem is if you get Skull Clamp, you're clamping your Kithian and one of the tokens, but for the same thing, you can't put it on Brimaz, otherwise it just trades with the Samurai. And for the tokens created, it's not giving.
The sword is just never getting in, though. That's the problem here.
We also are forgetting about the Samurai. With the Samurai in the battlefield, Skull Clamp doesn't do anything.
Oh, Skull Clamp stops them from dying. Fair.
So sword was really the only choice. I think you kill. Oh, doesn't kill the Samurai? Oh, Samurai was protected by Mom.
Mom. Yep.
Oh, we got a first mana crypt damage.
But it's fine. At this point, you can start attacking. I am attacking. Are you still just attacking with the Selfless Spirit? I think you need to start attacking with more things.
But when your opponent has a sword, you don't really have a lot of choices. It looks like they're going to probably flip this Kythion as well this turn.
I'm not a huge fan of forcing a flip on Kythian. You lose your whole board for the most part.
If you put the sword on Hallowed Spirit Keeper, you have enough mana to keep Kythian alive, and Stoneforge is not doing a lot.
I mean, isn't oh, I guess yeah, never mind. Kythian has an ability. Ignore me.
Yeah, if you put the sword on Hallowed Spirit Keeper, they're kind of forced to chump with the Recruiter. Samurai can kill Stoneforge.
They have a castle activation, right?
Yeah, they do. Oh, I do not like putting the sword on Kythian here.
The reason you put sword on Kythian is now you know that this card's not dying in combat.
Well, Kythian can get indestructible anyway.
Yeah.
For the activated ability.
No, I mean like you know that they're not going to kill whatever you put the sword on. I guess you could put it on the Hollow Keeper, because they probably don't have enough toughness to just block it all. Although you probably could still do that, right? You could put if you put the sword on the Hollowed Spirit Keeper, I'm blocking with the Samurai, the Recruiter, and the human I make, and that's 5. Or just I guess that you just need the human and the Samurai, and then you block, and then you just give your thing protection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm chumping the Kythian, and I'm blocking the Samurai I'm blocking the Spear Keeper with the Samurai.
Yeah. I could also see. You can't take it from Kythian.
No, you can't take whatever the sword is. Like, you have to make sure the sword does not.
So I'm interested on if you actually block with Mum this turn.
No, because you can't block with Mom this turn because you need to keep your Mom around, and you also really need to keep the Samurai around.
Well, the Samurai could go in front of the Stoneforge.
But then you're not. I guess you could put the Samurai in front of the Stoneforge and then block with your Mom and your Recruiter on the 3/2. Your opponent does have unknowns in hand.
Yeah.
But Marco, can we get the flip of this Gideon on the thing?
Impossible.
Or the flip of the Kythian?
The +1 is probably what going for here. The +2 might be super relevant, but I don't know what you get to swing. I guess Mum? You get Mum to swing?
No, because you can just tap Mom. You probably get Selfless Spirit. You +2 on Selfless Spirit. So Selfless Spirit is forced to attack the Gideon and not you.
Well, he ended up choosing Mum. This Luris is not doing much other than being a 3/2.
3/2 is fine on this board.
It gets helped by Castle, which is nice.
You have all the mana in the world to play both this 3/2 and your Castle. You really need to just figure out how to end the game.
I think it's going to be that Selfless Spirit, to be honest.
I think what you have to do is I think you have to tap Mom.
Well, if you don't tap Mom,
I think you have to tap Mom to make your Samurai protection from white, and then you attack with both the Samurai and the Selfless Spirit, and they take 4. Then you can play this Loris.
Bram says writing in chat that he thinks he's only dead to Elspeth or Shafet Dunes.
Basically anything that gives +1/+1. I think Gideon as well. He didn't mention Gideon.
Oh yeah.
Because if he's dead to Shepherd Dooms, he's dead to Gideon, right? They're the same card. I don't think
he now retracted his statement. He said he only is dead to Elspeth or Elspeth.
That's interesting. Like giving a chance for the samurai to trade off here.
See, I don't like this line because I guess your plan may be to try and make this Loris get in the final points of damage. I don't like attacking the Gideon at all there. You don't have enough time to attack the Gideon and his face. I think that was the
No. The thing is, like, you're not going to be able to get the. I think he was thinking that he might be able to get the samurai back.
Also, is there a reason this Loris wasn't played? Is this Vile on 3?
No, I think he wanted to leave the mana up for the Castle Ardenvale activation.
The Vials on.
Do you not have enough mana for both?
No, you're 1 mana off.
Because of the mana requirement with the mana symbols, probably.
You can pay. It's 4 mana for Castle, and 3 mana for Luris. Plus tapping the Castle, it's 5 mana in
so it's
total.
really 5 for Castle.
Yeah. Gideon Blackblade's a good draw here. I still think that the play was just to attack them for 4, and then next turn you attack them for 4 again, and they're dead. Right? They are dead to those 2 things. The Gideon gives them lifelink, so it's
not lifelink, it's vigilance.
Well, you can give your choice of vigilance, lifelink, or indestructible, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could have given lifelink, so like the line wouldn't have worked anyways, but I think that's your best way to win the game.
So it's interesting here that they are attacking with both. It puts Einstein in a weird position where now that they're at 4, they do have to deal with these Gideons, or just not attack at all.
See,
but if they don't attack, they risk dying to their own mana creep.
Yeah, like I like the play of you attacking with. I like the play of you forcing in 4 damage last turn, because then you have lethal this turn, right?
Yeah.
It's like that's the way you're winning this game. You need to end the game. You can't let this mana crypt. You can't let your opponent's Gideon take over this game. And by attacking Gideon, you let them take over the game.
Yeah.
At this point, you play the Loris. Your Loris can gain you 3 life. You can keep it around if you have to.
Why does Einstein have no graveyard?
Neither player does because of the samurai.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a fine attack. You're gonna play this Loris, and then you're probably
you can Ganjo Castle the Loris, so that
I think
you're probably forced into sacking Selfless Spirit this turn.
Yeah, to replay it as a blocker.
Because with the Samurai gone, you get to cast this Selfless Spirit every turn. Oh, Wings of Abandon is just over.
Yeah. This game is now completely over.
Yeah. Yeah. Winds of Abandon got this game into such a strange position, and Winds of Abandon also ends it.
I do think that, I mean, Einstein was clearly trying to set up the Luris Selfless Spirit combo where their team is indestructible blockers each turn.
Yeah.
But I think you needed to end the game there.
Whew.
A very good game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we will see. We will see. Loman says, I'll be honest, this may sound vindictive, but if Einstein won this one after a 6-land keep, I think it would be a travesty.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but I do think the key point in that game was, and if I see Einstein's in the call, we were talking in the booth just now how we think you should have attacked with the turn where you attacked everything at Gideon to put Gideon down to 2. It was your Samurai, your Recruiter, and your Remorseful or your Selfless Spirit. If you had just mommed the Samurai, then you could have attacked them to 4, putting them down to 3 and having lethal next turn, which we think was the correct play. But a very close game all around. Very interesting game.
a lot of very small combat interactions, as well as like very massive spells. Like having an overloaded Winds of Abandon on both sides in one game is something you don't see very often.
Nope.
Still, congratulations to Einstein for getting this far. He is sadly out of the tournament, but his performance scored him a 4th place, which comes with a prize. So please get in contact with me after the tournament ends to decide which form you want your prize in. As I mentioned earlier, you have your choice of Tix or a gift card to the big magic retailer of your choice. We are going to go into the losers final now, which is going to be Bailite versus the winner of this match, Brahms. Both of these players will be fighting for their life in the tournament and for an upcoming for a spot in the grand finals. So yeah, exciting. Loman, are you back?
Hey, bud. Yes, I am. That was a wild ride. That was a wild ride we had right there, eh? There's a lot of wins.
lot of abandonment on both sides of the battlefield.
Yeah. Like, I will give it this. Like, I may have sounded a little vindictive in chat. Like, I think it was a very interesting game. It was a spectacular game to watch. But yeah, that was it was just a wild ride. It was like, what? How is this still going? But
What do you think about the line of, instead of attacking Gideon down to 2 that I mentioned, instead attacking them for 4 and putting them on 3 life?
I have to go back and relook at the math. It's possible. I mean, here's the thing, though, too, right? I mean, like, they've been sitting on a card for a bit. It's probably a land at that point. I believe it was a plains. But if it does just happen to be a removal spell, and you're boxed into protecting with your Mother of Runes in the following turn, then you can leave yourself very dead to the crypt flips, which is kind of like the backstop on that whole game is like, hey, if you lose like an average of 0.50 in your crypt flips, like your clock was like about 2 turns out, and the mom's not going to save you from that, was kind of the problem. Now, given the phasing of how the draw went, the crypt was necessary to play because you needed to win some abandonment there because you had to know what's going on, right?
The problem with holding Mom back that turn was you couldn't, because the Gideon plussed on the Mom, forcing it to attack.
No, exactly. And I think there was some plays that I would have done differently on both sides. One of which would have been the Brimaz turn. Like, I don't think you just attack with Brimaz. I think you play your Stoneforge, you find your sword, but you don't need to cast your sword there. I think you actually develop the mana to flip the Kitty in that turn and then force the Mom to attack on the following turn, leaving you with a much more well-developed board post that attack step and a sword that you can look to flex on the following turn. I think that was the line that I liked better from Brahms' side. And I'd have to go back and relook at Einstein's play near the end there when they opted to knock out the Kithian over opting to knock out their opponent down to 4. But at that point, they were pretty much required to block, I think, 3 things. So if they didn't knock out that one thing, they were 1 thing short given their hand resources. So they were taking damage from 1 thing, right? Which means the crypt flip is the same.
This was the turn before they were dead, right? This was the turn where...
well, I think if they take 4, they are possibly dead to a crypt flip, right? Because it was 4/4 and then a sorted up idiot that was a 4-power attack.
This was the turn before they killed the Gideon. This was the turn where they brought Gideon down to 2.
Okay. I have to go back and relook at it, to be honest with you. I have to go back and relook it. I may have stepped away. I was eating dinner on this end. I checked out key highlights, and I noticed the keep, and obviously I had an opinion on that. And then I noticed like the game, some of the big plays, like the wins. I was like, oh no, oh no. It's pretty rare that so wins is a funny card in that deck too, from the standpoint that like it's one of those cards that like is just good enough when you're paying 2 mana for it in some matchups. Like, you generally don't want to be doing it against aggressive decks. But the fact that, like, Death and Taxes is more of a mid-rangey archetype, kind of at its core, or it tends to play that way a lot more than, like, the old black-white versions in this format. And then, like, the mono-white versions in Legacy. you get to 6 mana pretty easily, right? And you're like essentially a medium deck that uses like fast mana to get down 4-drop planeswalkers and like I think that was the key card on both sides. But yeah, very kind of a very top deck driven matchup. I mean, there was possibly some technical stuff that could have been done differently on both ends, I think. But I have to go back and look at that Einstein play. I don't know if they missed putting their opponent to a 2-turn clock as opposed to a 3-turn by taking a turn off to knock out a Kithian. I don't know, or Gideon at the time. So we've got Brahms v. who? Marco?
Bailite. Bailite's is the other player. In the
Oh,
winners
okay.
finals. Yeah, they lost the winners finals, which dropped them in the losers bracket, and now we're gonna get.
Who
to
is
what's-
Arakasi in the finals right now?
Arakasi is the winners final. The winners final
Nice.
from the winners bracket. Yeah.
That's actually pretty sweet because I know they were kind of like bemoaning. They're like, "Man, my deck choice might not be good today," but it's there. It's up at the finals.
I've had some conversations with Arakasi, and really the deck that he was afraid of for this tournament was me.
Red.
And
Red, yeah.
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 And we've actually had a conversation where on the Sunday tournaments where we've been playing, most of the weekends that we don't get paired up, they go basically undefeated.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, hey, you got one bad matchup in a format.
I think Death and Taxes is actually very good against that deck. My personal experience, very close to the list that Gozmit's playing because they're playing one of my lists. I gave them some flex slot cards in there for the meta or whatever, like Loris and like Savine's Wreck and shit like that. But for the most part, that's like the list that I tend to run. And I played them a bit with it, and like I tended to be favored, but they were tight games, right? Like they came down to like the wire. Generally, like 1 to 2 card difference, right? Like 1 to 2 cards making a difference in the matchup. So I think it's still a good matchup for D&T. But I will give it to Arakasi's played that deck a lot, and they're very good with it, right? Like they're very familiar with it. They know what they're looking for. They know what they need, and they play it well.
Yeah, I'm in the camp that Arakasi might actually just take down the tournament today. I really am cheering for Brahms in this upcoming match, but
I think so. Like I said, I think D&T can beat it. I don't think it's like hugely advantaged, but I think it's like 5% advantaged, maybe 10 tops, but like probably about 5%. I'm
gonna be precise here and be like it's a 56% matchup for the Taxes deck. But...
Sure. Maybe. I don't know, but like it's not like a huge margin, but I played it enough against them that like I think there is a margin, and it's slight edge advantage like D&T in my experience. But I mean, all lists are a little different.
Yeah, looking through all three of these last deck lists, I'm seeing a lot of cards that is in Bailite's deck that are also in Arakasi's deck that I'm thinking as very good cards in this matchup. So it's going to be very interesting to see if those cards.
The players are welcome to start when they want, by the way. Just let them know.
I'm assuming you're talking about the black cards, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like Liliana, The Last Hope, and Toxic Deluge are 2 power cards in the D&T matchup. Probably your 2 best cards in general.
I'm also thinking of the Big Fish.
Gerbag Angler's fine. Tombstalker's fine. Those threats are pretty decent. And you do need to apply pressure, obviously. I mean, you don't want to sit around forever because like you're a tempo mid-range deck. You're not designed to sit around forever. But yeah, it'll be interesting. So we got Bailite v Brahms here. I do think Bailite is advantaged in this one. I think in general, they should beat D&T, and we've seen him do it. I think a couple times today. I think they've beaten him once, maybe, or maybe twice now. I don't know.
One of the 78 D&T players that have shown up for today's event.
Yeah, and again, like I was talking at the beginning, like I think D&T is one of the best small metagame decks. Like you start looking at some of these lists, and like they're techie. It's a deck that you can like get techie with, and like not really hurt the primary game plan because it's all attached to creatures that just kind of do the primary game plan's job of attacking. So you got that going for it. Yeah, SFM on 2 is not a bad way to start it off for both
I
players.
like
Evidently,
starting off with plains or forest here because you just protect yourself from wasteland.
sure. They may be saying they don't care about a wasteland right now. I don't know why that would be true. Now, this is actually a really tech play. They haven't seen their hand. They're going to shut off their Stoneforge Mystic unless this thing gets eliminated and they tap deck a black mana source. It's not a fetch land. But the Sylvan Library is going to go a long ways to it up.
Visionary.
Yeah, I played that in Pennylander. The card is like good. It's a good card. It's 3 mana. That's the issue at the end of the day. It's a lot of mana, right?
Like a 2/2 body for 3 is not the worst, and
it makes mana. It draws a card.
Yeah.
It's like a recurring nightmare card. I don't think they're on recurring nightmare in this list, but I would need to look at their list. They do change it up from time to time to.
Only
Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm being so exclamatory. They played their own Stoneforge into the Leonin Arbiter, and now they're swallowing sadness. This is where playing the deck a lot, and just making sure, Yeah, this is savage. That's real rough. I mean, I was figuring they were going to just be on a Finks or on a Bramaz this turn.
Yeah.
Playing Squire for 2 cannot feel good.
No.
Oh man, it's rough. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Like I'm not doing it to be rude, but I just really feel bad when folks do that. I'm like, it's like the kind of mistake where I can literally off of it. Just take it back, bud. Like, just do something else. Like, I know the information.
Brahms bringing up the notepad again.
Yep.
There was one day where I accidentally cast an ancestral targeting my opponent on turn 2.
Yeah.
That did not feel good.
Like, gee, thanks. They're like, what are you doing to me? What's going to happen here?
My opponent was really nice about it. It was super early in the game, and they were like, if you want to restart, we can restart this game, which is what we ended up doing. We agreed to draw that game. He's like, this is not something that you'd make a mistake in paper, is what they were saying. And I was like, yeah,
you wouldn't.
I cast a Git probe the turn before, and I was just in the habit of clicking them and then clicking me, and I was like, oh, no, that's not how this card works.
Well, this Giver of Runes at a minimum is going to eat down this Eliminate, which means Brimaz is going to be free to do Brimaz things, I assume. I think you just send the Leonin Arbiter in there and look to trade it. Maybe you don't. I mean, it is turning off their Stoneforge at least for one more turn. But I believe they are playing Umezawa's Jeet in their deck. I could be wrong. It could just be Skull Clamp and Sophie. No, yeah. It is just Sophie and Clamp because they are Trip Mock spread.
Yeah. I do kind of like keeping the Arbiter around because it's making them hard to clear the Sylvan Library. If they do have a fetch or a shuffle effect.
Sure. I mean, here you probably just take 4, I think, off this to get through a couple of the cards.
You do play the Stoneforge and
you can pay for it, yeah. Or you can
Tracker, play a land.
Tracker. You could Knight of the Reliquary.
You can Tracker, play Gaia's Cradle, and then play Stoneforge, and then pay for it.
Yeah. Yep. But they're not going to go that way.
What?
This way they can actually draw off the clue.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that just clears one of the cards they can't cast right now off the top at a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't the worst. It also can force a tap of the... Yeah, they really want to just hit a land on the other side. That Zero would be quite good here to have a 4/4 flyer on board.
Yeah.
I do think Brahms needs to start slamming. I think you need to start slamming in there. You need to do damage. You can't just let them get out of this. D&T really does need to present pressure. That's one of the things that we've kind of seen in a couple of the games is they're a little more hesitant to attack with their components in the matchup, and it's just not. It's kind of like a tempo deck in that way. It's not designed to really sit around forever on its pieces and lock folks out like a prison style deck would. It's got to clock them.
On the other end here, I think playing the Thraben Inspector and just going for the
clue
right away to draw seems like a really...
It's a fine play. I like playing the Kitchen Finks just to get another creature on board to attack with.
I think the 4/4 flyer could be relevant, though. You're really looking for a land drop at some point. I think the land drop is fairly relevant as well. I don't know that it's going to be substantially different either way. I think if you're going to make the clue, you definitely pop it right now to see if you can hit the land drop, though.
And then play the Kithian.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't play around like a top deck Thoughtseize or Hymn to Turek or whatever, but I mean, if you don't hit a land, but if you hit a land, you make your land drop for the turn, which is great.
Swords is a good draw.
Swords and Tainted Pact are good draws because they can get to the resources that they require for this matchup, which I would assume will be a Toxic Deluge to completely board wipe, leaving them up on card advantage, and with multiple Planeswalkers in hand, which is not bad.
Like, I'm thinking that you're actually might just taint it. No, you're gonna play the Knight this turn.
Yeah, the thing is, you really gotta answer the Leon and Relic Warder before you get Knight down, because Knight is still gonna cost 2 more. Now the Gaia's Cradle is gonna start mitigating the Leon and Arbiter tax, and it's only a one-time tax, so it's not like per every search. So once you do pay it, you can start doing stuff like Leon.
You could pay it this turn and then Recruiter and Stoneforge, but I would have liked taking the Tainted Pact there.
Yeah, I personally think the Pact is quite good as well, but. I don't think they're in a bad spot in this board. They may want to spend another turn waiting for the Tainted Pact to get a secondary black source or to get this Tireless Tracker a little bit bigger so that it's out of range of a Toxic Deluge. For the Tireless Tracker v Brimaz, because Brimaz is 4, so they're spending at least 4 on that.
Yeah, I do like getting the Knight down so that you can have find your actual second black source.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
The Planeswalkers that you have on top.
That is perfectly reasonable.
But I don't think you want Lily of the Veil in this matchup. Like, you have Lily of the Last Hope in your hand, and Lily of the Veil is not going to.
No, I think Liliana of the Veil is honestly kind of a more questionable card in that list, but they know their deck. I think when you're not on like a Loam style deck or on a deck that is like really regenerating the card advantage or like pressuring very heavily, like Sui Black, for instance, like you tend to lose more value. Like a deck that would play Rotting Regisaur would probably be comfortable playing Liliana of the Veil. Or a deck that's playing like, Strip Mine and Life Malome or, Renin 6 or whatever.
I don't like the not playing of the Knight here. They're planning on cracking this clue is what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to get the top cards off, find an additional black source, and then go for a Tainted Pact to wipe the board because they want to get this title trigger bigger.
They could actually play the Knight and still have mana to crack the clue with the Llanowar Visionary.
Mm-hmm. If my guess is correct, and they're trying to go for some sort of board wipe here, by playing the Seer the Benevolent this turn, they're going to get that Brahms is going to get punished pretty heavily by this more like kind of deliberate, like long-term card advantage play. Because it will generate a board wipe and leave a one loyalty thing on the board, vice a very large Tireless Tracker that will, at a minimum, have 2 toughness, because I'm assuming they will not kill it.
It's interesting that if they don't see a black source off Sylvan Library, they can't taint it into
T-Del.
Toxic Deluge,
Deluge the same turn, so you're gonna actually have a delay.
They're not that much trouble if they don't. They have the Swords to Plowshares, and they can set up with the Knight.
And if you wait another turn anyways, you get to keep your Tireless Tracker around afterwards.
That's what I'm saying. Well, they could even do it next turn, right? It's a 5/4 right now. So it's Fire Elemental size. If they find any black source off the top with the Sylvan Library, they can go wheels up with that line of play. And it's going to be very good because it'll crank out the Seer of the Benevolent. It'll kill the entire board on Brahm's side and probably prompt a concession. It'll be my guess. Like, I would probably concede that. Like, yep, you got me. Like, I'm dead to that. I don't even like swordsing here, to be honest. I think you just... Oh.
If they swords here, I don't think they're planning to board wipe.
I just think the highest EV play is to set up that board wipe, and if you hit the black source, you can do it. And right now, like, you're not under... Yeah, there's your black source. It is a Tudor-style black source, but if you're going to make this line of play, like, why not just get the Leon and Arbiter so that you can get around having to pay that tax, which slows you down significantly, Yeah. This will work, though. This line will work, I believe. There may be 2 mana or 1 mana short. So they pay 2 for this thing, which they can do off the Cradle. That puts them up to 5 mana. Yeah, I think they're going to be 1 short for this because they do need to pop the clue.
Because you have the Llanowar Visionary to make mana as well.
Right? No, they're fine. They paid it.
Yeah.
Well, they have the Land War Visionary. They have 2 off that, which is 3 mana for the Deluge. They're 1 mana short because they need to cast Tainted Pact, which is 2 mana, and leaves them at 1 mana, which is not enough to pop one of the clues to make it a 6/5, which gets it outside of the size that you need to make the Deluge to get around the Bramaz.
Yeah.
So they are 1 short. That's why I was like thinking, like if you hit a fetch here, like pathing or plowing the Leonin Arbiter actually sets it up a little better. But
so I see them hovering over Recruiter here.
Yeah, they could just be looking. They could just play a Stoneforge Mystic. They've already paid this turn, so I mean they can get equipment and probably do something good with it.
Recruiter probably finding a Power Stealer, maybe something else.
Probably something they can do this turn. This feels like a high impact current play. Shriek Maw makes sense to me.
Shriek Maw this Brimaz.
Yeah, I can see that. That seems fine.
Shriek Maw the Brimaz, that means you can deluge for a smaller amount and keep the tracker around.
Nah,
you could have probably done
trackers
that,
already keep it around. You're just 1 mana short. If you hit Swords to Plowshares, the Leonin Arbiter, then you can just do that whole sequence of plays, which I think is what they were angling towards. But it was a fetch land. It wasn't just a regular old black source. I'm gonna get a creature in bin. That makes decent sense, especially with Liliana the Last Hope. They can just recurse that card and continue to grind advantage.
This tracker is huge now.
Yep, finally gonna get in, do some things and some stuff. And yep, 3-bit Inspector jumping out of the bus makes sense. That card's not really doing much right now.
I'm actually interested whether the tracker was going at Bronze's face or against the Sarah.
I would assume face.
Sarah.
No, I think their plan for Sarah hasn't changed at all. Like, I think I would just go face with it. Unless you really want to try to like level them and be like, oh, I need to get this Sarah off the board. But Sarah is not a threat right now. This turn, it's just plussing and doing nothing.
This face is going to be good.
Yeah.
It'll get Sarah a second activation.
The problem is, like, I guess they don't have the black mana required to... Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll help. That'll help. I think I would pay more life than they do on this card and just start drawing some of this stuff, but that's just me. Just try to close faster.
See, Tainted back here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna see him sweep. Although, like we were saying before... Well, actually, no, it's fine now. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Because they are 1 black mana short still of casting the Liliana after casting the T-Del, if that's what they go for.
The thing is, if they can get Yahenni's expertise, they both wipe the board and play the Liliana.
Yeah, that would be a very reasonable card to get to. That makes sense. I forgot they had that one on
you
their
get
list.
whichever one comes up first, though.
No, you'd want to get that one because you don't want to leave the Finks behind because then you have another 4/4 to deal with on the board that flies, and you're at 12. Is kind of the problem. So like Yahenni's expertise is actually pretty specific. Like the playing the Liliana after casting the Wrath is actually really I think necessary because the Finks will stick around and we'll just chump block with it and then make a 4/4 and then put some more idiots down. Yep, there we go.
What was done.
Yep. Yep. And that's not one you actually commonly see in Canadian Highlander. It's a powerful card.
I think it's definitely a meta choice that's been very, very good.
Oh, for today, yes. I think it's probably a game-winning meta choice. Like, it's a very good one. For sure. But allowing them to resolve the Liliana is, that's pretty clutch. And you get to play a Knight of the Reliquary post, if you want. Which would be my guess. That card's going to allow them to grind some value with Tireless Tracker. It's actually a hell of a combo with Tireless Tracker. Just get a fetch land. It's basically a draw 3 turn. You play another land. I think Brahms could probably go to game 2 at this point. I think I would tend to want to, but
you're 1 mana off Wings of Abandon.
But Wings of Abandon doesn't do anything. You have
I was just saying, there's like 2 clues on board. Like, even if you were Winds of Abandoning this very turn, like, I don't think you're in a good spot anyways. Like, I think you're still in a bad spot because, like, there's an active Lily that can get back any of the creatures in the bin. That includes a Recruiter of the Guard. That includes a Shriek Maw to deal with anything that's really problematic. And that not being the case, like you're going to get to basically put 3 additional cards if you draw a land next turn onto the board with this Knight of the Reliquary, and yeah, it's not bad.
No.
With Sylvan Library and Lily the Last Hope, Wings of Abandon is not doing much on this board. I mean, it kills the immediate threats, but you're not beating these other cards.
Yeah, it's like out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing, right? That's why the matchup's tough. That's you really got to keep that early pressure down. I mean, you got to do what Brahms did here, but when they have the sweeper and they get to retain their gains over the course of the game, you're not coming back. Their deck's set up to go long. You're set up to disrupt early and pressure out. So.
I do
one of
see
them
that
things.
Brahms is looking at their own deck list. I think they're looking at
is there any way
they're not dead here?
Is there any way I need Swords to Plowshares and Cataclysm, and I can get there?
Yeah, if you went to the actual
I need Tendrils of Agony in my deck.
if I go exactly Winds of Abandon into Ravages of War.
You're still not good enough because there's an active Lily on board.
Yeah.
And the Sylvan Library.
I really am not a big fan of on Thin Ice in these builds because you're a Geddon deck.
Yeah.
Specifically.
I mean, if you're in blue-white control, it's awesome. But in the deck it plays
Yeah, I play it in blue-white control, and I've dabbled in playing it in some other bigger big white big white control deck.
Do you think that
I
have a
don't
question
never cared for it in this matchup.
How feasible do you think that it is to play a single Volk in your blue white control deck to play Chain to the Rocks?
I think that is a very greedy thing to do.
Okay, it's very okay. That's
thing,
what
right?
I thought.
If you're gonna play an enchantment that probably will not do anything, play one that when it really does something, it really does something good. Just play Trade Routes or play Back to Basics, which sometimes I'll do in blue white, but I have to be on a very high basic count, and in general, it tends to be a higher non-basic count than Blue Moon does.
No, it
has a lot more utility lands, but. But I tend to splash black in mine for flashbacks on Mystical Teachings if I'm going to go that route, or Engineered Explosives. Whatever.
No, the only reason that I think so is just that the deck one mana interaction is something the deck doesn't have in spades, right? You only have 2 real good 1 mana interaction spells.
No, you do have 1 mana interaction. It's called Terminus.
that counts, I suppose.
You don't cast that for 6. Let me tell you, you brainstorm that thing back.
As I was trying to say before.
Sorry.
I don't know about Brahms' keep here.
No. I think their keep was not great. That's kind of why I've been talking about it, because I don't think this is going to be a great game. I'll be frank with you. I think this keep was a little bit too greedy, and I think it's tough on keeps and mulls, right? We kind of saw this in Gozmit's game. You have to look at your hand and be is this better than my 6-card hand is? And if it is, then you have to keep it because resources are so important. You really can't go to 5 on the play this matchup and expect to win it because you don't really have haymaker cards, against this other deck. Sometimes maybe you can get a Geddon off, but Geddon's not really a great card to see in your openers. You kind of want to just naturally top deck into it, So yeah, I think in general, this was a hand that I personally would mulligan, but that's also me saying it without precisely knowing everything that's in their deck list. And that also said, we watched Einstein keep one that was literally a 6-lander, and it made a hell of a game of it. I think this is. I was a little I'll be honest, and this is nothing against Einstein. I was a little miffed. I'm how the fuck is this happening? I fucking hate Magic sometimes because it just shouldn't. You're just that's not a reasonable thing.
I love Brahms.
It can happen, but huh?
I love Brahms communicating with us through the chat window, through the
notepad.
Through the notepad.
What's that?
Yep.
He said that I should probably mulligan this hand and also attack with the mutable.
Well, this is a card right here that can reward you for having a vast sum of mana. I don't think I would blow this up. I think this is totally a bait card. But I think I would just get the stupid resto down, EOT, and then slam this sword on it. I mean, maybe they know they have the Lingering Souls. I forget.
Well,
they don't know anything about their hand.
Yeah,
That's an
'cause-
instant speed removal card. They're gonna blow up their land and get
Vindicate.
their thing back. That'd be kind of funny. Well, see, this is the funny thing though. They would spend their Vindicate on this, and if you resto EOT, I guess you're still a mana short unless you hit Ancient Tomb or City of Traders or Mana Crypt. So actually, you do have some outs to still like having made that play, and then like because even though your land got blown up, you could still possibly like get there. I like leaving up Restoration Angel at this point though.
Yeah.
Bailite's not the sort of player who's going to like play something main one and just attack into a bazillion open mana. But I mean, like if they do, like maybe you can just like snap one off and like they'll lose their 3/2. They'll get a card off of it, but I mean, it's not like the highest upside of that card. Like Midnight Rider or whatever that card is in there really to protect against sweepers, right? Like it's to protect against the red sweepers.
But also if they do that, you can Mythos then resto and move on with your life. Right?
Yeah, I do like Brahms opting not to cast the Restoration Angel out here though, because they're gonna leave up this Nithroy. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought like they would generally play out the Knight of the Reliquary, because like the risk that you run with this line of play is that if they just play like a Swords to Plowshares and a Geddon, wow, that's an aggressive tech card for Red Deck wins.
It's actually pretty good in this matchup as well, blanking half the removal.
It doesn't.
No, it's only against red spells, guys. Guys, read the card.
It's red or black.
Black or
can't be
red
targeted by
spells.
red or black.
1 second, I gotta reread this because I don't think that's what it says.
It's
black or red spells. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've only ever had it be good against red decks, but I suppose it does have black.
Off the top.
Yep, that's dead now. I mean, it's the thing is here. I mean, like this was not a very good hand that Brahms kept, and the game is playing out how one would expect if you kept a hand that was not really good in this matchup, because it's already a pretty bad matchup, right? So there's
Land
that.
off the top is really good.
Yeah, it does force some unfavorable things to happen. You definitely go for it. I mean, the thing is here, like, they just block with their 3/2 and draw a free card off of it and then say, all right, I got the Swords to Plowshares next turn. But there is a sword in play, and the Vindicate and the Mythos of Nethroy have been used. That doesn't mean they can't come back, but,
The sword can go on the Mutavault next turn.
Yeah, personal I'm pretty sure, Blahguy, this card was put in for you. I think you should feel personally attacked because I believe they personally put it in for you as a person. As a player of Magic the Gathering, I believe this card was put in their deck two meta against you. Just saying. I would take it personally too. You gotta have an edict. Actually, you got an edict. You got an Angrass Rampage. Goyf, not a bad draw. It's just big.
Yeah. And is it big enough? It is big enough that.
It's just huge. Just huge. This is a Delirium deck, essentially.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking here is Savine's Reclamation actually for the Knight, since the Paladin's never getting through the Goyf.
It's not entirely true. I mean, if they're running Elspeth, Knight Errant in their deck, they can just fly it over.
Gideon
does really nothing. It just makes the Tarmogoyf not hit, right? Yeah, you're not winning this one. I don't know what series of draws it would take to get out of this with D&T, but like, yeah.
Land Wings of Abandon?
I mean, maybe. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that could do it.
It's the card of the day.
I love how Bailite's just like, I have so much abstain for this Fiend Slayer that I'm not going to cast my swords on. I'm just going to hang out and cast my Lingering Souls, which I don't blame them. I don't think they need to. They just sit here and chump block with this big Goyf. Red Mage, I have to ask, did you put a version of God, I can't think of the card now. Protection from Black and Red, Paladin and Vec up?
Yeah,
before?
I did put Paladin and Vec up, yes.
I thought I saw it out of my side eye. I was like, is that a Paladin and Vec?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one in forever.
So Blahguy is I'm just trying to trigger Blahguy at this point.
Yeah. Being fair, like, Protection is a lot more busted than Hexproof from.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that isn't even full hexproof, right? Like, you can still Shriekmaw the guy. It's only spells.
Okay, yeah. Spells, yeah. You could, what's the one vampire, the level up card? You know what I'm talking about?
Goldraw's Assassin?
Goldraw's
That's
Assassin?
it, yeah, that's it, right there.
Like, you can, like,
level
Royal Assassin it.
Royal Assassin, yeah, you could do that. That's real old school.
You can Vizara it.
You know what the sad thing is I've played all those cards recently. I like playing with some bad cards.
I played a Visara in I've resolved a Visara multiple times in Eternal Masters draft mostly, but
Arakasi, this one just came down to a bad mulligan decision, to be honest with you. They kept too many lands and not enough relevant stuff to do, and that's what it can be. I mean, but it's also tough, right? Like I was saying in the beginning, if it's a matchup where resources are very relevant. So if you have a 7 that it looks as good as a keepable 6, you should probably keep it, because going to 5 on the play is going to kill you, like most of the time in this matchup. It just will, because Bailite's deck is very grindy.
Gideon and equip the sword here with Gideon.
I think I'm beyond making any sort of causal assessment on what plays are the most relevant for Brahms, because I think they're just exceedingly dead, to be frank with you.
Amazing.
Sure.
Dead.
Yeah, it's just they're playing it out, they're making it a good showing, and I'm not trying to make the viewers shy away from the gameplay, but it's just not one of those matchups where you can really get behind. Once you get behind, you get dead on D&T. Sadly enough.
Yeah, D&T is it has at least some amount of similarity in the way it plays to weird tempo, to some tempo decks, honestly.
Yeah, I just play. It's all onboard counter spells. I say Death and Taxes is the best counter spell deck in the format, because all your counter spells attack for 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what it is. All your discard and counter spells attack for 2 or 3.
If you think about it, right? The way that I see it is there are 2 different types of control, which is Weissman control and stocks control, and tempo is usually Weissman / aggro, and Death and Taxes is stock / aggro. So there are similarities.
I don't think calling it Weissman is really adequate. I mean, if you look at Weissman's original deck, I mean, it was a Moat of the Abyss style deck. There were definitely, it's very board based as well. I mean, it was
but
it did a little bit of both, right?
I don't have a better way of describing that style of control deck, right?
Permission, stack based control.
Sure.
Permission. Yeah.
The problem is that stock-based control versus stocks-based control gets really confusing.
I just call it stack-based control and then board-based control. But I mean, you can call it whatever. Fair. I mean, it's just I understand what you mean when you say Weissman control. But everyone thinks of counter spells and mana drains. But
it's the type of control where your goal is if you prefer, it's an actual card advantage versus virtual card advantage control, right? Where in stacks you're usually trying to essentially invalidate your opponent's card. It's I have this mode.
If you have your whole deck in hand and it can do nothing, then you have 0 cards in hand. That's kind of the philosophy. Yeah, that's virtual card advantage.
Yeah. Whereas the Weissman control decks are usually trying to be I'm 1-for-1ing you a bunch. You trade in actual cards, then I'm gonna draw cards or generate card advantage in some way that similar.
No, it generated generally literal card advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, so as we see here, we've got 2 threats in hand, but one of them dies automatically to the Liliana. You can sort it up, but you're getting beat down pretty heavily. Every creature that you kill is giving them another card. They are losing a life off of it, but their life total is not exceedingly relevant. There is a Savine's Reclamation in the bin, so anything that gets killed, it's a literal permanent, can be brought back. Basically, 2 things can be brought back. And I wouldn't be shocked if next turn we see Bailite go for a Kitchen Finks Knight of the Reliquary, just to kind of seal the deal up here.
The Liliana's gonna emblem at some point. It's not too far away from that either.
They won't emblem with it. I think they'll down ticket. Bailite's sort of player, I don't think they're gonna look to win with it. That way they'll just continue to grind the same cards over and over again.
I could see if, let's say, they had the Winds of Abandon clear the board, that ticking up for ult for Liliana would become much more relevant.
Especially because then you can still even if you're Liliana, you can ult it to kill it, and then
here's the thing though, guys. Bailite's a sharp guy, right? He's a sharp player. They probably just watched Einstein's game, v Brahms, and they know they got wins in their deck, and they're probably thinking about it when they're at 5 mana. They're how do I lose this? I'm pretty sure Bailite. See how they played. When they are ahead, they will think, how do I lose this game? Because they play very deliberately and very almost, in my opinion, sometimes to a fault. Very safely. Sometimes in times they shouldn't, in my opinion, but they're obviously a very talented player. They've done very well on the tournaments. I mean, they could just be better than me. I don't fucking know. But, in that position, they're thinking about that card. They know it's there. They know it's a possibility. It's not in their hand, but, if it was, that's one of the ways they lose, Only once though. Yeah.
Why are creatures better than burn spells? Because they're repeatable.
Well,
Until your opponent plays a true name, and then they just don't worse.
yeah, I mean, that's a whole argument. Like, actually, burn spells in of themselves are, in a way, virtual card advantage, right? Because they are both clock and removal, so they represent multiple different cards in a deck at the cost of only one card slot in the entirety of the deck. So,
but they don't do multiple things when you cast a card. They only do a singular thing when you cast a card.
Yeah, but you can use them for multiple different things, right? They actually have...
Not Lava Spike.
Well, that's why... Look at my red deck wins list. I don't play that thing. That thing's fucking bad. You play that in like a literal burn deck. I'm not a big fan of Lava Spikes, though. I like things that can do multiple things, personally. In this format especially, because it's a very wide format. Yeah. And in this metagame, my guess would be... I haven't asked Wolfgang. I don't know if they're still watching. Wolfgang, are you playing Lava Spike? My guess is no.
I am on Lava Spike.
Oh, you're here. Oh, sweet. You are. Oof, that's... Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, homie.
I've had the thing with Lava Spike as the way my deck is tuned a little for this format, for this event specifically.
Yeah.
I knew there was going to be some D&T. I did not expect 3. But the Lava Spike hitting Planeswalkers has been relevant, as well as with the aggressive slant and a lot of prowess threats early, just having a good damage spell to get the race going.
But being fair, like, you know, there's probably some good reasons you run it, but like, being fair, it is one of those cards that, like, we were talking about card advantage and red deck wins earlier, it does probably in general represent a lot less at the one spot, right?
Yeah, it's one of those cards that's very on the edge all of the time, but it's one of those cards that I personally can't give up on.
I did. I'll play Jackal Pup over that. And, like, I play Jackal Pup knowing it's wrong, but I'd play it before I play Spike. I hate Spike. I'm not a fan of it. I've always been burned by it this far. I'm just like, God, why do I have this card in my deck? It's so bad right now. It's not quite Spark Elemental.
Oh, no.
It's not quite there. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a powerful card. That's totally fair to say that. So is like Flame Rift. It's a powerful card, but it's like one of those cards where it's like, this only does this, so I better be doing this. Yep. And most of the time you're a red deck. I mean, most of the time you can do that. So, all right, so we got finals now, and it's going to be Bailite v Arakasi, the rematch for the century. And my understanding is, so if Bailite loses one game, they're out, and Arakasi can lose 2.
No,
or if they lose their second.
If Bailite loses, it's best. So it's gonna be best of 5, but Arakasi is gonna start with having one game with a 1-game bonus, basically. So if Arakasi loses 2 games, they're out. Sorry, if Arakasi loses 3 games, they're out. Or if Bailite loses 2 games, Arakasi wins.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Best of 5, but +1 for Arakasi.
Yeah. Exactly.
Kind of. All right. Well,
yeah, we're setting
this
up.
Honestly, of all the games you've seen today, and I mean, feel free to disagree. Anyone else in the booth right now? I do think the best games of Magic, like the most like technically interesting, were between Arakasi and Bailite.
It was very interesting the plays.
Yeah, I mean, they were. There's a lot of back and forth, and I think both players like. There was not a lot of plays where I was like, "What the f are you doing?" Like, but almost all of it made a lot of sense. It was very well thought out. Like, it was a well played game of Magic. You know, I really enjoyed that. That third game was very good that they had.
Oh, hey, Ben Wheeler started streaming. That explains where all viewers went.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does mostly Gladiator now, so if folks want, you know, Canlander, I mean, they're not getting Canlander over there now.
Yeah, I do miss that, personally.
Yeah, me too, but I mean, that's, you know, like, a guy's got to make a living, and I'll guarantee you, he makes more of a living playing with cards that don't cost a fucking Honda Civic than, you know, because it's accessible to people, than he does playing with Black Lotuses, you know?
This format is somewhat accessible on Magic Online, like, at least more than paper, but it's still expensive.
No, it is, but you're still looking at, like, if you're playing, like, not Red Deck Wins or not, like, White Weenie, like, beat down style White Weenie, you're looking at 2 C notes, you know? Probably.
Yeah,
I'm playing my budget deck for like 50 ticks or something, which
Yeah. That's kind of like when I started playing Pennylander because like I don't know. I got to a point where I was like, man, like I don't know what else to do in Canlander. Like I really don't know what else to do. I'm like, someone give me something to do in this format. I don't know what to build. I don't know what else. I don't know. I'm like on a road, and it's like when I start feeling like that, I'm like, I got to do something else. So I started playing Pennylander. So I was like, this is sweet because one, like it's ultimately accessible. I mean, like if you can't afford $1 USD, you should not be playing cards. Period. Like you got to go do something else. You got to go make a living, homie. Or whatever. You got to figure it out. But it's ultimately accessible to like anyone, who wants to play. Like literally throw $1 in the kitty and you got a deck, or go to free bots and fucking pick up the cards. And it's also like no one does that, so it's like it's unexplored. I get to like actually build decks. I have to actually open Scryfall up and like research because like a card being a penny on Moto is like so goddamn arbitrary. Like I know Magic cards, but I don't know which ones cost a penny on Moto. Which is I don't know. It's pretty cool to me. Like that's my biggest pull to Magic in general is deck building, right? And it's funny how we're all different that way,
Mm-hmm.
We all come to the game for different reasons, but for me, it's it's ultimately like that creative component to it. Pardon me.
Ooh,
All right.
We have
Yeah,
some
we
stuff going
are.
on
We
now.
should be good to go. We have set up. Our players should be ready to start, and yeah, we're gonna see how this goes.
So we have Bailite on the play here. It looks like.
No, we don't. Arakasi's on the play.
Arakasi's on the play.
Oh,
I did not like Arakasi.
No offense, I didn't mean to like be like, no, we don't. But like we definitely did. I just looked down. I'm like, yeah, no, Arakasi turn 1.
okay. No, I just saw in the chat there. You lost the die roll.
Oh, maybe Bailite put them on the play. That's possible. He's on a Mox deck. He could do that because he wants more cards against them.
That's interesting.
I don't think that's
like
unreasonable, actually.
Bailite's hand. Bailite's hand
Yeah,
looks fine.
it has threats. I mean, I guess it has the treetop. It's not horrible. It's not really exceptional either, but it's kind of got, I mean, I guess they get to duress this turn.
This
Or they could.
They're going to
Nature's Lore and Duress this turn.
Yeah, let's look at their Bayou, their old Bayou. They could play the Skull Clamp. Who knows? That's not going to happen.
So this gets a memory lapse.
Yeah, that's all it can get, so it's got to get that one. I wouldn't be shocked, depending on what they draw, to see them possibly run out the tap land next turn. No, they're not going to run out the tap land because they're going to want to counter the Sword of Fire and Ice.
That card's a good one to counter.
Well, that was a good one to draw, though. That can get it back. You can also get the fetch land back.
It's actually interesting because Bailite did see the hand that they know. Oh, they know that they don't have a turn 2 play, so they're expecting something here.
If Arakasi draws an untapped land, do you think there's a chance they main phase this Clique? Well, they didn't, so it's not a relevant play.
Stormwing Entity, that's a newcomer to the scene.
Yeah, I don't know. Arakasi, they love it in this deck, especially with the Moxen, because it's a 2-mana play off the Moxen. You can almost play the damn thing turn. Or is it a 3-mana play? I think it's a 2-mana play. It's 1 blue and 2 less.
It's one.
Yeah.
It's 2 blue less. So
yeah, but it's only for instant and sorceries. It's just not any spell.
Yep. Which is why I should probably be playing it in blue red, but it's like 4 ticks on Magic Online, so I'm not.
Oh, is it?
So many
I haven't checked it. I like it in blue red. I do like it a lot in blue red because you have a lot of burn spells. And you can just kind of set that up easily.
Mm-hmm.
So are they gonna just go all in on this treetop village? Just lock this ape up with a sword?
I put a sword, put a skull clamp on it.
Just go and vroom vroom.
I think there was a consideration to actually leading up the 2 flash threats. You could stifle whatever they do, which is probably going to be literally locking up this ape.
So if you shock this land and you get the equipped skull clamp as well, which doesn't do anything.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're not going to probably do that. I think the damage could be relevant.
I think the reason they played Drana here is because it lives through the sword.
Yeah, but you could have also stifled the sword equip or the ape fire up.
Yep.
And try to find a kill spell is an option. And then if you save Drana, if you hit another land on the following turn, or if you just miss entirely, like you can draw land and then like play the Drana and then play the prowess thing, all in one turn. I don't know. Like I could see going either way, but this is a pretty good. I mean, if they don't hit a kill spell or like a wasteland or something like that in the next turn, they can get put in a bad spot. Now, I mean, if Arakasi did top deck the fatal push, you're in a rough spot at that point. Like this hand is really all in on this specific line of play, and a Mox is not really what you want to see either. It's not really a stellar one. Like you're good on mana at this point. You just need gas.
I don't know if I even play the Mox here.
No reason to.
Trying to think if there's any reason you'd want to. No, probably not.
Like, what's your opponent gonna do? Counter your Mox?
Hand attack. Well, hand attack, but
So this may have been a misplay by Arakasi. May have wanted to fetch for Island to get this on top.
Is pretty specific this next turn. Well, there's actually two things you can do. You don't really want them drawing cards, though.
Like,
I think you fog the equip on the stupid treetop here with the nimble obstructionist. Or you probably mess up the fire up because the fire up costs basically 3. They're still gonna be able to re-equip it. Will they? No, they will not. Yes, they will.
The Mox, they will.
Yeah, if they play the Mox out first, they can, but they may not play the Mox out first. We'll see. And if that's the case, are they just passing?
Sandbagging this Mox might be relevant here.
I don't think they're
going
gonna
with grapple of the past, and then they won't be able to.
Yeah. Grapple could set up the Savine's Reclamation, but my guess is right here they can hit something relevant for the Savines. It's possible they want to grapple first. If this is the case and they're going to be able to double equip this sword, I think you just fog the draw step off of it. You take the 5 and then you fog the 2 plus draw off of it.
Yep.
And then look for that kill spell. Maybe you can kill it mid-combat, which would be kind of cool too.
Mm-hmm.
I guess right now they're on the attack a couple turns with Drana and see if I can grow it big enough to block this thing, this ape. This damn ape. They don't know is that they have a kill spell for the ape in hand. They have multiple kill spells. Yeah, many kill spells. They didn't fog that one, which is odd to me. I think you should, just to keep them off draw steps.
I think they're trying to race this, which I don't think is a winning line.
No.
It's going to cut. The thing is, this click is actually going to come in handy here.
Yeah, it'll get rid of one of their cards. I think I would target myself and look for a kill spell, because like you're dying to this really heavily. I don't even know if I like targeting them, to be honest.
Like, you target them, you take this Assassin's Trophy? Maybe? If they don't cast it?
Again, like I said, I think I would target myself, and yeah. I would target myself here and see if I can find a kill spell. But
took Assassin's Trophy.
That gives them a fetch. Kill spell off the top. That's a mana drain. Oh, here. Shit. Bad spot. You can do what? 3 plus 8? You do 11 damage this turn. You got to cycle this stupid bird and see if you can hit something that does something here.
I think they're going to try to do that with the equip next turn, because, like, going off what they have now...
No, they can't do that. There's enough mana to double equip and or double activate, so you don't have that line of play
if you get the removal, but if you get the removal spell off the equip cycle.
But I think...
Sure. I mean, again, like I said, I think
just dead to the...
I think I would have done a turn sooner, and I would have been dealing click myself, just looking for that answer. Because they're not going to counter your kill spell; they're just going to accept it. And they probably have kill spells in hand, or they have all lands. Because any permanent-based threat, they're probably going to be playing here. If it's Rhinoceros, which is not good. All right, Siege Rhinoceros back in the hand. That's a T.
If Bailite is able to counter maybe this Siege Rhino, they get 4 mana on the crackback. Maybe if they draw something, they could get back in this game. But
because the thing is, I think Bailite really wants to cast that Siege Rhino. He turns off the fetch and gets them stuck on 4 mana.
Does not turn off the fetch. There is an Urborg in play.
But yeah, true.
Yep. The fetch is actually usable right now through that. That's what I was considering. I was like, man, that the fetch is awkward against the Rhinoceros, but I think here we're just going to see the equip cycle, see if you can do something about it. And if not, you're just blocking this with this Drana. Now, that...
You want to stifle the trigger because it's going to get in no matter what because this card has trample.
Correct. So you're taking 1 off of this.
And then you have to stifle the trigger.
So here's the real greedy line, right? Is you try to stifle the equip to make them pay 2 more and hit the kill spell so you can retain your Drana and then hit them for 11 next turn, putting them down to 3. And if you get a drain off on their follow-on threat, which is probably going to be this Tassiger, be my guess.
I mean, the follow-up threat, I guess, they don't have mana for the Siege Rhino this turn.
They don't, yeah, so... don't. Okay, there we go. Whew, tap the right one. I always tap the worst mana source first, me personally, when I play Moto, and I'm always like worried. So I'm like, no, don't tap both blue. Don't tap off your blue. You just did this Rhinoceros. So we nixed
they can't cast the Rhino this turn, though, so they're not good to that.
No. They can't.
But they're casting Mythos here.
Mythos, okay. Mythos just threat, but right now I don't know how relevant that is, personally.
I do think you counter just to try and get mana. But...
Sure, I mean, you can cast this next threat, but this next threat doesn't do that. That's a force spike.
That's not a great draw.
That's game. Yeah, that's it. That's it. To my knowledge, there is no way for them to come back from this. I mean, if Bailite does anything, they get to scry too. Sick.
I know, right?
So
I
close.
would fetch Shock here. Fetch Shock seems like the best play.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could be like, it doesn't count as winning if I kill myself, buddy. All right, get him down to 11. All right. Yep. Yeah. I honestly don't know though, like how often that I'm as enthused as I think you guys are saying that to keep like a treetop sword hand with no like actual like win cons other than treetop village.
I mean, I wasn't super excited about this hand, but I thought it was good enough that you keep it.
I'm in the camp of no keep.
I think it was bad. I think it was a bad hand. You're playing against a blue-black deck. They have like dismembers, eliminates. It's like there's so much shit that this thing just rando dies to, and they just didn't have it. They just didn't have it. So I mean, it worked out. But I think generally speaking, like that can go very poorly. And if that treetop was gone, like they would have done almost nothing that game. It would have taken a long time to get to a point where they were on the Siege Rhinoceros plan, like 4 or 5 turns to get there. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know on that one.
I don't like either player's hands.
I don't like either, but if we were to keep one of them, it would be the one with multiple cantrips in it in hand attack. Bailite's hand now is good. Arakasi should mulligan this, though. It's very greedy.
What do you put back from Bailite's hand?
The kill spell, enchantment kill spell, / protection spell from Price of Progress. Dramoka's command.
Yep.
Just don't think it templates that well. Thinks is great. Airstrikers great. Indicates medium, but it's fine.
I think Arakasi kept his hand.
Did I?
They're on the play. I mean, they get to. So here's the question, right? Like, I think what you're going to do is probably you're probably going to lead on vision here, but like, you really want to use Sylvan or Serum Vision to try to hit your next land. Like your next land's so important.
Yeah, I think you have to lead on Serum Visions.
I don't disagree with you. I think you do too. That's the problem with the hand, though, is that like your second land drops.
If this was a Preordain or a Ponder, you don't have to, but this card doesn't filter before it draws.
Yeah. There is that.
I always think one land and a cantrip is a trap.
Here we go. Land. Yeah, 2 cantrips in one land is, I think, generally okay, but it just depends on how efficient your deck is. That's not the land. All right, here we go.
You're gonna get lucky.
There's the land. All right, that's a land. It's not a good land, but it's a land. Like, as long as you're making a land drop this turn, like you're decently happy with that. But like, you'd rather be, like this is really gonna punish them because like if you could Thoughtseize this turn, you could knock out the tireless tracker.
Did he top any, Marco?
I don't know. I'm not watching the game.
We can figure it out. That's the chop. Top 1.
It'd be game log. Game log is the one you want.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, he topped 1.
No problem.
So that's probably another land on top of his library.
Now this is an interesting sequence to me. Playing the Finks out before the tracker when your opponent's basically tapped out it's very like safe. I think it's too safe, to be frank. Because here you just Thoughtseize, you're gonna knock out the tracker and then leave up the mana leak. And this puts you in a decent spot. I mean, it does set up Tasigur a bit, but you can Thoughtseize that guy next turn with the snappy.
If Arakasi did not get this Field of Ruin off of his Serum Visions, I was definitely going to vindicate his land.
Yeah, and that's probably why he's getting rid of it, because it's like, I don't want to get vindicated on my mana source. I don't want to have to counter vindicate.
This Cabal is going to be pretty good here, I think.
It's not going to resolve.
Yeah, no, that one right there, you don't want a lot of resolve. At this point, you probably do. You probably just slam the stupid Camball. Yeah, because it's like the one you care the least. It's the one that will have impact and will fetch a counter spell out, but like you probably care the least about long term. Like, and if it resolves, it will just kill them. But like, it's not like
if this
that
resolves,
great.
You're happy, and if this gets countered, you're happy because your tile is probably resolving.
That said, that's actually a really good one because with Snapcaster, it allows them to like murder every single thing that they ever play, which is kind of nice.
Low price of like 8 life.
It looks like they're hovering over Snapcaster here, probably for Serum Visions to hit land drops.
I would guess Thoughtseize at this point, to be frank with you. I would guess Thoughtseize over Serum Visions. They want to kill the first. All right, they're going to go Serum Visions. I don't think they need their next land drop as much with this hand, personally. Well, they're going to hit it, and they can eat the Finks. Bailite's just hoping for a land draw this next turn, so they can slam this tireless tracker and start going to town. Finks will trade with one half of Finks will trade with Snapcaster. Not a land. Very, very good for Arakasi here.
Yeah.
And my guess would be we're gonna see more than likely a Grim Flayer come into play next turn. This thing's infinite turns away from flipping, right? Or not flipping, but like getting counters on it. Terrabander, there's 2 things in there. Yeah, infinite turns basically.
Well, if he casts a Dismember, right, then that's 3. And if he gets a land drop the next turn, he could do it not this turn, but the turn after.
Yeah, but you do get the 3 cards this turn, right? This is the 4th turn for Vision. And there is no land. But that is a big one right there. That Himbaturek is pretty huge. It will put the 6th card in the bin, which will allow them to cast the Treasure Cruise to find their land drop for the turn. And yeah, this is not looking bad. I think you should be greedy here and go for the land drop off this DC and look to dismember the tracker.
So, got both Tasigur and Grim Flayer out of the hand.
Yep. I don't think. I mean, I guess you could dismember here and then like Treasure Cruise afterwards. But like, you really want to flip or not flip, but like get this this Terramander going. I guess it is what it is. You just do what you got to do. You kill off the tracker and then you Treasure Cruise and eat your whole bin. You can trade off the Terramander with the 2/1 as well if you want.
Yeah, he has more relevant threats in hand.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They want to get a little greedy and take 2, and then
Death right here is not a bad draw.
Yeah, I feel like at this point though they're gonna find a way to kill it or bounce it, deal with it. And honestly, Bailite may leave it in hand in order to have fodder for the Fauna Shaman.
Yeah,
right.
I think if Bailite plays out the Death Right, we're going to see Arakasi activate Terramanda and then
TC
eat their graveyard with the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is 3 mana to do, and then you have plenty. You can just do the whole thing. Your Snapcaster's already dead. Is there any reason to leave anything in the bin? Maybe a creature for Unearth?
So
I think-
Snapcaster's the only creature to leave.
Yeah. So they want to leave up Cryptic Command so that they can... Ooh, I think Cryptic Command's a little greedy here.
Yeah.
No, I think they're holding up Terramander and then
Cryptic.
Dig.
No, that's not a dig. That's Treasure Cruise. It's a sorcery speed card.
Oh yeah.
So if they want to do that, like the problem with this line of play is that the Deathrite Shaman can just start eating the bin, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna go for it though. Well, their opponent, Bailite here hits a ramp spell, which doesn't really do all that much. If they tap poorly, which they will not, then they could bounce the DRS and not have it get recast. Although that would obviously, yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that. So I'm curious to see what happens.
I think this Cryptic's just gonna be counter tap or tap draw.
Yeah, the problem is I think it leaves them in the same spot with this Terramander, which is like you can't flip it and cast the spell in the same turn. I don't think this card's that relevant here. I mean, like their issue is gas at this point, not mana, in my opinion. But this will hold back attacks. They don't really have a good attack into it.
I would still attack here. You attack and then you're dealing them down to 4 with Deathrite.
Sure.
Right.
So we're gonna see a tap here.
Tap draw.
I really do think getting the Terramander big and then drawing last turn was the right line of play, though. I think this is. We'll see. We'll see, right? They'll activate the DRS, dome him for 2, which puts him in basically the same spot as far as instant sorceries count goes, and it puts him down to 6. So they're realistically looking for a way to kill the DRS, which they could have possibly gotten access to through Treasure Cruise last turn. And it's limiting their upward mobility, the upward mobility of Toxic Deluge because of their life total. No, that's a Mox. All right. Well, you don't want to do that first. You probably want to get this thing big, right? No, I guess not.
They're cruising
Oh no, there we go.
for 4
Yeah.
mana? It sounds like an awful lot of mana to spend on a card you're currently free to house for 1.
No, they
just made their Terramander big.
Yeah,
Oh.
they spent 2 mana on their Terramander.
3 on the Terramander. Well, it's 3 because it was a. Oh, there's a Wasteland. That's actually really good. There's an answer to the Deathrite Shaman. They can knock them off of their white-green source to take them off of playing Gideon, Ally of Zendikar, or any card like that. They
get the
disagree.
draw, man.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're killing Deathrite anyways, this keeps them off of.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, but I mean, any land at that point. There is a sword, which is, frankly, fucking terrifying card. Very good top deck.
The amount of swords that we've seen.
Like, well, yeah, sometimes you got it.
I am gonna die horribly, I see.
Oh, there's a Dark Confidant that can now kill my opponent.
Yeah, they're actually just dead on board. They have to put out the Dark Confidant just to block.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
but-
then if they put out Dark Confidant, I'm not attacking the problem, right?
No, to attack, because I mean, if they just draw a black kill spell or a bounce spell, like you want to attack still. Like that to me, like, is very greedy. I mean, it could work out, but like it's pretty bad. Like, to just hope that it doesn't happen. I mean, like the average CMC of their deck is, like probably like 1 to 1.5, which is like 2 to 3 turns with that card. Now it could be really bad and just be like a Tombstalker and they'd be dead, but I think you still attack into it. I think you whip the things up. It's a pretty free attack. It's a pretty required block. I do like this very conservative line of playing out the Kira first, though, because if they top deck any removal spell, and they're just straight up dead to the board.
Yeah.
All right.
They're gonna go with Kefnet.
Yeah, and that's honestly like it's 6-1 half to the other, right? Like this right here is the higher upside play.
Of you kill them quicker, right?
Well, that, and if you hit the right things off of it, you can just.
Yeah. I mean, if
Like
you play
ranch
Kira, you can't attack with the Terramander this turn because then they just swing with both.
Yeah, and you're in the same spot basically. You can also just trade Kira for a 2-power thing, a 2/2/1. But
Nope.
this is the issue, right? Like now
Yep.
you can't equip the sword and do this in the same turn, so it's still a forced block scenario. And the Kira, in combination with the possibility of a top deck in the coming turn, could still give this to Arakasi. But I mean, again, this sword was just a hell of a top deck. You're just like, yep.
Yeah.
When you got it, you got it.
The only card in Bailite's deck that gets them there.
Bailites are
is-
Arakasi's.
Or there's a couple cards in Bailite. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like swords.
This
path.
Abrupt Decay is going to get Inquisition, though, if they cast it. Which I would probably cast here because you have the mana.
All right, well, they drew this, and now they're dead.
Yeah.
Oh yes, by blue creature. It's just what I wanted to see.
Yep.
Hmm.
And just like that, Bailite is reversing the initial handicap, and is now up a game.
Yep.
I
On to
need
game
to head
number
out
2.
for a bit, but when I'm back, I'd have to do something. But if I'm back in time, I'll join for the last game.
All right, we'll catch you later, homie. Take it easy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think again, like Arakasi, pretty good position there. Just sort of fire and ice. Good magic card. They also kept a little bit greedier and did stumble a bit in the early portions of that game. So I have hands here, but I'm seeing Bailite wins the match.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
They're probably starting a fresh clock for game.
It could
3.
be,
No, I mean the match is
Yeah.
over, right? Like they need to start a new match because the match
Okay.
on Modo is best of 3.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we're playing
they
best
only
of 5.
played 2 games so far, didn't they?
We played 2 games and Bailite won both.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Bailite's hand here, and I don't like it.
Yeah, that's a mulligan. But Arakasi's hand's a mulligan too. If it had 2 lands, I would keep that. I don't think I would keep that though. Bailite, are they supposed to be on the play this game? I guess they have the choice to give them the draw.
Yeah. They can just give them. They can just give Arakasi the draw, right? If
Unless
if this doesn't happen, I will let them know that.
Maybe accidentally.
I think
Yeah,
Bailite
Bailite's hands are-
accidentally clicked play.
Oh, he clicked play accidentally. Okay.
No, but
Well, start another one. Bailite, you're awarded 0 points. You've automatically lost and have been disqualified from the tournament. No errors are given here.
yeah, it's a little.
No, just start another one up.
That
Just start another one, or concede this one and go to game 2. Yeah, just concede this one and go to game 2 is fine too,
Yeah.
probably. And just give them the play. So we're not restarting a bazillion matches. Yep.
Yeah.
The old thief of sanity.
Well, it is listed as Spectre Control. Or Spectre Tempo.
Spectre Stompy, I think is what they used to call it. Like Spectre
Spectre
Stompy.
Tempo, I think is the
Like
is the name. that
Spectres
you
are not
use.
Stompy at all, but like, I like that. I like the idea of it. No, I just laugh at the card 'cause it's just such a goofy card. It's really good, but it's like really good when it's good, and when it's bad, it's real bad.
It's really funny that both of them had hands that they would mulligan, and now both of them have hands that they would love to keep.
Yep, both hands are pretty good, pretty reasonable hands. I mean, Bailite's is slow, but they're playing 3 Moxen. They can just draw Mox and turn 1 just nail this Delver, and then they may not even do that. They may just try to set up a Hennies. That's a Satyr Wayfinder, which is not a card. Like, this is a high value card against the aggressive deck, so it's basically just a 2-for-1 on a 1/1 body, which is fine. Like, Silver Ranger's fine against aggro, right? Which is kind of what this card is. But in this matchup, like, you kind of do need to be answering the board pretty aggressively. Arakasi's hoping for something that is not a land or a creature here, but it is apparently one of those. Oh, it's this card. I do think you actually just slam the Night's Whisper here to ensure your land drop for next turn. Me personally, I don't think there's going to be a better time for it, and I think you're less worried about their 2 or 3 drop than you are about their 3 or 4 drop. But evidently, they disagree with me. They want to memory lapse the next thing that their OP does, which could be very reasonable.
Yeah, because in a way, memory lapse is a draw 1. Well.
It's just this time walk, kind of. It's an explore. It's kind of what it is. So Bailite just is going to say go, and I like that play because they're like, I'm pretty sure you have a 2-mana counter spell, and I'm just going to let you go. And if you run on mana resources, because their hand's not resource light, right? It's a hand that can go long with resources. And getting memory lapse on a Satyr Wayfinder or removal spell is kind of miserable. And they do have a comeback from behind as far as... Like, the 2 removal spells is actually kind of awkward. All right, it's a Bob. The 2 removal spells is kind of awkward versus... or with a Yenny's expertise, because you don't really want to be killing creatures than, like, Yenny's expertise in creatures. But... This turn, I do think Unite's Whisper. I don't think I like running Bob out. I just like drawing the 2, getting the extra card. What's the worst thing they can do? All right, they're going to Bob. Again, don't like this. I like the Night's Whisper because it's just not presenting them with more targets to actually get card advantage off of. But
I think Arakasi is on the aggressive side of the tempo here. It's not going to work out for them looking at Bailite's hand.
I just think in general it doesn't in this matchup. I think you want to play it. You're still playing aggressive control, but you're only giving them 1 target at a time. You're giving them the worst target every time and like making them tie their mana up for it. But again, like I was saying, I think the Night's Whisper last turn was like a very strong play because they didn't have a mock start. Like, what threat do they have, right? Like, probably nothing. And now you're going to be in a spot where, like, if you miss your next land drop, you almost don't want your Delver to flip because you want your next land drop. And if you don't hit it, your Night's Whisper, and they're just going to play this Questing Beast and just beat the crap out of you with it, which is pretty rough. So.
Really, I think the best hit here is like a cantrip.
Not that one. That's a card also I think they could probably cut from that deck. I don't mind it in like Blue Moon or like Jeskai style list.
Before the tournament today, Arakasi was talking, and they were like, we were getting ready to set up before you came in, and Arakasi's like, I probably should have cut Ancestral Visions from my deck. So they know.
P rough. It's good in a deck that has like that can come back from behind, but this is not that sort of deck, and they're gonna get Q beasted now, and it's not gonna feel good.
No.
Beep,
yeah,
beep.
Yep. Suspend that thing.
I don't know if I would even do that. Maybe just have the opt.
Well, you're gonna Vengevine now for sure. No, I think you got to get it out of your hand. I mean, you can leave it in there for Force of Will fodder or Misdirection fodder if they're on Misdirection, but Misdirection is probably fine in this matchup. There's a lot of removal, a lot of hand attack in Bailite's deck, so maybe I don't know if they're playing it, but they're probably not because I haven't seen it at all throughout this tournament. So I guess maybe they're not, but it's kind of fallen out of favor in a lot of decks. And this metagame would not be the best because Death and Taxes was pretty heavy. Yep, Vengevine makes a ton of sense here. Slam in for 5. And now, even if you hit the land, the Jace play is kind of weak. And, yeah.
I'm just looking at Arakasi's list, and I'm not seeing a lot of things that they can draw to...
No, it's a tempo. It's a mid-range tempoed list. I mean, they have Toxic Deluge, but that's not really great against Vengevine. They have the Elim, which is, it's a card that does things and stuff.
Do they have Toxic Deluge?
They do not have Toxic Deluge in their list.
Yeah, I didn't think they played it.
Okay. Well, I would assume they
talking...
did, but...
I was talking to them earlier about it
Hmm.
when I played them, and they said it would have been great in the situation, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, it's a card that I think is. I tend to play it in my blue-black tempo list just because, like, I think there's enough matchups where it's going to be the only thing that you can do to really stay alive or to not like just die to some early advantage because you can't out tempo red deck wins, right? You got to come back from behind against them in general,
Yeah,
unless they mulligan to 5 or something.
it's interesting that just replacing one sorcery for another is really going to make a lot of difference in today.
Yeah, and I think here, like, you can get a good block on the Vengevine and knock it into the bin, and then you have Elim plus the memory lapse up, which is fine. I mean, you're forced to block here. This is just it's too much damage. And then maybe there's a world in which you can buy enough time to get this Ancestral Vision off. I don't think it's a very likely world. You get greedy here and look for your next land drop because you're going to be on a mana-intensive game here.
You also might find an answer to this Questing Beast.
Yeah, I don't... They're just going to trade this?
They're going to be going to 2 here.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Going to 1.
No, they can block with Kira, right? Or is it 2 or less?
It's a 2/2, so it cannot.
Oh, it's 2 or less.
Yeah.
Oh, and they can kill the Kira anyways. They can bounce it with Caracas, fail to have that work, and then eliminate it if they really wanted to. It's kind of funny. Like, oh, it didn't work. Eliminate. Aha. Bailite's playing this kind of like they're playing around T-Del right now. Although I guess actually they're not. It doesn't matter because they're gonna be at 1. So they can't.
I think that's game.
Yeah, this is game.
Oh, it is. Yeah, they're at 5. Oof. Yeah, I think it was
an untapped blue source. They get 1 more turn.
Yeah, no, there's
No, sorry. Yeah.
They couldn't do it. Yeah, there's the misdirection. There's a snuff out. There's a mana source. All right, well, that is the finals. It looks like, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Bailite.
Yeah.
Congratulations
All right, well,
for
congratulations to Bailite.
Came in with a one match handicap. Didn't matter. Just showed up and got 3 quick
successive victories.
I hadn't speak English. I swear, it's a language that I'm capable of speaking. Okay. If Bailite if we can get Bailite in the booth real quick, I wouldn't mind talking with him about the tournament for a little bit and how it went. Congratulations to our other finalist, Arakasi. He is going to get his own. He's gonna receive a wonderful prize as well. He can contact me later to let me know how he wants that. Okay, let me see if we can get Bailite in. You know what?
Yeah, TRM, I'm going to go ahead and head off. I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for helping with commentary. Anytime, we'll have you in the booth anytime.
All right, sure thing. You guys take care now.
We'll see you next week. I hope. Bye. Bailite, I see you are here. Congratulations. You are our Season 6 champion, joining the hallowed ranks of Gozmit and then Arakasi and Einstein before you. How do you feel?
It's good. It's fun. It's nice to join to finally catch up with Gozmit.
Yeah, you have been. This is what, your 3rd finals that you participate in, or have you been in all 4?
I think this is only my 2nd.
Oh, it's only your 2nd. Okay. I thought that you were in the. I thought you had been in more. Yeah, you came in kind of from a lower seed, right? You have been playing. You've been playing a lot of Magic today. Have you? You played what? Every round except for 1, I think. You just keep the loser semi. That was the only round that you got to take a break for.
Yeah, that's when I got to stretch my legs.
Yeah. Oh man, I haven't done that in a while. Going to get to stand up from this chair in a bit. Yeah. So Abzan mid range. Got there. That's the deck you've been playing for pretty much the whole season. Although, I wag my finger at you. No Embrahul today. I feel that feels just like a bit
too fast.
Yeah, we had a lot of like. It felt like you had your hardest matchup probably in round 1 against Evios, and then you ended up getting paired against basically like Death and Taxes sounds like a matchup that is maybe slightly favored for you, and you handle once you got past the Blue Moon hurdle, you kind of had a field that seemed like it would go. Seemed like it would lend itself to you doing well.
Yeah, I did. When I was building, I did put a few concessions into the fact that I knew my round 1 opponent was going to be on Blue Moon. That's part of the reason Vengevine's here.
Right.
And for the rest of it, I was expecting more red than I ended up seeing.
Yeah, and we had quite the match when we did actually play.
Yeah. Good lord.
Game 2, I mulliganed to 3. And then the final on game 3, it was the difference of when I drew the burn spell. If one turn earlier, it would have been perfect, but...
Yeah, I think there was one in one of the games. There was a point where I needed you to have exactly a land and Zergo in hand. But
yeah, that was in game 1, and I had double spell there.
Yeah. So I couldn't.
And then you turned it around in game 3 by actually Gerard's Verdicting yourself to get yourself that one extra point of life that you needed.
Yes. Kept me just out of range.
So if you can, I'll ask you to just shoot me a DM with letting me know the form that you would like your prize in. As a reminder, it's your choice of either MTG or TX or a gift card for the Big Magic retailer of your choice. Same for Arakasi. Just let me know if it's if it's TX, I'll probably handle it tomorrow because I understand that you are on different time zones and I want to, and especially like Bailite might want to go to bed, and I desperately want to do something that is not 10-point related for a couple of hours at this point.
That makes sense.
So
actually, one thing.
Yeah.
Remage, I would like to give a small shout out to my top lad, Top 8 Dan, for being a sounding board during the building process. Yeah, he was a great help.
Well, he served you greatly, considering that you managed to climb the bracket all the way to the top. Good job. With that said, I am going to just remind everybody. If you want to, we're gonna start next season. The 10th point is a train that knows no breaks. We're gonna start next season next week. I'm gonna be in contact in the next couple of days to figure out exactly how long the season is gonna be, because it's a little bit of an awkward time until the end of the year. All this information is gonna be in the tournament announcement channel on the Canadian Highlander Discord, which you can find at !point Discord. A reminder the tournament is open to everybody. So anybody that wants to show up, you just need an MTGO account and the Canadian Highlander deck on MTGO, and we'll get you in. Next season, this season was 12 weeks, and this season is probably gonna be a little shorter. We're gonna adapt a little bit how things go. I'm going to write anything with more detail in the tournament announcement channel again. So just if you're not on the Discord, join the Discord and keep an eye out for that. As a reminder, also, you know, if you wanted to check a sub your way, we'd appreciate it. So, jokes aside, it's having people sub to our channel does help a lot with things like, you know, offering prizes like the ones that we were putting on the line today. Those for the most part come out of the money that we get from subs. So if you can consider doing that, especially if it's your Prime sub, right, that should go to somebody, and if you decide to spend it on us, I super appreciate it. It means the world to me. With that said, I have a great news, which is that Benjamin Wheeler is currently online. So for once, we get to raid Benjamin_Wheeler. Benjamin_Wheeler. So yeah, just join me on the raid. And questo canale ha lasciato solo per follower o per abbonati? What? Oh, yeah, that's okay. So yeah, we will see you there. I will see you on the other side of the raid, and I want to thank again everybody that watched. We had a bunch of viewers today, and it's awesome. And I hope to see you all again next week, and maybe to see some of you participating in the event. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks our commentators, and congratulations to Bailite for the win. And we will talk to you all next week. Bye.